Welcome, everyone, and we are back. Movie Busters episode 14. Star Wars sequel trilogy.
Traitors!
Well,
Isn't Star Trek, nerd?
I meant to say wrong signal there, Dan.
Wrong Star franchise. But yes, episode 14, and of course I'm Kylo Alex, and I'm joined by.
I'm Thomas Dameron.
And then also we have
Kylo Rob.
Dan Dameron.
And if you guys are confused about the names and why we're repeating ourselves,
Where is it?
if you guys are confused about the names and why we're repeating ourselves, it's because these movies are going to talk about, they're already kind of remakes of older films, so why not, right?
Exactly.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
Exactly.
But we left off at the original trilogy, and then not counting prequels that came out later in real life. George Lucas sold his Lucasfilm to Disney in 2012, and we got these movies. Starting off with Episode 7, The Force Awakens, directed by J.J. Abrams, the guy who directed the new Star Trek movies.
Exactly.
So there we go. That's a good setup from Dan Dameron. Damn it. I saved you that one. But and also this is the first Star Wars movie to come out in December, because they've all come out in May before this.
Mm-hmm.
It had been 10 years since the last Star Wars movie, which was Revenge of the Sith. And this one, they got old cast and new cast.
That's right.
Yes. And a lot of hype. It was the second return of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And the opening crawl to this one is Luke Skywalker has vanished. In his absence, the sinister First Order has risen from the ashes of the Empire and will not rest until Skywalker, the Last Jedi, has been destroyed. With the support of the Republic, General Leia Organa leads a brave resistance. She is desperate to find her brother Luke and gain his help in restoring peace and justice to the galaxy. Leia has sent her most daring pilot on a secret mission to Jakku, where an old ally had discovered a clue to Luke's whereabouts. ...
Bunker plot.
Do they all end in ...
Yes. It's
Okay.
necessary. The ... is canon.
They don't know how to finish it.
They copyrighted those dots. They're copywritten.
It's always 3.
Leave me on a cliffhanger, why don't you?
Yes.
Something.
So- I was gonna say, like, how excited were you guys when this was coming out? Because I was like, super
Very
hyped.
excited.
Real excited.
We were gonna dress up, but I don't remember my costume didn't work out. But he dressed as Luke.
That was gay Luke.
He had a surfer dude. Wig. He had a skin tight black.
Yeah, I made my own costume from Luke from Return of the Jedi, where he had all the black, and everything came together except I didn't have like a good wig for Luke. So I wore my Johnny wig for my Cobra Kai costume. It's an official Johnny wig. Right. So like picture Johnny's haircut on Luke Skywalker. And yeah,
well, didn't he have that kind of haircut in the holiday special?
No, he had the same. I think he had the same hair as he did in Return of the Jedi. I think.
I remember they being super blonde, but whatever.
Yeah, but it was people were like, yeah, the wig. You look like gay Luke.
I remember that.
Luke gay.
I was gonna be Han Solo, but I got this jacket at Goodwill that was way too small.
Yeah.
So
it was a
cool jacket. It looked like Han.
Yeah,
it really did.
Scoundrel.
Yeah, I wanted to be a scruffy scoundrel.
Ooh, I like that.
A nerferder.
Yeah.
Nerferder.
Not rape.
Rape.
Hashtag no rape.
Where are those goddamn biscuits?
So something I was going to point out. Well, wait. How about you guys? How excited were you guys?
Yeah,
I was super excited because
Well, for me personally, you know, like I said, I like off camera and all that stuff, like through like messaging and all that stuff. Like, guys, me, like I really do like Star Wars, but I was never like really one of those big guys that was really into Star Wars. Like, I like the Star Wars films, but I was never like one of those like super fanboys of them and things like that. I was more toward leaning to like, the DC movies or things like that. I was more like a fanboy of like those franchises.
Superhero movies.
I never really got into like film franchises like Star Wars or Star Trek or Harry Potter, et cetera, et cetera. But me being familiar with the Star Wars franchise, I was really curious to see what this was going to be, mixing in a blend of old characters like Han Solo and Luke and Princess Leia, and then bringing in all these new characters like, Rey and Finn and Poe and things like that. And I like the actors, John Boyega and Oscar Isaac, Daisy Ridley and things like that. And it was, really curious to see. And I like J.J. Abrams too. I really like, Mission Impossible 3 and things like that. And I like J.J. Abrams as a director. So I was really curious to see what this was all about. I actually didn't plan on seeing it in the theater, but my cousin was a really big Star Wars fan. He got like free tickets to like a screening or something like that at an AMC theater because he like won like this like contest or something. So he had like 3. So he brought along my other cousin, who's also a big Star Wars fan, and they couldn't find anybody else to go with. So I figured I'd just go along for the ride and it's a free ticket. I mean, it doesn't cost anything. So we went to go see it at free screening and had a good, and I'm not going to say, well, we'll get to that when we get to our thoughts and all that stuff. So that was really my experience going into the theater, seeing Force Awakens.
See, I was super hyped, but I didn't get a chance to see it, the Thursday night, like for the showing. Like at the time I couldn't go. So I had to wait like the Saturday. So it was like the first time I ever like literally like was off social media. I wasn't talking to nobody. I wasn't like I went out of my way to avoid spoilers as possible. Because I was hearing people like, oh, they're gonna spoil, and some people did get spoiled. People I know got spoiled before they even got a chance to see the movie.
Right.
And it paid off because like I had kind of no idea, like I don't know, is Jar Jar Binks gonna show up? Is like I don't know, stuff like that.
Thank you.
I remember when the trailer came out, it was like the most watched trailer like at the time. Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing the Millennium Falcon, seeing Han and Chewie, and I was like so excited. I'm like, wow. I'm like, but I was getting worried because we didn't see the first trailer. We didn't see anything of Luke. And
no, he wasn't in the trailer at all. You just see that little glimpse of it, of his hand.
Yeah,
that's
just
all.
a little hand. Yeah.
That's all. And there's a reason, and we'll get to that.
Was this U2's first Star Wars movie in the theater?
No.
You would, or no?
No, it was Attack of the Clones for me.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah. This was my first Star Wars experience in the theater.
Okay.
I saw all the other ones on home video.
Yeah, and like it was also, it's weird not seeing the 20th Century Fox logo at the beginning. It's still jarring.
Yeah.
And it was the first Star Wars film which like Lucas wasn't involved at all. So it's like, okay, we're gonna see, it's gonna feel different. But let's get to the movie. Unless you guys want.
Well, you said at the beginning of the screen that we're kind of all going to talk at the same time, so that way one person has to say. And this was actually Dan's idea, trying to talk at the same time, so that way one person who goes last doesn't have.
So Thomas threw me under the bus right there. So if this doesn't work out, it's totally my fault.
It's like no, it will be a group. It will be a group failure.
On top of that too, before we get on to our thoughts and all that stuff, I want to give a big shout out also to Kylo Rob right there for making the Movie Busters intro for us. That was awesome.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Rob.
Okay, so let's get on to our thoughts on the.
Which, by the way, this is not me being biased or or being super nice, but it's like 95% exactly how I envisioned a promo arts to be.
Well, I'm a Sith. What do you think?
But the funny thing is, like, to throw not to throw Thomas on the bus or you under the bus, but you made it seem like in the promo you made it seem like Thomas is the angry one.
Well, no, I tried to make it.
You know what? The clip that Rob took for me was freaking hilarious. I'm trying to remember what video it was from. And I'm like, I remember it now.
Ghostbusters 2016.
No, wait.
I was ranting on Texas Chainsaw 3D, and I was slapping myself in the face.
Wait. The reason I picked that is because some of my favorite videos of Thomas is his rants. I love his rants, and I just thought it would be entertaining to see just different things going on. So
that's why I thought my clip was actually really unique and really funny.
Yeah,
it's funny because he's the most calmest one of all. I think
the videos and all that stuff on the previous channel. I know Rob and Alex are really big fans of the rant on Annabelle and the rant on movie 43. So
in real life, I'm the most angriest person. But anyway,
in real life, I'm really not. Really.
But just funny, just like Thomas. It just seems to Thomas is the angry one in the promo. That's funny. I'm not. As long as Thomas is okay with it, it's fine. It's like,
it's fine with me. I mean, I don't care.
It was a funny thing.
The music really worked out. I was afraid that the music wasn't going to work, but it really did. It worked.
No, it really worked.
The music choice. We're gonna give credit to it. Was mine.
Yeah, I had to. I just to get footage of you. I did the Rocky Room 2.0 and just took that little clip out of there. It was kind of hard to go split videos though.
Chuggy Doll has commented. He said, "Hey, what's up, guys? Have you seen The Grudge? Because if you haven't, don't watch it. It sucks ass. I've heard. Not interested. Not gonna watch it.
I've heard.
I don't on it.
I'll wait till later on the Fire Stick to watch.
Actually, this is a kind of a cool thing to mention is that when it comes to the Grudge series, my favorite is Grudge 2, and I don't think a lot of people recognize that movie as much. That's a great one. I think Grudge 2 is better than the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think a lot of people know that. So if you want a recommendation, watch Grudge 2.
So I should skip the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've never seen any of them.
Grudge 2 is good.
Okay. But getting back to Force Awakens.
Yeah, so let's get our thoughts on the Force Awakens.
Yeah, so I figure, we'll just kind of cover the whole first act of the movie. We're introduced to Poe and Finn. Poe is a resistance fighter. Finn is a stormtrooper that doesn't want to be a stormtrooper anymore. Poe gets captured by Kylo Ren. Finn helps Poe escape. They get stranded on Jakku, which is where we're introduced to Rey. You kind of see, Rey is a loner, and she gets scraps just to be able to turn scraps in to get money for her to eat, is essentially what that character is. And they come together, Finn and Rey with BB-8, the droid, and then Kylo Ren is going after them, and that's when they steal the Millennium Falcon. That's pretty much the first act of the movie.
Yeah.
So I'd say let's talk about the characters. This is the first time we've seen the characters.
Yeah. They introduced new characters first.
Yeah. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think of Poe Dameron? How did you feel about him and his introduction?
I liked this. Actually, to me, this is his best moment in the entire trilogy. Is his first introduction in this movie, because he's energetic. He's I would say a little bit like a smartass, but not in a goofy way, because he still goes through danger and all that stuff.
And I like Oscar Isaac too. So
he's almost like the new Han in a way.
Yeah,
right.
It's a good. Oscar Isaac was great. I feel like just him being a good actor was enough to, regardless of even if he had shitty dialogue, it was like he's really good and interesting. And I definitely like Poe. And the funny thing is when I watch the original trilogy, the rebel fights usually in the space battles, I usually don't care for those kind of scenes. Even Luke, when Luke was being a pilot, it was that was not very interesting to me. So I didn't think I was gonna like Poe, but he's just a very likable character. And so I definitely liked him.
There was one scene with him though that I still don't get to this day.
Which was? Which was the scene?
The scene where they crash and he's just gone. I still don't get.
Yeah.
I still don't understand.
Yeah, you're right. It's explained in a throwaway line where it was like they didn't have a good explanation.
It's the Simpsons thing. Like, you remember the episode of The Simpsons where Ralph? They think Ralph's dead. Like, I thought you were dead. Nope. That's it. That's the explanation.
Him and Finn should have been basically right next to each other.
Yeah, he said he was like thrown from the wreckage, but yeah, like what, a mile? You know,
the nearest town was whatever.
Right.
You're in the middle of a desert, in the middle of nowhere. So
right.
Yeah, that was definitely a throwaway. A throwaway explanation where it was not a good explanation.
Like I remember even in the theater, I was sitting like, what? Like, what's going on here?
Well, originally,
he was going to die. Yeah,
there.
he was supposed to die.
And I think they probably realized, hey, this is really cool.
Yeah, but they put the subs in the quarter because they couldn't come up with a good idea, like explain like where he went, like the whole second act.
Well, exactly what you just said, Alex, sums up this entire sequel trilogy. So I didn't know what to do.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll get into that. But you're not wrong. But you know what though? The thing that impressed me the most, the first act, when I first saw it, even to this day, is they take advantage of the technology you have nowadays. So you get to see some things you probably wouldn't have seen in the original trilogy, even the prequel trilogy, where you get to see somebody stop a blaster midair. Like, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, you can do a lot more stuff nowadays with modern technology.
Which is like what's one thing they did. They did right, you know, like okay, checklist. Like okay.
I like the story too about how they're hunting for Luke. Like that whole thing was great.
Yeah.
Is it too similar to the original movie for you guys?
To add on to what Alex said, I thought they did a good job in using the CGI of today to make it feel like and look like the original trilogy. Not so cartoony is maybe not the word, but the prequel trilogy definitely
they look
more
at times.
Yeah, I mean it's more they so heavily on the CGI, it was more noticeable. Where like the look of it looks more original trilogy.
I still don't agree though. I do not agree that it's a remake of New Hope because there are so many different things in this movie that kind of makes it its own. Yeah, they do plug in some similarities, like the droid having the map. They do have the similarities, but it's still its own film. I mean, the stormtrooper turning good, that was never a New Hope. You know, escaping from they escaped from the Death Star, but I'm in New Hope. But I'm saying like getting in a TIE fighter and flying it around. You know, there's a lot of things in this movie that kind of make it its own. So,
well, you just brought up probably the next point to talk about, which was a great storyline. Probably one of the best storylines in this movie was the Finn character and the backstory of him being a stormtrooper that didn't want to be a stormtrooper anymore. Yeah. I thought that was great.
That was a good, yeah.
I like it too, but it's only good in this movie, and we'll get into why.
Well, yeah, it's a good introduction to the character.
Right.
Yes, it is.
And I like John Boyega too.
I love the part. I'm sorry. I love the part where he rescues Poe, and then Poe says, "What your resistance?" Like, no, I'm trying to get escaped. Like, why are you helping me? Because it's the right thing to do. Like when he says that, like I believe it 100%.
Sure.
And that's what this movie does. This movie is setting up some new stuff, and then we'll get to the.
And they become the best.
You know what,
Rob? In the galaxy.
You know what? What's funny, Rob, is that when we get to like the other ones, I'm definitely going to be on the same viewpoint as you.
Oh.
I'm actually going to be in agreement with Rob on this one because I studied Last Jedi and Rise of the Skywalker very, very carefully, and I was like pinpointing like all this stuff. So, but we'll get to that when we get to that, though.
We're going to agree with most switches this movie.
And on top of that too, later on I'll be ranting about fucking Catherine Kennedy too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she needs to go. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you know, this is what you should say, Rob. It's kind of like I'm going to steal a line from you from what you said when you ranted on Spider-Man 3. It was the part where you ranted on when Harry found out about the butler
Butler knowing.
Oh, what was the butler's name again?
Bernard.
Bernard, thank you. When Bernard told Harry about the Green Goblin and how his father died from his own blade and things like that, and then Rob said, "You know, if I was Harry, I'd be like, you're fucking fired."
Yeah.
I kicked that old man out on his ass.
He should have Harry should have pulled his heart out of his chest. Like, honestly, just
that's what Kathleen Kennedy. I'd be like, you're fucking fired. I kicked that lady out on her ass. But we'll get to that though when we get to Last Jedi and things like that.
Going back to what I was about Finn too is I felt like he was believable throughout the whole movie, and I thought the comedy with him worked as well. Like I thought the balance between comedy and seriousness was good for his character.
Yeah, same with I'll say.
And on top of it too, I like John Boyega as an actor too. I think John Boyega is a pretty solid actor. I mean, John Boyega, other than playing Finn in Star Wars, I also really like him in a film called Detroit. You ever hear of Detroit?
Yeah.
It's directed by what was her name?
Dad.
She's named
Do I look like Leia?
What was her name?
He was also in Attack of the Block.
Yeah, oh yeah, he was Moses in Attack of the Block.
That was the first movie. Yeah.
Underrated movie, Attack of the Block.
Yeah.
He played the lead gang leader, Moses. Mm-hmm. I like that movie. So
I didn't like it.
I forgot about that.
What, Pacific Rim 2?
Pacific Rim. Yeah, Rim Job.
Okay.
Yeah, Pacific Uprising. Yeah, that movie sucked.
Uprising.
Yeah,
it's like you're trying to
I wasn't at the part.
Oh my goodness, who directed Detroit? It was the same lady that did Zero Dark 30 and
Catherine Bigelow.
Catherine Bigelow. Thank you. Yeah, Detroit. John Boyega played a security guard.
I think she directed Point Break, didn't she? Point Break?
So.
That was great. Great movie.
Yeah, Detroit with John Boyega is great, where he plays a security guard and he's caught in the middle of the whole race.
Oh, now I remember that movie. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the movie personally.
Takes place in like the 60s.
Detroit, I wasn't.
Riots and.
I know, but
Will Poulter, who was the goofy kid in Where the Millers, is a fucking racist asshole cop.
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of that movie.
He's fantastic, Will Poulter.
I forgot that movie existed, but yeah.
Well, it didn't do well. That's probably why.
No, yeah.
But like going back to what I was saying about John Boyega, I like John Boyega's Finn, and I think he's really a solid actor. Attack of the Block, Detroit, and I think I know he was also up for the play. He was gonna be Blade, but he obviously didn't get the part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see him as Blade really.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think he has that badassery to him.
No.
The guy they picked, he seems cool though.
Yeah.
I think he was. I know he was going to be. I know the guy that got the part of Blade was going to be in the new Batman.
Yeah. But I mean, I like how you gotta get to like find out like how they recruit stormtroopers.
What do you think of the look of the stormtroopers? Like, I thought it was cool how they kept it kind of the same, but they upgraded it enough to make it look different.
The helmets are shaped a little bit differently. They look like almost like duck beaks in a way. That's how I saw it.
They almost look. It's like they're all clean.
Yeah,
they look clean.
and they still can't shoot for shit.
Well, I honestly never noticed that. I really changed them slightly. I never noticed that.
Yeah, you noticed it.
Yeah.
I did.
The original helmets. The original helmets. The design of the bottom part is different. Like that's the biggest change. Yeah. No.
How about BB-8?
I like BB-8 in a lot in this movie, but I feel like afterwards they didn't know what to do with that character.
I kind of think honestly it was unnecessary to have a new droid it kind of took away from 3PO and R2, but why they introduced the new droid because it's a new generation. It's I guess
new toys.
Toys, exactly. But I thought he was what you call the cute droid. Now we'll talk about Rise of Skywalker when that happened, but BB-8 I think is a great attempt, I guess, to have a new droid.
I thought the design was cool. Like,
yeah,
I just think like how the head magnetic and wall can roll the head, and that's like real.
I agree.
That was impressive.
Great practical effects, and like I like how he moved. The BB-8 moves fast.
Yeah,
it's like a soccer ball.
We got a couple comments here from Bronco and Horrific Nightmares.
Horrific Nightmares. Yeah. Hey guys.
What's going on, guys?
Worst movie ever.
Bronco says, I think he's talking about Rise of Skywalker because he's a huge fan.
Hey, I loved it too. So,
you guys want to go into like Rey first or Kylo Ren?
Let's do Rey.
Yeah, since Rey kind of we haven't. Yeah, up to this point we haven't gotten much on Kylo, so let's do Rey.
Okay. I like Rey. I can now that the trilogy is over, I can kind of see why people will color like a Mary Sue. I just don't agree.
I'll talk more on that when we get to the third movie. That way it's fair.
But those criticisms were going on.
I never thought that about this movie, like ever. Like when she's discovered her powers, it was kind of weird, but I wasn't like, oh, they just did that because she's a female. They got to make her strong. I never really thought that.
Because she doesn't always get things right away. She struggles flying the Millennium Falcon.
Right.
She struggles fighting Kylo Ren at times.
But there are a few things though that I thought they should have maybe delved deeper into, like when she's sitting there doing the mind control for the first time.
Well, it takes 3 tries.
How did she know in her mind that would even be possible to do?
Well, I'm pretty sure she's heard of the Jedi Mind Tricks.
Let's talk about that when we get to the third act.
Okay.
I say we focus on what's so. I would say I liked how JJ filmed her introduction. I just think it was cool that we got character moments and character beats showing her like daily life. Like we got to see, okay, this is what she does. Like that, let us get to know that character somewhat.
Jason said the new Star Wars blew my mind. Yeah, it was pretty epic.
Okay.
Wow, it blew my load.
Wow. I thought the Fanatic blew your load. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Can't talk too long. I gotta poo.
That is not a good decision, Thomas.
You're mean. You say this. You're blocked now. You get out of here.
You're blocked now. You're blocked.
This podcast is going to take 5 hours.
Okay, what were you saying, Dan, about Rey? Yeah, you can see your daily life.
Yeah. I think that JJ did a really good job. I thought there was some. Real quick, I think JJ did a good directing job this movie. I like JJ's. I feel like his visual eyes for like how to film things, I think are very, very well done. But yeah, I mean, initially when you see Rey, yeah, she's likable. You know, you're like, oh, okay, like this is a character that I can get behind. So,
and on top of that too, Daisy Ridley, who plays Rey, just has like a really likable personality as well, not just for the character itself, but also as in real life. I mean, she seems like she has a really likable personality to her, just like to the character of Rey in Force Awakens. So
very pretty, very pretty.
She's a very, very beautiful actress too. Very cute lady, and things like that. I Daisy Ridley. I've seen her in a few other films as well. Murder.
I bypassed the compressor.
Keith.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what that movie she's going to be doing with Tom Holland. I have no idea what's going on with it. It's getting delayed or something like that.
She likes long staffs.
She sure does.
Yep.
That's something I want to talk about later too. Because
her staff?
Yeah, her staff. I'll just talk about it now. I thought it would have been cool if she would have at some point made a double-bladed lightsaber because she was good with. We saw her skills with the bow. She already had the skills to use a bow staff.
Yeah, to fight. Yeah.
I think that would have been a perfect opportunity for us to see another double-bladed lightsaber.
And it's bullshit too when people say, there's nothing wrong with a strong female character. I thought it was fine when she took on those bandits. Like she took them all on, with her staff. What's wrong with that? Like strong female characters have been in movies for years. It's like it's just the way certain things
and in this franchise as well.
Exactly.
There are strong female characters in many other movies too.
Yeah.
Like you gotta consider the context of the story. Like she lives in the world where there's scavengers, so she's gonna fight off people all the time since a child. So it's like
she would know how to defend herself.
I can't see a good argument all for.
Yeah, but you have
scene.
You just have those idiots, complaining because it's a woman taking the spotlight and she's strong and she knows how to do everything. It's just,
I guess those people haven't seen films like Alien or Aliens.
I mean, like I said, we'll get to that in the third act.
If you want to see a real Mary Sue character, watch the Resident Evil movies. That's a fucking Mary Sue.
Well, that's basically the wife, blowing the director for the part because they're together.
On film.
So, might as well be.
No disrespect to Mila Jovovich, but that's a crap character.
Yeah.
That's what you call. Yeah, she's
that's a fucking Mary Sue. Because everybody in that franchise is useless but her. But I digress.
So is there anything else anyone wants to talk about from Act 1 that they up until the point where
Kylo Ren.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry.
How we kind of
like get up to him in the first act.
Damn.
You get some glimpses of who he really is, which they give clues like the character Max von Sydow plays. He's like you can't run away from your real family. That's why something like that.
Right.
So they get to him like, okay, he's related to somebody.
And I give Adam Driver credit, and I guess I'll say this right off the bat. In the whole trilogy, he's my favorite character, Kylo Ren.
Me too.
He's the best actor.
Definitely.
Right, and that's what I was gonna say. Like when you have, James Earl Jones, when he's sitting there recording dialogue for Vader, James is good because he's able to convey emotions when you can't see his face. And I think Adam Driver did exactly that. Like I loved his delivery of the lines when he has the mask on.
They call him a crybaby, and I don't think, I can understand when he gets mad because he's kind of being pulled apart on certain things. But it's like if something doesn't go his way, you can tell he's struggling with that. So I think there's a good struggle there to identify. I don't think he's a crybaby at all. Like I don't think he's a pussy or anything.
I'll just bring this up right now since you brought it up. I love that. One of my favorite things about this movie was the fact that this is the first time we got to see a character wanting to get to the dark side and struggling to get to the dark side. It's usually, remember Yoda's like, oh, it's easy to get to the dark side. But like Kylo was struggling to get to it. He wanted to go that way, but the light was pulling him the opposite direction. I thought that was very unique and interesting.
Yeah, because when Anakin tried to learn the dark side, he was doing it to save Padme. This is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just like in a way, like this is like Anakin's story done better.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And also something just to mention, which they don't talk about in the movie, you have to know from reading other media, but the reason Kylo Ren's lightsaber is like it is because the kyber crystal is cracked. That's in the lightsaber. Yeah. That's why it doesn't form a full blade like normal lightsabers.
It's uncontrolled.
Yeah, it's
he is. He's uncontrolled. So I guess in the story kind of way it makes sense to have it like that.
Parallels there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Disneyland and
he fucked that up.
He went to Disneyland to make his own lightsaber and he rushed it. That's what happened.
That's like me in the woodshop class back in high school. I didn't do it right. I couldn't even make the elephant trunk light go on.
God.
But yeah, and then pretty much the end of the first act is like the whole Millennium Falcon space not space chase, but like the Jakku chase.
Yeah, right.
Which you get to see Rey struggle a bit trying to fly the Millennium Falcon because no one's flown in years.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first hint, I believe, that we get that she's force sensitive too, because she does that move, and Finn's like, "How'd you do that?" And she's like, "I don't know. I just had this feeling or something."
Mm-hmm.
That's the first sense we get that she's
throughout the movie. It does, like she gets different tingles.
And it was, the first time you get like the first, I guess you say Easter egg, but you first get to see the Millennium Falcon, which got a huge applause in my theater when I saw it.
Yeah. Our theater was definitely into the film, like laughing at the appropriate times. And
out of all three movies, Force Awakens was the best, like reaction wise.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh yeah, I'll get into that when we get into Rise of Skywalker because.
No, we're not.
Yeah, but like the audience, it seems like every year they just get less active. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but.
Because the movies get suckier.
During Last Jedi, no one talked. Everyone was dead. I'm not kidding.
Right.
You want to go on to Act 2?
Act 2.
Act 2.
You want to go to Act 2?
Want to go to Act 2?
When we get reintroduced to Han Solo and Chewbacca.
If I go to Act 2, then I'm gonna have some blue titty milk.
Right, so like Han and Chewie, they recapture the Falcon. They're on like some kind of a smuggling ship. They recapture the Falcon. We're reintroduced to them. So then those characters get to interact with Rey and Poe and Finn.
Well, not Poe.
Ray and Finn and
Monkey.
This is where we kind of find out a little bit more about like Han and like a little bit of story with what happened with Luke and why he's in hiding and why no one knows where he is. And we get the fact that they have part of a map, but not all the map. You get a kind of a short smuggling storyline where smugglers are coming in trying to, get money or kill Han, and they end up escaping there, and then they go to I forget the name of the planet where they're looking for Maz Kanata. Oh, Takudana.
Yeah.
They meet Maz Kanata, who offers assistance to get BB-8 to the Resistance. Rey is drawn to Anakin's original lightsaber. The Kylo Ren's forces come down on. Yep.
This lightsaber.
Can I get some
down? And Leia comes in and saves the day, and Han and Leia reunited. That's pretty much Act 2 there. So Han and Chewie here, they come back into the fray. Like, how did you guys? I mean, like, how did you guys react? And did you think, Harrison Ford did a good job still? And,
I creamed. God, I creamed.
Oh, sorry.
That's another part where the audience cheered when they showed up.
The people next to me, the people in front of me and behind me felt it. No, honestly, it was cool.
I mean, Harrison. I mean, he for as old as he is, he's still got it. I mean, he might be moving slower, but like, I believe that he was Han Solo. Unlike Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where sometimes you're just like,
fuck that movie.
No, I disagree. I think he did fine in Crystal Skull.
Okay.
Well, really?
Yeah.
He
was the problem. He was not the
that one. That was great.
But I mean, like the whole smuggling scene, even though it didn't really add anything to the plot, I'm glad they had it in there because we got to see still the comedy of Han Solo and Chewie together. I just love that, the great dynamic. Like those two characters are always so good together.
Tell that to Conja Club.
What was the second time?
What was the?
That was so funny. Like I'm glad that was in there.
The First Order is looking for that droid and 2 fugitives.
How about you? The moment for me was when he first entered the cockpit again of the Millennium Falcon. He just looks around. He's like, it's like the thing. Like when you go somewhere you haven't been in a long time and you don't even say anything. You just feel like, oh, it's good to be back. Which I like that more than like the whole Chewie, we're home, which was a trailer line, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You like what was the thing you just said? What?
It was better that moment where he goes in the cockpit and just by himself, he just looks around and he's like, he feels good. Like, oh, I'm good.
Oh, more so than when he's like, we're home.
Yeah, like that was his trailer line.
It was a great balance to have new characters introduced and then bring the old character like halfway. I thought that was a great balance to
That's how it should be done, really. If you're gonna pass the torch,
exactly.
You bring in the old characters and I say equal screen time and put them together. And the dynamic worked really well, I thought.
I did. I agree with that. I think having like I said, the mixture of old and new characters is great, and the whole idea with Han and Chewie coming back together is fantastic. They still have that great dynamic duo between chemistry that they did in the original trilogy and things like that. It was just really cool to see Peter Mayhew make an appearance, in the new sequel trilogy before he passed away. And
rest in peace.
Peter Mayhew was greatly missed. A great character as Chewbacca, and that whole, like I said, that whole dynamic that him and Harrison Ford had together is just gold. And it's just like one of the best duos of all time. And you can definitely it really does remind me kind of like the Bill Pullman, John Candy and Spaceballs. It was like the same kind of thing, great, and that one had great chemistry as well. So Chewie and Han, fantastic chemistry. Even after all these years, they still have it down to a T. And it was just cool to see them make an appearance in the new sequel trilogy. It was just really nice to see on the big screen.
I would say my only huge problem with the second act is the CGI effects of those octopus creatures.
The raptors.
That felt like it didn't really.
I thought it was okay. It didn't look too bad.
That's the only one that's kind of stood out in a bad way. The effects in the movies. And this one.
It didn't bother me. I could see what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, it's like that because I don't know, like creatures like that it's hard to pull off a good special effect. But it just felt like more. It felt like more like Men in Black or something like that.
Good.
Than Star Wars.
But yeah, after that scene, unless you guys have anything else to add, that's when they go to the cantina where Maz Kanata is.
That's another throwback to New Hope.
Yeah, I would say for me personally, this is probably the one scene in this movie that I feel like it slows the pacing down slightly. I feel like it wasn't paced out as well here with Maz Kanata's introduction, and like Finn doesn't want to be there anymore. Remember, he's like, he wants to keep running, and Reyes doesn't want, she wants to keep fighting the fight. I mean, Maz Kanata, I mean, she was fine. I can't say I have anything against that character. You guys thoughts?
She's mysterious. I kind of would have liked to know more about her within the other movies, but like I said, we'll get to that.
Right.
The only thing we know about her is that she knows about the Force and she really likes Wookiees.
Yeah, right. But that's not enough because
somehow she can because of her, she can I don't know. Remember how she can figure things out? She does the thing with her
goggles. Yeah.
Let's go over the big thing, the lightsaber.
Right.
So she found the lightsaber, or she had people find it for her, and she's got it in the basement, and that's the same one that Luke dropped. So here again, they're building up a story, and
that's another issue I have.
He's not saying it. He's just saying he's not saying there's an issue yet.
Well, I have an issue with that.
You have an issue with them presenting that?
No, saying them addressing, where'd you find it? Well, that's a story for another time. Which, if you have an answer for it, just answer it. Stop bullshitting. Don't even
they didn't have anything.
That's what.
Don't even ask the question.
Well, but the fans would ask, and that's the thing.
That's a JG thing to do because he's done that in his past.
Oh yeah,
But see, it's not like that's not important. That is important because that lightsaber has been through a lot of wars and a lot of great,
it fell from the fucking clouds. So.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna address it. Don't half-ass it.
Well, that's the thing. JJ did a lot of setting up in this movie that we'll get to the other movies. Have gotten answers for it.
But I mean, they could have just answered it in this movie anyway.
Well, like you said this exactly, and it's totally true, J.J. Abrams. He sets up these great scenarios, and then he's always like, "We'll figure that out later." Like that's really how.
Or he says like, "Oh, we'll leave the audience up to like to decide."
I still think if he would have if you directed Last Jedi, it probably would have been answered.
Yeah, but it could have been answered with one line, just one line.
Okay, yeah, but I think it's better to build it up because it could have been something cool, like I don't know.
And I think
Lando, you could have said Lando found it and give it to Maz, and they kept it.
That was something people were talking about. Like when you look at the theater, people were like, yeah, like what's that was like. I think
we haven't seen that saber since Empire.
I think that was. Yeah. I think in a sense it was smart for him to leave that because maybe they were going to do something big with it.
Yeah. And that was Anakin's saber too. So
right.
But again, I mean, yeah, it's kind of one of those things.
Did you guys like the flashback?
Yeah.
Vision.
Oh,
I
didn't mind it.
When she touched the lightsaber.
Where we heard and saw clips here.
Yeah.
In this, you mean when he grabs the saber? Yeah, I mean, well, for one, again, let's talk about setups. We see the Knights of Ren, I believe, for the first time at this point.
Yes.
And you're just like, whoa, who are these guys? Mm-hmm. Like behind Kylo Ren. Okay, here's another like cool group of people. Like, what's
and they recorded dialogue with Ewan, right?
So no, definitely like intriguing. Like okay, this is cool. And then of course that's when the First Order shows up, and then you get to see Finn use the lightsaber for the first time. Now, if I'm not mistaken, no, I shouldn't say that because Han Solo did use the lightsaber to cut open the tauntaun.
Yeah, but not to actually fight.
Right. So this is the first time I think we're seeing. Well, firstly, I gotta say when he lit that lightsaber, it was awesome. I mean, just to see the light. I mean, you're talking Act 2 is the first time we're seeing the lightsaber. That was cool.
I can get past him. I can get past Finn. Anybody can take a sword and go to somebody and start swinging. Anybody can do that just because you're not professionally trained. Right. If you watch the fight between Finn fighting that stormtrooper, he's sloppy. He sucks. He's all sloppy.
He does more defensive moves.
To me, that makes sense because you wouldn't be all choreographed like, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like he it's fine. I don't understand why people were like, oh, he's not trained in a saber. I can go over and pick a sword up and start. If someone else had a sword, I'd be like this. I'd probably get my ass kicked, but I'd still, see, just like that with that face too.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly right. I will say I did have one for this scene. There was one thing even when we were first watching it. It did. I don't want to use the word bothered me, but I was like, well, how is this happening? I didn't like that stormtrooper had a lightsaber blocking weapon. Like, why on earth would he have that ready to use?
Maybe it's a new kind of weapon the new stormtroopers are being trained for.
Think about it. We haven't seen a Jedi in 30 plus years at this point, or 30 years. Well, we haven't, but the fact that
but it's one of those things.
That weapon, how did he know there was going to be? How did he know there was going to be a lightsaber that he would need to block?
Brad's talking about JJ doing the whole thing. I think.
No, but they had 3 different directors planned out for the 3 films.
Yeah, it was JJ,
Ryan Johnson, and Colin Trevorrow.
They didn't have a plan to begin with.
I mean, I didn't have a story plan, but they had 3 different guys set up to do the 3 different films. It wasn't going to be JJ, but that's a whole different discussion of who should direct it.
Yeah, because I want to.
Yeah, let's get.
Yeah, but the Finn fight, I agree with you. It's fine. I agree with Rob. It's fine.
Yeah. But that was a major complaint, though. Even more than Rey, it was even a more.
I like how that stormtrooper he fights because at the beginning of the movie, Finn he sees a stormtrooper in front of him die, and that kind of causes him to not want to be stormtrooper. That's kind of the last straw for him, I guess. Sure. And he fights this guy. He's killing stormtroopers left and right. Holy, did he grow up with these guys, or were they just assholes to him? That's one thing.
But that shows how we already know that they're taken as children and
yes,
right, and they're trained. So it's when that stormtrooper comes out, I think he does. I don't know if he says the word, but he's like, "You traitor."
Yeah, traitor.
Yeah. So yeah, you got these, brainwashed, if you want to say it, like these guys that, like, well, okay, I'm gonna defend myself. This guy's trying to kill me.
Like, you see him like go up to a stormtrooper and just stabs him in the chest. Like, I guess the other guys were like bullies to him, or maybe they picked on him or something. You know.
Oh, one other. Okay, the first joke.
Captain Phasma.
Whoa, God, we haven't even talked about her.
I liked her.
Well, but Captain Phasma was freaking awesome, but she
looked cool, but
she was
just like Boba Fett, doing nothing with the character.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to the third act with what happens to her, but also in this scene when Han uses Chewie's gun for the first time ever, and he's like, I like this thing. Like, I didn't like that. I thought that was cringeworthy. I didn't like that.
That felt like
that was just like it was just to add comedy. That's all.
But yeah,
it felt like a fanboy writing like fan fiction jokes like that.
Han never went anywhere without his blaster. He always talked about him and his blaster. So it's like, the only reason he did is just for
Woody Harrelson giving that damn blaster. Goddamn.
But yeah, you tell me in the 40+ years he's known Chewie, not one time has he been like, oh, let me fire that Chewie. Like,
that's
what I'm saying. It was like for him to be like, oh, let me see that for the first time.
When Chewie got hurt, I was kind of like, oh my God,
I cried.
It felt like fan service kind of thing. I agree. Like, no, not Chewie. He's my favorite character.
This is obviously
Tangent Club's my favorite.
These are nitpicks, okay? I wanted to point out those two nitpicks though, right there.
Right. Okay. I wanted to say like I love the cantina, the Maz Kanata's cantina. Like, I like how it's not exactly the same as the Maz. Yeah. Because like in the Mos Eisley cantina, it's like like they say in the original movie, like it's a rough place. Like there's fights, it's dangerous in there. Not that one. But like in this one, it's the opposite. It's like more chill. It's more relaxed. Like that, What?
Where the prostitutes? He said, "Where are the prostitutes?" That one girl might have been one sitting with that fat slob.
Oh yeah.
Might have been one. She was doing him.
Let's talk about so Kylo and Rey have their first confrontation in the forest.
Yes.
And I thought that was cool because Kylo totally he had everything under control in that whole scene. Like she's running and shooting blasters, he's blocking it. Then he like force holds her hand down so she can't lift the blaster and then knocks her out.
Which is a cool new power that we haven't really seen in the movies yet.
Oh, you mean like where he holds someone still?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. So I thought that was realistic. Like that's how that scene should have went. Like.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, like that's also again like to my point. Like, how's Rey Mary Sue when she doesn't win every fucking fight or any confrontation? Like Kylo clearly beats her in that, and kidnaps her. So. Yeah. That doesn't happen. I'm saying that doesn't happen. Whatever.
I mean, it would nice for her to get some training, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
So what else happens? Okay, so
we see Leia.
Poe and Leia show back up. So,
wait. We haven't talked about when Han and Leia first meet.
So like Leia comes and rescues, and Poe. We see he did not die. So he comes back into the fray. But yeah, here's our introduction now to Leia for the first time.
Another part where people cheered.
Yes. Yep. People did cheer at this point. C-3PO and with his red arm.
Another thing. That's another thing. Like why did he even bother having him have a red arm? If whatever.
Here's why I didn't have a problem with that. He's always had a silver leg, and that was never explained either. I just think it's like, okay, when you have a part that goes bad, you have to replace it with what you have. So
it's been 40 years. So.
I was totally okay with that.
Okay, well, it's like one of those things. Like it's another JJ-ism.
Well, no, but what about New Hope? How come no one was like, why does he have a silver leg?
I never noticed it.
I don't think
because they don't say it. Because they don't say, "Hey, look, I have a silver leg." And this one was like, "Hey, you haven't recognized me. I have a red arm." Well, why do you have red arm? I don't know.
No, that's a good. I think that's a good joke. Like, oh, you wouldn't have recognized me because I've read our arm.
Of course, we recognize it because it was in all the photos and all that shit. We pay attention to some more details like that now.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the character. He says it to Han, like, "Oh, you probably wouldn't have recognized me," which is the joke is, of course, he's gonna recognize you.
Uh-huh.
So
and you know what?
You...
It's funny that you mentioned Crystal Skull a bit earlier because, like, when I first saw this when they reunited, I compared it to the scene where Indiana Jones reunited with Marion, and how this one was done right because that one was a lot more corny, very sitcom-y, and this one's like I felt genuine.
How did you guys feel Carrie Fisher did coming back to the role?
Like Thomas, what did you think seeing Han and Carrie together, or Harrison and Carrie together for the first time?
I mean, it was bittersweet to say the least. It was really nice to see Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher back together again. Now knowing that Carrie Fisher's passed away now, it was really cool, to see Han and Leia back together on the big screen again. And I still think Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher still had that dynamic between the two of them. And also, like overall, it was just really cool to see both of these on the big screen again. So I definitely say I really give that scene a big thumbs up. How about you?
I agree. It was cool.
Yeah, and I like the hug Chewie gives Leia.
Yeah,
I think overall with all the main characters, like all the main old characters coming back, worked very, very well. Han and Chewie and Leia. I mean, they all worked very well together. It was, like I said, Dan said, I think mentioned this earlier, it was a really great, well balanced mixture of old characters with new characters, and I think this is what makes this film work really, really well overall. I mean, they balance the new characters along with the classic characters that you come to love and know in the old trilogy. So I think overall it just mixes in very, very well. So that's definitely a big plus for the movie.
It was like seeing old family members you haven't seen in a long time.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I wanted more of that,
Like this is more like these characters, like the old characters, like of Han and Luke and Chewie and Leia, like these.
They forgot two people to bring back.
See, they did it right with them two. It's just like that's why I have a major problem.
Where's Lando?
Like I said, Lando, yeah, but this is why I have a major problem with what they did with Luke, and this is another reason that I think is valid because it's true. It's not like Luke wasn't a main character, for crying out loud.
Right, he was the hero.
He was the hero, and it's like. I feel like a hero's journey is never really complete.
See, the thing is, like, okay, so at this point in the movie, we all know Luke has run away. They're looking for him, all that. Like, at the time when it was just this movie, did you like that, or would you have problems with that? Because Jakey came up with the story about Luke vanishing, so it's like.
Did I have a problem with him vanishing?
Yeah.
No, I just the outcome. Well,
we don't know why. We don't know. We don't know that he went into hiding per se. All we know is that the Jedi Temple got destroyed by Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren killed all of the students. 4 of the students joined him, and Luke ran off to do something.
The reason why the temple was destroyed and all that stuff, I don't like. But the fact that Luke went away to find the original Jedi texts and to go on the island. In this movie, I didn't mind it at all, but I thought it was intriguing. But then, like I said,
and I'll say this: I was okay with Luke's lack of screen time in this movie, but only because when I'm sitting there watching the movie, I wasn't like it. In the back of my mind, I was enjoying the movie enough. I wasn't ever like, man, where's Luke? Like I wasn't thinking that. I feel like if I was thinking that, then it wasn't a good movie. But also, I feel like, in a sense, like just like with the lightsaber, it was good build-up to maybe like Luke having an awesome arc in the second movie, because that's what I felt when this movie ended was going to be the case. Like, because when he shows up with India, it's like, oh shit, now the ship's going to go down. Like here's Luke. So that at this time, I was okay with him,
right?
Not being a big part in this movie at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sadly, that wasn't going to be the case in The Last Jedi.
Well,
then-
at this point, why did you think he ran away, though? What was your mindset going on? Like, why would you run?
See, again, at this point, I feel like they were. I guess I didn't need an answer because I thought it would be answered in the next movie.
Well,
So
it was, but choose the answer you're looking for. It wasn't the answer. It wasn't the answer you were looking for.
That's the thing. Like, there was a lot of setup in this movie, a lot of setup for this. And when you assume they're going to answer these questions. So at the time, I wasn't like, well, they didn't answer that. I was just like, okay, well, we'll figure it out. You know?
Right.
So at the time, it was okay. There was a lot of setup.
And they do explain, though. I like how they do have talk every now and then, like when Han's like, yeah, I knew Luke, and like the Force is all real. Like all that stuff's great. Like that's the great storytelling there. And that's, again, more build-up for when we see him at the end. So,
anyone want to add anything more to Act 2 before we go to the final act?
Oh, the only thing is really like the Snoke and was it General Hux?
Yeah, I guess we haven't talked too much about them.
They were good. They were good in this movie.
I mean, Snoke was
interesting.
He was interesting, but again, like you're just like, okay, who is this guy? Oh, okay. Well, they didn't go into much. We know he's obviously a very powerful something. And then Hux,
Supreme Leader. That's what he is.
Yeah, I really like the dynamic between Hux and Kylo Ren. Like very opposite from Tarkin and Vader. Tarkin and Vader were on the same page. You could totally see that in that movie. These guys are not on the same page.
No,
which again is not
they're
like
rivals.
So.
It's like two jocks fighting in high school.
Yeah, and the funny thing is you know, Hux knows how powerful Kylo Ren is, but since Snoke is his boss, you can tell Hux could give a shit like about Kylo Ren's power.
Yeah, he just takes like orders from Snoke.
Yeah, like Hux was like, "Fuck you, Kylo!" Like you see it on his face like all the time, like right in his face. Like I thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll get into the third act. That's where you get the. Well, actually, you know what though? In the second act, they revealed the planet killer, which.
Oh yeah, the new Death Star, pretty much.
The new Death Star, which honestly.
I was going in with the third act, but okay.
We kind of like talked about this when we talked about Return of the Jedi. How like another Death Star. This one it just feels redundant. That's another problem I have with this movie.
This was my main gripe. I don't know. Yeah, this was the thing to me that stuck out the most. That I was like, really? No, I was just like, okay.
You couldn't come up with anything else.
Yeah, I didn't have an emotional connection to the end battle where they're like in this whole space battle.
Yeah, me too.
Thing we've seen before, so I just was like, okay.
It's basically an upgraded version. It could destroy more planets at once, and it feeds off the sun, and you can actually live on it on the outside of it rather than like a moon base.
Yeah, there's trees and snow and everything.
It was different. It was different than the Death Star. I'll give it that, but it still was the same. Like
it was a Death Star on steroids.
We got to fly inside of it, find this thermal oscillator, and then destroy that, and then the shield will go down, and there you go, boom.
I mean, I just feel like even like when they're talking about in the third act, talking about like how we're going to destroy it. It's like, yeah, there's always a way. We'll find a way. It's like they don't even have a fucking plan.
I would think after the other things were destroyed that they would actually make some kind of default, something to actually not let that happen. Then
they never fucking learn. It's like poetry, it rhymes.
Yeah. Well.
So Starkiller Base and like so they need to knock out the shield generator on the planet so that they can take out the Starkiller Base pretty much. But also they need to rescue Rey. So these are the storylines going on at this point.
That's the more interesting one.
Right. So you have you got Finn, Solo, Chewie, going after Rey. And Kylo Ren, he's trying to get information out of Rey. She somehow is able to fight him at this point. She escapes.
Which is the first time you see Kylo Ren's face.
Right, yeah, because she's take her. I don't even remember. I think he takes it off on his own.
Like when you're talking.
But yeah, I just want to generally say this is, of course, they she escapes. They all come together. There's a confrontation between Kylo and Solo. Solo is killed. It leads to a forced battle where Rey finally gets the lightsaber. There's a battle. She defeats him in battle. They take off. Kind of the end of the movie. I know I glazed over, but now we can kind of talk about the whole act that we liked and didn't like. So I think we pretty much covered the Starkiller battle. We all kind of were just like, okay.
Unless you Thomas or Rob, you guys disagree. I don't know. For me, it just felt like just another Death Star. It felt like
third act, the whole taking the space battle to take out
the space battle. Yeah, I just felt like the normal thing.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really seem like anything like oh my god, like
To be honest, I think Rogue One had a better space battle.
Yes.
I will totally admit, besides A New Hope, like Rogue One has the best space battle because they had we got to get from point A, B, and C. It wasn't just have a battle and take this out. It was like they had things they had to do to make it work. And that
I don't know. Phantom Menace space battle was pretty epic.
I know you're kidding.
No, this is power racing.
Let's try spinning. That's a cool move.
Wow.
Well, I thought I had more fun with that than the Force Awakens space battles, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like the Force Awakens space battles were kind of just ordinary.
And this is going to be a common trend with this trilogy. The space battles lack fun.
It's hard it's something that's already been done. It's hard to.
They gotta come up with something besides we got to take out this big weapon. I think that's the thing. So okay. How about
the better half of the third act is the Kylo, Han, Rey stuff.
Oh yeah. So what do you think about when they shut the shield off? Of course, this is Phasma's last scene. There's no, they're like, oh, we're gonna put her in a trash compactor, and then you just.
I thought that was
callback. I thought that's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
But it's like, okay, so is that what they did?
I'm in charge, Phasma. I'm in charge.
Because I assumed they killed her.
Yeah.
I mean,
trash compactor. They even killed her.
But
is that monster in there too?
The only reason she came back though is because she was a popular character. Actually, her action figure was one of the most popular sold.
Right.
Yeah. I actually two of them right here.
People love bounty hunter type stormtrooper.
I'll admit, I thought she was awesome because she was like a stormtrooper leader.
Yeah, at least she did have more. Well, I don't know. Did she have more?
No, she didn't. Not in Last Jedi. She's actually in it less, I think. I was
talking about overall.
Boba Fett had the most screen time, I'd say, in Return of the Jedi or Empire, because he loaded Solo on
the same. It's around the same, honestly.
Yeah.
About the same, maybe. I don't know.
All right. So let's get to this. This is where I think we're going to have some interesting stuff. So when Rey escapes the chair,
no issues.
Bob brought this up, and you know what's funny? I never thought about. I will say this. It never occurred to me until he brought this up. How did she know? How did she know to do that? And I honestly, I have to agree.
People, if people have heard about Jedis and the Force, they should know. They've probably heard about Jedi mind tricks and lightsabers and all that.
But the only Jedi who did that we know of is Obi-Wan. Luke never. I don't think Luke ever did
Qui-Gon.
No, Luke did do it. Luke did it in Return of the Jedi.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael, I don't think at this point though, with Jedi being wiped out, think about this. Every time in these movies when the Jedi are brought up, everyone's like, "What? What? Oh, that's real!" They don't even believe that it's real.
Yeah, but they've heard about the stories, though. It's one of the things they've heard about them.
I would say it's definitely possible that she heard that the Jedi could use mind tricks, but for her to be untrained and be able to do that, I just don't know.
That's why it takes her 3 tries to have it work.
Yeah, and that was what my initial thing was too.
That's not the problem. I don't mind that she took 3 tries. My thing is, how did she come up with the idea to do?
Well, it's like she has the conversation with Maz Kanata. You gotta the Force is she does the same speech. The Force surrounds us, binds us. You gotta let it in. You gotta
I get that.
But that's what she did in the 3rd try. She calmed down. She closed her eyes. She took a breath. And then she tried to.
I think it's a valid point though. I really do. I mean, you.
I see what you're saying.
explain it, but
it's not like a huge issue. It's just I would have preferred if maybe she would have gotten some training on it or something. Just something.
And it's funny because like I never thought about that. Like I never had an issue with that scene.
It's
When
more
you
like
brought
a
it up,
nitpick,
I was like, well, that's true. I'm like, that is kind of true.
And the stormtrooper that she does it to is Daniel Craig, which is kind of funny.
To be fair, we don't even know how Obi-Wan was trained to do that. I mean, we never saw it.
I think I think the Jedi are trained in certain things.
Yeah,
that's a good.
But like I said, that would be off screen. We don't even know or even heard about that kind of training. So it's like, I guess you could just.
Well, it's like the Jedi mind trick. Since it's, I don't know. I always feel like that's one of the ones that Jedi's don't really use that much because it's like, I don't know.
It's only used on the weak-minded, but
yeah, that's what true stormtroopers are. They're weak-minded.
Right.
Yeah.
Clones, but these, yeah.
See, if she did it fine with just one try, I wouldn't go like, wait, what the fuck? But
that wasn't my issue. It took her 3 tries. That's understandable. But
and that was good. I mean, like I liked that. I thought that was actually kind of funny because when she first tried it, there's like a pause. Like you're like, oh. And the stormtrooper's like, I'm going to tighten those straps. And you're just like, whoa, okay.
I mean, somebody's got to start somewhere. If you're force sensitive,
50 Shades of Star Wars.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's not.
It's
one
a
of those things. Yeah.
And yeah, so like when she escapes, it's like, of course, Kylo.
That's not how the Force works.
Yeah. When Kylo finds out, he even says, oh, she's growing stronger.
Yeah.
Or she's being more in tune with it. But
yes.
This all leads to the bridge scene with Han and Kylo Ren. So a kid behind us started to be like,
really?
Yeah. He was bawling his eyes.
In my theater, I was that kid crying.
Really?
Yeah. First when he gets stabbed, because the whole scene is great. Like the whole time I'm watching the first time, I'm like, fuck no, please don't kill him, please don't kill him, please don't kill him. And then when he gets stabbed, I literally yelled out loud. I was like, no!
I didn't think they had the balls to do it, but
I'm glad. I feel like they had to, honestly.
Honestly, I wish they would have kept him because
it's the only reason Harrison Ford agreed to do it.
I know, but I think story-wise, I think having a scene with Luke, Leia, and him together would have benefited everybody.
No, I totally agree. Like that was a missed opportunity. Like if somehow they could have done that and then killed him off, I think that was.
They should have just killed him off in the 3rd movie. I think they should have had him be in the other films.
Or the 2nd one
with Landon or Lando. Landon.
Which I didn't realize until like after I saw it and I was when I was going home. I was like, I kind of sunk in like, fuck, the original 3 are not gonna be together. God damn it.
Yeah, but like I get it and I agree with you guys. But I get it from a story point perspective. That is what Kylo needed to do.
Yes, I agree with that.
Then again, he still had his mother, which was still pulling him to the light. So it's almost kind of like a double-edged sword. Like
he probably figured it wouldn't matter, but then it did. By the way, when Chewie screams out and then goes all ballistic, and I love that he got a shot on Kylo because the rest of the movie, Kylo's injured. He's like bleeding, like
He's basically, I never even liked you, little shit. Like I was thinking, like probably like Chewie was that kind of uncle that hated his nephew.
It would have been awesome if Chewie went down there and just strangled that little fucker.
Yeah. Chewie, it will get to this. Chewie's the one that suffers the most in this whole trilogy.
Yeah.
Poor Chewie.
What did you think about the execution of that scene? Like
Han's death?
Yeah.
I felt like when he threw him, like he felt like, God damn it, you can't even bury the guy.
All to do to kill him.
His body's gone forever.
Thomas, like I didn't think they'd have the balls. I thought maybe he would get hurt.
Once he said, Ben, I knew that was it.
Well, and then how about the fact that when he's talking to Han, I love the dialogue. How he's like,
yes,
can you help me do it? But Han's thinking go to the light side, but Kylo's thinking, can you help me go to the dark?
Yes.
That's really what he was thinking in that scene, is what I took from it anyway.
And that's what the audience was probably trying to figure out too. Like,
right. And then of course the Star Killer base is
my heart was racing like,
oh,
don't kill him, he's gonna kill him, isn't he?
Yeah. Good scene.
It was a powerful scene.
It kind of sucks. Also, it kind of sucks though that now all these characters will not be in like the same scene together, because like
that's what I mean.
I feel like that's a nice fan right there.
That's my point on passing the torch. I think fans need at least some closure when you start up these characters again. I don't think they should throw them away so fast. I think they need to work on that, like a snowball rolling down the hill. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm thinking probably that JJ was trying to convince Harrison Ford to stay, but Harrison Ford was like, no, one and done.
Yeah, I know Harrison doesn't like them.
Yeah, I think he only agreed. He was like, I'll come back if you kill me. That was basically what he said. He didn't, of course, we talked
which,
about
you know what, though? His performance was better in the one in The Return of the Jedi.
Harrison's?
Yes.
His performance was what?
Was better.
Better here?
No.
In Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi, his performance was better. The Return of the Jedi.
He didn't really have much to do in Return of the Jedi.
That's the thing. He was like there for comedy relief in Return of the Jedi only.
Mostly.
But that's why he told George Lucas, he's like, my character needs to die. He's like, I got nothing going on. George, it'd be powerful for the other characters, and George.
Yeah, and he was like we said, like he was originally supposed to die in Empire.
Yeah.
And
right.
Lucas went against that.
That's my favorite Han performance.
You can't die. It's my story.
That's my favorite Han performance. Harrison Ford is Empire.
Empire, yes, it is.
That's why it's still my favorite Star Wars film.
But yeah, you get to the final battle, right?
Right. So we're at the pretty much end of the movie now, and of course, Finn takes up the lightsaber first. Now, how did you guys? I want to even get to Rey yet. Like, did you think Finn should have been able to stand toe to toe with Kylo? Like, did you have a problem with that?
I don't think he really did.
No, because
one-sided.
Two reasons.
He got a couple.
Yeah, he got a couple hits.
Two reasons. One, Kylo was hurt. Like he got shot by Chewie and he was bleeding.
Yeah.
And he was an emotional wreck. He just killed his dad, so he's kind of like conflicted. He's kind of like his mind is not in the right place.
And Finn was floppy. Predictable with Kylo. You know, Kylo, he knows all these moves and whatever he was trained. But Finn just blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like unpredictable. So
and like I said before, Kylo, not Kylo, Finn, his fighting maneuvers is more defensive, not really offensive. He's blocking.
Yeah. Really. Which is what he learns as a stormtrooper. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Well,
I like the thing he does, like.
Oh yeah, because he's like angry, but when he sliced Finn up the back, that was devastating.
Well, you can tell he's hurting when he goes like this because he's trying to.
Yeah.
He's
probably in pain. Rush, right?
He's probably in pain.
Oh, in the like lightsaber, like he's Kylo's lightsaber, which I like it's like the old traditional like knight sword.
Thing. Yeah, it's a sword. Yeah,
he uses that to like burn Finn's shoulder, which I like.
Yeah, Finn gets mad.
Then when he slices him up the back,
yeah,
he should be a paraplegic.
He's lucky to even be walking.
Okay. Chewie and Finn are the ones that suffer the most in this trilogy.
Well, so then we see. So now Rey and Kylo have their lightsaber battle, and yeah, people had issues with that being like, how would she have been able to stand toe to toe with them?
The Force.
But the Force isn't your skilled lightsaber, just like Count Dooku said.
That's a good point.
Count Dooku's like, we're not going to decide this with the skill with the Force with the skill with the lightsaber. Those are two different things.
Lightsaber is actually a trained skill. Like you can't.
Right. Those are two different things.
And you can pick one up, but that doesn't mean you're a good fighter with it.
But if you guys notice in that scene, Rey's not really fighting that good until she like lets the Force in.
Right. But we're saying that they're really kind of separate things.
But again, like Kylo's he's still bleeding out and he's still an emotional
Yeah,
wreck.
he's in a weakened state. I think if he was,
And he's not fully trained. Yeah, like Snoke says, the guy he hasn't finished his training.
Yeah, and I mean, full honesty, I did not have a problem with it, but when people bring it up, I feel like it's a valid point.
well, I mean, okay, so Rey has had, I wouldn't say training. She knows how to fight.
Right,
she knows how to fight. So whether it's a bow or a lightsaber, I can see her maneuvers being the same. With that being said, she hasn't been trained in the Jedi Ions, like as far as techniques there, which Kylo has been trained like that.
Well, not just go ahead, but not get ahead of ourselves. But the third movie kind of answers that.
Yeah. Well, but in this movie,
that was not a thing at this point.
I know, but it's just saying like
people speculated that though.
Sure.
Because of her moves.
Right.
She did a lot of moves that you know who did.
Yes. And also she's not also like concentrated to like that well either.
You know what I wish?
She has a lot.
I know Mark Hamill said the same thing. The part where the saber's in the snow and Kylo reaches for it and it goes past him. Luke was hoping that part would be Luke to catch the saber and he fights Kylo.
I thought that was gonna happen when I first saw it.
That's what I thought.
Well, that's awesome.
Mark Hamill, if you watch him in interviews, he was saying that. When he was reading the scene, he's like, "Oh yes, here's my introduction." He's like, "Oh man," like you can see when he says that, he's all disappointed. But that was what he wanted to originally go with, and I think that would have been a powerful scene.
And here's the thing. You would have loved
Then
that.
again, that would have taken away from Rey.
That's exactly.
Wait a minute. Okay.
No, that is exactly what Disney was thinking. They are trying to get this new group started. So
but
that's why.
That's the point of having Luke still be a badass, but at the same time training Rey in the next movie, getting her all going, and then Luke can do his thing while she's doing her thing. To me, that passes the torch a lot better than what we got.
I mean, that's a good point. I would agree.
That still goes with Jedi Master and then Padawan. It kind of flows with that.
This isn't your granddaddy's Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Thomas, did you have any issues with the Rey knowing how to fight with the lightsaber?
No. I pretty much just go along with you guys said. I don't really have much of issues with anything. I mean, I thought it was fine the way it was and things like that. I mean, I didn't really seem to have any issues with that part of the movie.
See, for me, I didn't have an issue with that because I felt by that point, Rey grabbing the lightsaber with the Force felt earned.
Yeah, it did.
So it's like,
yeah,
it's her story. It's her story.
It was a cool scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
be it Rey or Luke grabbing the saber, I think it was cool either way.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely do agree. Definitely.
Well, that pretty much takes to the very end scene where,
first of all, why didn't Chewie hug?
Oh,
why didn't
Chewie
hug Leia?
Yeah, J.J. Abrams has said that was his biggest regret of that movie.
One of those things like,
that.
It's like, dude, you're filming the scene. Obviously, the damn Wookiee's walking past her, and how many fucking takes? Like, come on, use your brain.
Exactly. At least he admitted he made it.
That's fair enough.
When I first saw the movie, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, me too. Because you're in the moment.
So yeah, it is kind of one of those afterthought things. But so R2 now comes back, and he's got the other half of this map. Okay, right?
Yes. Yeah. He was sleeping the whole time.
Right. So my thoughts at this point are, he's been in shutdown on purpose until this other part of the map can come, because that's exactly what we don't really. He came back, he booted back up, and there's no explanation. My theory was always, well, because the other part of the map was there in the room.
Well, he did have it, but it's just like R2 was shut down still.
No,
until the very end.
I'm talking about the full map. Like
I know, but like BB-8 had the piece, and they looked at it like, oh, we're still incomplete. Like, and then like at the very end, he wakes up and says like, "Oh, like I got the piece." Like this whole time, motherfucker. What the hell?
Well, timing wise, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because BB-8 had been there for at least a day, maybe.
You're fired, R2.
Yeah. But then we get the whole.
We're fired, Bernard.
We get the last scene of Rey going right to Act 2, and then the movie ends. And of course, it left you wanting more. But I mean, in a good way. Like I was like, oh shit. Like in my mind, I'm like, okay, holy shit, the next movie is gonna be like Luke. Like
it was cool to see Luke. I mean, at least for one scene.
Yeah.
I remember like my reaction was like, because we didn't see him in the trailers at all, so we didn't really know how he looked like. And my reaction was the typical reaction, like, "Oh my god, he's old."
Man, he didn't have to say anything. He didn't have any.
That actually was kind of jarring the first time. Like, you're not even gonna say anything.
And I will admit, like at the end of the movie, I was just like, "Oh, we're just gonna get Luke at the end here." Like when he showed up, I was like, "Oh crap!" I'm like, "Just at the end." Oh.
Yeah, I think he should have showed up earlier, but that's just me.
Yeah,
but
I'm actually with Rob on that one.
Again, this movie's a setup. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Sadly, the next one,
So like, okay, so like the overall, unless you guys want to add anything else.
Nope, I think that's it.
I
like overall. It seems like we're on the same page. We enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely a really good start to the sequel.
With flaws, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. It was a good comeback.
The score, I would say this is the sequel trilogy. This is the best score that John Williams did.
Oh, 100% agree.
Because I felt he brought his A game.
Yeah, it's definitely the most memorable.
I felt that's it. Because again, not to get ahead of myself, but there's not one memorable score in Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker.
Fuck no.
It's only the score, like only scores like I have in other movies or in this one that he reuses.
Yeah, I will say there was a piece of music that I liked in Rise of Skywalker that they played twice, but
was it Rey's theme, Kylo's theme especially? I like that a lot. Like those two are the ones that stand out the most.
Yeah,
the new tracks.
Something I know I think we're done with this movie, but I do want to point out that Alex brought this up, and it is totally true that Disney had set up these 3 directors already for this trilogy movie. And also, I want to point this out, and we'll probably talk about it more, but I think Disney went the complete opposite of what Warner Brothers was doing with the DC films, and that Warner Brothers was like, had their hands in everything that the directors were doing. Disney has already admitted, like, they just were like, they're like, okay, do what you want with the director and do what you want. So that's why these movies feel so jarring when you watch this trilogy.
Right.
They didn't monitor the connectivity of these movies like the prequels did and that the original trilogy did.
Well, there was a lot of writers and stuff being fired, I think.
But in Solo, there's a lot of behind the scenes. Solo
was like the most expensive Star Wars movie
because they had to like film the whole thing again.
Yeah. This film made like what, $2 billion?
Yeah, it ended up making $2 billion.
This was the highest grossing domestic.
To this day, all time. It surpassed Avatar, and at the time it was the biggest opening weekend till the 2. Infinity War and Endgame came out.
Yeah.
Nearly doubled. But yeah, overall, we like The Force Awakens, right?
Definitely.
I thought that went well. What did you guys like the?
Yeah,
how did you feel? I mean, it did go long, but how did you feel about how the talking was?
I feel like it was a really good. It was really good flow. I think everybody got their fair share.
Since we're
like that way,
it flows better. Since we're so passionate, it takes longer.
Well, the thing is, I felt like it flowed. It flowed better because I'm trying to say that it flowed better because that way, when one person goes first, we're not interrupting them, and then
we're still interrupting.
No, I'm saying like it kind of turns into this like old big conversation with like one person goes and then the next person goes. I feel like when we all talk at the same time, it's better that way we can get all of our thoughts in at the same time and we can like compare and contrast and things.
It's more of a discussion than anything.
Yeah.
I definitely say. Now, would you recommend also doing this on the best and worst of on the next stream or?
I know we're gonna do the typical like. You go number five.
Yeah, I think the list videos we should probably go on our own.
Yeah, we're not talking about the same stuff a lot of times.
Yeah. So we had to wait 2 years. But in between we got a spin-off film, but we're not gonna talk about that right now. So yeah, this time we got episode 8, The Last Jedi, directed by Rian Johnson.
This is your favorite, right?
Holy shit! This is the one. This is the one we've been dreading to get, right?
Rian Johnson was. I'll tell you what. Rian Johnson was playing with his Johnson while filming this.
Okay.
Oh.
And this one he solely wrote. Like Force Awakens, JJ and Lawrence Kasdan and his Lawrence Kasdan's son.
Ryan Little Johnson.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got a little.
So, and this is the one out of all the Disney Star Wars films. This is the one that had like no behind the scenes like trouble. Like there was like 100% confidence in this one. Where like in Force Awakens there was some, maybe a little bit. Rogue One there was with the third act. There was reshoots. Solo fucked up, and then Rise of Skywalker. We'll get to that. But this one, like there was so much confidence going in, and well.
It got fucked up.
I guess you could say it's safe to say that it's the most divisive Star Wars film.
Really quick. When you mentioned music, John Williams doing the music, most memorable Force Awakens. When Dan and I went to the premiere of Last Jedi, there was a special event going on, and the special thing was we got to sit down before the movie and see this thing about John Williams doing the score for Last Jedi. What the fuck was that all about? There's no memorable score. I mean, I love John Williams. He's the man, but what the fuck? What are you promoting? There's nothing different.
Other than using the old tracks in the old films or just the stuff from Force Awakens, really.
And I love the old tracks.
There's nothing new with it.
Each movie, even the prequels, had a new theme. So
is there really not a theme? I just thought this movie didn't have a memorable. Does it have a theme in it or at all?
It takes a lot from Force Awakens.
Okay.
No, yeah, it does. Just repeat stuff from Force Awakens.
Yeah.
But okay, the opening crawl to this one. The First Order reigns. Having decimated the Peaceful Republic, Supreme Leader Snoke now deploys his merciless legions to seize the military control of the galaxy. Only General Leia Organa's band of resistance fighters stand against the rising tyranny, certain that Jedi Master Luke Skywalker will return and restore a spark of hope to the fight. But the resistance has been exposed. As the First Order speeds toward the rebel base, the brave heroes mount a desperate escape. ... So, how are we gonna get this? Hold on.
All right,
I
got this. Okay, so since there's two kind of plots going on during each act, I think we'll just talk. Let's just talk about. We'll just talk about the two plots. Here, let's just do this plot first. So they're evacuating. The movie starts off. They're evacuating this planet in this new dreadnought. That's what it was called. It shows up and it's gonna like take out the base. So they're trying to escape. They come up with this plan to take out the dreadnought. Poe goes, takes it out, kind of disobeys Leia's orders. They get the dreadnought taken out, but it ends up killing a lot of the resistance fleet people. Yes. They jump into hyperdrive, but the First Order can track through hyperspace. So they pretty much just have to do impulse power escape. And the First Order is kind of waiting on them to run out of power. Kylo Ren attacks the ship and goes to destroy it. Leia, he senses she's on there. He hesitates, decides not to do it, but his men end up blowing up a portion of the ship anyway, killing all the admirals on the bridge except for Leia, who uses the Force to get back to the ship and then kind of goes into like a coma. So let's just cover that all first.
Okay.
How did you guys feel about the tone in the very beginning, like when Hux and Poe are doing that phone call shtick?
That didn't belong. That didn't belong in the movie.
Right. We watch the other humor in the other movies. This is like slapstick humor.
It felt like a Marvel film.
It really was.
It felt too modern.
I felt like a Marvel film.
Yeah, like they wouldn't do that joke in a Star Wars movie.
And you know what though? This is the problem with every not everyone, and not all the Disney stuff, but the majority of the Disney Star Wars stuff has this issue where it feels like some of the humor, some of the things they say, feels too modern, and it feels like it doesn't belong in this world. I even have issues with that with the Mandalorian. They even do that with some stuff in the Mandalorian.
Yeah,
why?
they do.
Why is that? Why is that there?
I didn't.
It takes me out. It takes me out of it.
Wait, all of
I'm
it?
gonna be reading so much. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna need this.
Okay.
Fine.
It just takes me out of it. Stuff like that, like the prank phone call. Who fucking does that in this galaxy?
Yeah.
In this world, it feels it doesn't belong.
Let's see. Okay, so you kind of see they try to give Poe a storyline where he's kind of like a hothead, and Leia's kind of like, well, you're insubordinate,
I will say, as much as I hate this movie, there are some things I do like. I like the Dreadnought. I thought the Dreadnought looked awesome. I thought that looked fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And I do like how Poe went at it. He was just balls out, something that maybe Han would try to do. But he was all trying to take out the Dreadnought. It's just after that is just what really brings it down.
I like people complain about the bombs dropping, the whole it doesn't make sense. First of all, this whole series has sound and explosions in space. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because when someone brought that up, I was like, yeah, that is true. That shouldn't happen. I didn't think that, but I go, yeah, that shouldn't happen. But then, yeah, you bring up other things. It's okay.
How do we know that those bombs didn't have some kind of gravitational thing to make them do that?
This is science fiction, fantasy series.
We don't know.
It's not realistic.
We're clouded like the stupid Jedi from the prequel.
I feel one thing that this trilogy did right was, I don't know. I feel like Poe Dameron again. I gotta say, I like
the acting.
I feel like he has enough charisma, in his scenes, to keep you interested, even if it's a bad scene.
He's a great character, and
he is. Yeah.
They go out of your way to show him that he is. I mean, they're always saying Anakin and Luke were great pilots, and yeah, you see them do oh yeah, okay, they did this, but they really focus in on how good Poe is. They show you specific little things that he does. And I like that.
And you almost have to rely on him in this movie since we don't have Han anymore. So
yeah. We get so some okay, well, I'm not gonna say this, but
Finn.
No, I'm not there yet. But General Hux, what'd you think about Snoke being able to throw him around via hologram?
Well, that kind of is almost like force travel.
Yeah,
in a way.
So it just looks.
Well,
people thought that they made Hux a wuss in this movie.
Well, technically, he didn't do it over the hologram. Snoke where he is, and Hux is here. It's almost like the force travel.
General.
Right. But did you feel Hux was turned into a pussy in this movie?
Yeah, and he never recovered.
Right.
But I really feel I didn't ever notice that, but people say that he became a pussy. But it's what made him a pussy?
The fact that he just doesn't do.
He's just a big pussy. That's what he is.
He's a big fat pussy.
Because nothing like that happened. Here's the thing, General Tarkin and other side villains didn't have that kind of scenes where they just gotta get treated like pussies. That's the problem.
They were serious, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, they didn't get they were the top. Yeah, okay, I get that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Again, it's just something just modern.
If anybody's a crybaby, I'd say Hux is. I wouldn't say Kylo is.
Okay, yeah. So when they fire on I know
the First Order. Yeah.
There's three things we still need to talk about in this scene. We need to talk about Leia Leia using the Force. We need to talk about the introduction of Laura Dern's character, and we need to talk about the Finn Rose introduction. Those are the three things we still need to cover before we move on to Rey.
Okay, but Finn wakes up first before that stuff happens, right?
Right. Okay.
Which is another thing, like, again, unnecessary comedy. He wakes up, he bumps his head, he falls like an idiot, and there's tubes all over.
I didn't understand that. I didn't understand it.
Yeah,
again, it just.
I feel like they made Finn like a fucking joke. I really do.
It just feels like, again, like.
Boyega in this, honestly.
Yeah.
So then, he's trying to get into an escape pod to go find Rey, and then that's when Rose is introduced. It's just like
thoughts on her. Thoughts on her.
She just isn't interesting at all.
I like the actress, but I do not like the character.
I don't really know anything about the actress, but like in the movie, I was just like, I wasn't interested in this character at all.
She did what she was supposed to do as an actor. All that hate online is bullshit. All the people should shut the hell up. She did her character. Her character was written like shit, in my opinion.
See, I feel like
Rob.
how you guys felt about Jake Lloyd, like where she wasn't bad, but she feels bland and miscast.
Yeah, I mean,
but then again, the character's not really written all that well, so it's like
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel I don't know. I mean, what if you put like some Oscar-winning actress in that role? Like, would they have done a better job? I don't know. All I know is like what that
maybe she could have made some of the lines work or some of the things work.
Right. So maybe I don't know.
It depends on how it's written. I mean, that's it.
I think that's definitely a main thing. And yeah, I did not. I just feel like the characters was just bland.
I mean, let's say we have like Amy Adams or some really popular actress playing the same part, and they go to the casino planet. I still would have found it boring as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it don't matter who plays it. I don't think.
Yeah. Just change up the writing.
So I think we all agree on that. I think.
Rose Pickle, sorry, Rose, you're not a good character. Why are you so stupid, Rose? So stupid. Which, I mean, I should have waited to say that joke when we get to the ending of the movie, what she does, because that's a fucking stupid thing to do.
Oh, okay, wait. We got to talk about that, but. Okay, so then we got so Kylo, he's like, I'm gonna fucking destroy the ship. He goes in there, and of course he says,
but before that, he has to talk with Snoke, which I fucking love every scene like Kylo and Snoke are in together.
That was a good scene.
Yeah, like
so Snoke's like, get rid of that mask. He's like,
and he says like you're an emotional child pretending to be tough, which is kind of true. And Andy Serkis, again, Andy Serkis is always great, and I think he's great in the role. I mean, despite we'll get to that later, but yeah, he's great.
Snoke's goal in this scene, I think, is to get Kylo angry to go do what needs to be done. Obviously, he's he's deliberately belittling him so that he'll do what needs to be done.
Well, he even says Skywalker's still alive, even though he killed his dad.
Right. It's split in half. Yeah, he knows that wasn't enough.
So then he goes to kill, destroy the ship. He senses Leia's on there. He hesitates, and then he totally decides I'm not going to do it.
He wouldn't have.
He makes that decision. Well,
I like the edit effect. They did like what they use in Empire, the edit effect, like they go back and forth like that.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. That was good.
Then his minions come in and do it anyway.
Push button.
Bye Admiral Akbar and the whole senior staff.
Fuck that. Admiral
First of all, look, hey, let's be honest, dude. Akbar is only a good character because of a fucking meme.
Okay, but it's not like Akbar wasn't a main character, though. He was.
He wasn't.
He was a main character.
He said one popular line, and we love him for it. But
I know he has more scenes than that in Return of the Jedi.
I know, but I'm saying like that's the one thing people like him for. Like, it's a trap. For saying that.
Right. But again, this brings up the point of the, I don't know if you call them legacy characters, the original characters.
Yeah.
They're pushed to the side without much thought sometimes. Like they should have known that fans would be pissed about that, because
they could have done it another way. I mean, whatever.
Fans were pissed that happened. Like, I feel like that's an oversight. Like, people, Disney and Rian Johnson should know how passionate Star Wars fans are. Like, for him to be like, yeah, he's gonna get just killed like that.
Akbar is not like Akbar is one of like the top 20, 30 best characters in Star Wars. You know.
Look, the whole when you talk about memes, like the whole idea and like metaphor behind this movie is to kill the past, let it die. I mean, even Kylo says it.
Yeah, well, he's the one that says it.
I know, but that's the whole point of this. You're getting rid of
the bad guy says it.
You're getting rid of characters. No, but that's the point of the director too. He's getting rid of old characters and starting with new.
Well, isn't that what passing the torch is?
I don't think passing the torch in the second movie, just eliminating everybody without rolling over a story, is not really passing the torch. You're just basically throwing what was built up in the first movie, throwing everything away here.
That's what I was trying to say.
It was kind of wasted.
They didn't take their time to be like, okay, Alex, I agree with you. Like, Admiral Akbar, I feel like is a supporting character, but I feel like he deserved more than just to be like exploded out.
I'll agree. He is a supporting character, but it's not like he's not important. I mean, he is
like
important.
they could have easily added like a 30-second scene of him doing something and then showing that.
Like, let's say this new Ghostbusters movie. Hope to God this doesn't happen, but all the Ghostbusters die.
See, but like those were main characters. General Akbar is not.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about this.
They could have a scene where like Admiral Akbar is like, for like, oh, I'm transferring emergency power to this. Akbar, get out of there! No, I got to do this. And then like,
okay, I see what you're saying.
30 seconds.
There should have been
something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
give the guy some credit at least. You know.
Okay.
But more important, unless you want anything else.
It was almost like a background.
No, I know. There's nothing much. Akbar. It was a trap, and he fell for it this time.
How come Nub Nub gets to live? Nub Nub.
Because Yub Nub actually did something.
This all leads to the first time in the movie where I laughed when it wasn't supposed to be funny.
Some guy behind us did a fart noise when it happened. He's like,
I know what you're talking about. The infamous Leia Mary Poppins scene, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it was just executed poorly.
Come on,
executed.
And everybody argues like, oh, well, she can do that because she has the Force. That's not the fucking point.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
It just looks silly.
Huh?
It just looks silly.
It looked bad. Like, they could have come up with something better than that.
We all know she knows how to use the Force. We all know she had some kind of training. We know that. It looks so stupid, though. I mean, when you're sitting there in the theater and she's like, like, what the fuck, man?
I'm used to it bad.
I'd rather watch The Rocketeer.
The first time I saw it, I was like, what? I'm like,
so you agree that it was executed poorly?
Yeah. I like the attempt of having her use like Force powers to avoid death.
Yeah.
But I still think like maybe a reshoot would have worked, but again, she passed away after the film, so it's like maybe didn't have a chance to change it up. It's just like they went far in a few places.
Well, so there's just one more thing I want to talk about. But we haven't even gotten to before we move to Rey and Luke. But Laura Dern's character, yeah. So, I mean, again, like it's a character that I don't know. I don't really know what to feel. Like I was just like, okay, she's there. Like,
how the fuck did Poe not know who she is? There's only a few people.
Well, he's never met her.
In that whole little base they have. You're telling me he never ran into her?
Because she was with. It's not like when Leia died, she came from another ship. She's been with them.
How did she? I don't understand that.
No, she probably came with them when Poe was flying in his little mission in the beginning of the movie.
When they were coming from the base. Okay.
Yeah. Because he never met her in person. He's just like, whoa, that's what she looks like. I didn't expect that.
He was on the base though.
He's heard of her, but he's never met her in person until that point in the movie.
So what do you? How did you feel about the character though?
See, like when I first saw it, this is the thing I wanted to get into this. When I first saw the movie, I did not like the movie. I was very disappointed with it. But time passed. Rewatching it again, I warmed up for a few things, and that's one of the things. It's like, okay, she doesn't tell him the plan because he's been what's the word fucking called? Demoted. Yeah, for his rebellious acts.
At the rate of losing lives, though. I mean,
yeah, because he disobeyed an order, and so he's demoted. So he's not in a position. It's just you're not in a position to ask questions. You've been demoted. It's like if somebody in a job had a good position, and then let's say they got demoted to being fucking janitor or something. Maybe that's an extreme comparison, but like, what? Why is janitor has no position to ask?
People lost their lives though because she was stupid.
What do you mean?
People lost their lives. You just could have told the plan, and that's it.
Oh, but she didn't tell them. She didn't tell it to the lower people. You know, the lower. I would say not generals, but like.
You didn't have to go to the casino planet.
Right. Uh-huh. But
okay. We'll get into that in a second.
But I mean, that's part of the opposed arc. That he needs to stop being a hero and he needs to stop pursuing.
I get that.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? Well, okay, that it's funny you bring.
I like that part of the story, but I don't like their venture to Canto Bight and all that stuff. Like specifically Finn and Rose, their adventure, I don't really like.
And the thing is yeah, I mean, maybe if the Admiral knew they were going to try to do that plan, maybe she would have told them. But again, it's just ugh. All right.
I guess it's all miscommunication.
All right. Okay. So are we going on to Luke and
Thomas?
now?
Thomas, you haven't said much. What do you think?
I mean, I really do think Rian Johnson was really given all the control he needs, all like whatever he wanted to do. It's like I kind of put a lot of that blame on Kathleen Kennedy. It's like I feel like this is the kind of start of the domino falling for Kathleen Kennedy to be pushed out of Lucasfilms just because. And when we get to Rise of the Skywalker, I'll mention the story when we get to that one. But I kind of make my point more valid about Kathleen Kennedy. But you know, she basically was saying, you know, Rian Johnson, you can do whatever you want, and I think that was like the main problem with this. It's like, you know, like no one told Rian Johnson you can't do that, and like it's gonna piss off the Star Wars fans.
Studio notes.
Right, exactly. Like no one told Rian Johnson like you cannot do that, like because that's not what Star Wars is. Like you're fucking up with these characters. Like they fucked up Luke really badly. They fucked him up really badly. We'll get to Luke. I'll get to Luke. Like when you even listen to interviews with Mark Hamill, he hates.
Yeah, all the interviews.
He fucking hates this thing. He really does. It's like
knows the character more.
No,
than
he says he said that he didn't agree with the direction he was going to, but then it took him time to fucking see the full picture.
But that's not what the original. That's not well. Okay, that's not okay. Well, that's neither here nor there. But let's just move on to that because
so Luke Skywalker. And
yeah. Okay. So
but you guys pretty much summed up all the stuff that I wanted to say. Pretty much. I mean,
you don't like Laura Dern.
I didn't like the fact they cut off Akbar. I don't like that at all.
You didn't like your purple hair.
Well,
she was more pointless in Akbar. Let's just say that.
Here's the thing: when we talk about the end of Holdo, how do you say?
That's her name, Holdo.
Holdo. When we talk about her end,
Dildo.
I'll sum up my thoughts on it. But
okay.
So anyway, yeah. So we get back to Act 2, and we got R2, Chewie, and Rey are there. Rey is passing the lightsaber. Luke throws it away.
And that was a joke. Really quick, Dan and I are sitting there, and as soon as he takes it, I lean over Dan. I'm like, it'd be funny if he threw it over the edge, and he
Holy
did.
Shit.
I'm like, I swear to God.
Yeah. So
see, I thought because I know. Okay.
Okay, let's just cover the scene and then we'll break it down. So he's like, I came here to die. Like, I didn't want to be found. She's like, we need you. He's like, what'd you think was going to happen when you come back here? I was going to go rescue everyone. I'm not going to do that. I'm done with this. He's turned himself off to the Force. Luke does see something in Rey because she is obviously has some power with the Force. So Luke decides he's going to give her some lessons, which he does. He sees that she's very powerful, like Kylo was. I don't know how much. Let's see here. How far do we want to go with this storyline?
I'd say go to the casino planet.
Okay, so then you find out what happened between Kylo and Luke. Through the movie, you get Luke's version, then you get Kylo's version, then you get the real version.
Certain point of view.
Right. Rey ends up leaving without him. Luke is going to destroy the Jedi text. Yoda shows up as a Force ghost, saves the Jedi text unknowingly to Luke. Let's see what else. We're introduced to those.
Hi, Chucky.
We're introduced to the people that keep the planet together. We're all
caretakers.
The caretakers. We're introduced to the Porgs.
Porgs.
We get a scene with Luke on the Millennium Falcon with R2-D2. Chewie sits around, does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I think.
And the cameo from that one character, right?
Huh?
The cameo from that one original character.
Yoda. Yeah. We get that scene with Yoda. Oh, we also get Rey going into the dark pit and seeing like multiples of herself. Luke turns himself back onto the Force to see that Leia is suffering, but he still doesn't want to help. I think that's the gist of everything happening on the planet. So let's go ahead and break down.
I think this is the most controversial part of the movie, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, controversial.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the role Luke in the whole story of this movie.
I'm going to say this right. I'd like to just say this right away because I'd like to talk about what I did like. I did like Luke's dialogue as far as about the Jedi Order.
I agree.
I think he was the first. I mean, he's the smartest one now to be like they had hubris and they thought they were all that, and look what happened. Like he points that out, and I like that. And I think Mark Hamill did a great job for what he was given. I really felt you could see the emotion in his eyes when he talked about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I liked all the scenes with him and Rey were good. All of his scenes were good.
The performance, right?
Yeah, the performances were good. So I praise Mark Hamill and this is really his movie. Like Bob pointed out before, Force Awakens was kind of Han's movie. This is Luke's movie. So he had good scenes. And I thought Rey bounced off of him well. Chewbacca, unfortunately, since we're just going to talk about characters, with Han being dead, his character has lost a lot. I feel.
Yes.
He shit on him in this movie.
I feel like. I mean, let's say they even gave Chewbacca some stuff to do. I mean, the Force Awakens gave him stuff to do, but still, it's just like it's just not the same without Han there.
But that's my point of having Luke do more with Chewie.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
That's the whole point.
That could have helped Chewie. Chewie needs a main character to bounce off of. That's from the original trilogy, I say. So I feel like that kind of hurt.
Or even having Lando,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Where's Lando?
I know I'm doing exactly what I said we should do, and I'm kind of just giving my whole thoughts on the whole thing. So I'll just
go. That's fine.
So I mean,
what I liked about Luke bringing up the Jedi Order, like not only that he was right, and what we talked about in the prequel films, like how they were clouded and they were stupid and they were full of themselves. I also like the fact that a character from the original trilogy is talking about events from the prequels that we saw.
Yeah.
Like he mentions Darth Sidious, he mentions the Sith, he mentions like Like, oh,
Right.
I like that. Like that's
Yeah,
I like
that's the first time.
I wanted more. I wanted more of that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't think the Force Awakens had any mention of the prequel.
No,
I don't think
they mentioned clones and they mentioned Sith. That's all really.
okay.
That's really it. And they mentioned
Did
Darth
they
Vader. They mentioned
they
Darth
mention-
Vader.
They did do that. I don't think the Sith are mentioned in Force Awakens.
They just say it once.
I think
Maz
Luke. I think Luke is the first person to say.
Maz Kanata says that like in the scene, like I've
She
seen
does.
this.
She does.
I've seen the Sith,
right.
the Empire, the first order. Yeah. And yeah, I like that. Okay, like I like when you do stuff like this. Like okay, the prequel stuff and original stuff. Like and a new version, a new installment, like brings it together.
Right.
Kind of like how X-Men Future Past. But
I know I kind of read. So Thomas and Rob, like what we're talking about as far as like Mark's performance and Chewie the character. Did you guys agree on that or have any more thoughts?
I agree.
I think Mark Hamill does fine in the role. I think Mark Hamill does a really good job performance-wise. I just think that they fucked
Even
up.
though I don't think, I don't think his character,
Right.
As far as he performing as Luke, yeah, he did good. But his character,
Yeah, his performance was really good, but his character was fucked up.
yeah.
when he threw the lightsaber, and when I first saw that, I literally yelled out, "What?" Because I thought he was gonna just drop it in front of her and just walk away, something like that. Like I knew something like that was gonna
Well,
happen.
there's actually,
Or tell her like, "Where'd you find this?" Like,
actually,
like we have this. He just
that
throws
actually-
it and doesn't say anything and walks away. Like
I think
after
there's
2 years, that's your.
I know there's a
punchline?
documentary where they were going behind the scenes on Last Jedi, and there was actually scenes where Luke actually did throw to the lightsaber to the side, but instead they went with the over the top, over the shoulder thing.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Like, I think the side was actually far better.
I think it would have been better if he would have just, to the side, maybe.
Yeah, throw it to the side. Yeah, I mean, don't just do
It's
this.
really dramatic with him just being like, blah.
Since we're talking about, I thought it was very uncharacteristic, and I'm not even talking about Luke at this point, for R2-D2 and Chewie to not help more than they did to Luke to leave, because Chewie busted through the door. That's all he did. We didn't get to see Chewie kind of pleading to come with.
He does that, and then Luke says, "I'm not going back," and then Chewie just gives up. Then okay,
And
then R2, he doesn't even leave the Falcon. Luke has to go on the Falcon. Just happen to see R2, and R2 does kind of try.
I like that scene with them together, though. That was great.
No, it's just thing. It's a great scene, but then that's it. The one person that didn't give up is Rey. It was just very odd.
And here's the other point. Here's the other point I'm making when he's like, "Where's Han?" You could have had Han and Chewie find Luke, and then they could have been together in that scene, which would have created more dynamics. I think they could have worked with Rey there too. Rey could have been there because she could have been second on the Millennium Falcon. How Han said in Force Awakens, "I'm looking for someone to help with the an employee. Like, are you interested?" That would have been awesome, I think. But then again,
I like how Rey's the one in the forefront trying to convince Luke. She's like, "Oh, it's like a younger, it's like a new generation, like a fan, trying to convince their hero to come back, make a comeback, kind of like that." But he refuses, and it's the thing, never meet your heroes, they'll disappoint you.
My favorite scene with Luke is when he goes in the Millennium Falcon, he sees the cockpit, and then he sits down and then R2 shows him the old message. That's my favorite scene. I love that scene.
And you even think remember when Luke's like, "You're not going to get me to go with you guys," and then he shows the old
message,
and then Luke's like,
"That's a cheap move."
That's a cheap move. So really, when he says that, you think that is leading you to believe, oh, he is going to go with them because he showed that. Because why else would he say it's a cheap move?
It still doesn't make sense though.
We'll get to that at the end.
No. I'm saying it still doesn't make sense that he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to help his sister.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard. Might as well let's talk about that just in this, not at the end of the movie, but just right here, where this is the big debate.
Okay, Luke Skywalker as a character. Okay.
Yeah, is this wrong?
Okay, when in his in this talk with Ray when he talks about the Jedi Order and how they let Darth Sidious rise and create Darth Vader, and her rebuttal is that you turned Darth Vader to the light side, the most hated man in the galaxy. You saw the conflict. He's like, yes, that's true. And then I became Luke Skywalker, the hero, the hero of the galaxy, the savior. And he wrote in a way he drank his own hype. And okay, he started training Leia, which doesn't really cover that much to the Rise of Skywalker. So I'll mention that. But he talks about he wanted to bring the Jedi Order his way back, training Ben Solo and other students, and then Darkseid comes back again, and he failed him, and here we go again. What did I do different, really, than the Jedis in the past? I fucked up too. I let my nephew turn to the dark side. I didn't stop it in time.
I think everything.
Which I find that's the part I find interesting about the choice of having Luke run away.
You said was valid. I shouldn't say valid, but I agree. Luke became the hero or whatever. Even in his mind, and so he started to go train other Jedi. All of that is what Luke. I feel like that all that was in character. I think where it's iffy for me, and I see what people are saying is when he sensed the dark side in Kylo Ren, and for a split second he was going to murder him. I think that's a reaction. That's where the
but he wasn't going to murder him. He wasn't literally going to stab him. And he had the thought for a second, turns on the lightsaber, and then a second later he really what am I doing?
That's what I'm saying though. That's where the character.
That's a flawed character.
That's exactly where the start of where fans say that would happen.
It wouldn't, because
Luke would not. Luke would not even have that thought of even a split second, because if in the movie he even says he's like it was a split second, and he's and then I was ashamed. It's
yes,
he was able to bring his father back.
But that wasn't an easy journey too. There are times where he wanted to kill his father, even in Return of the Jedi when they're fighting. He's wailing on him. He cuts his hand off too. So it's
because of what the Emperor was saying. Yeah,
but Luke is not a perfect person. He makes mistakes as well. It's one of those things
but I don't agree that he ran away from the situation. He's the most passionate Jedi.
Because it was his nephew. I failed my family as well. Not just the...
Well, here's the thing, though. This is where we run into a problem, and this has to do with Rian Johnson. I can concede what you're saying, Alex, about him having... Okay, he is human. He maybe would have that split-second reaction. But we are led to believe in The Force Awakens that he wanted to be at some point found. That's why he would have R2 have part of a map and have another.
He put the map in him.
That is set up. No one that's in hiding that wants to die would do that, and that's where that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
And why would he be I came here to die? I don't want to.
Maybe the more time he spent on that island, the more he changed his mind. Okay, I might as well just stay here.
I don't think that's a good excuse, because he would have said there should have been some dialogue well, the map was out there.
No, he said he came to the island to die, so he had that in his mind.
Right. So right there is that's wrong. That was not handled good, and that affected the character.
I mean, that's one of the only. That's one of the only things. That's one of only few things in this film
that's a fair point.
Very well. There was a lot of things in this film that were not handled very well, for me personally.
But so that's a continuity error in my opinion, and that's one of the main problems of the sequel trilogy not having I guarantee you J.J. Abrams was not we're gonna have Luke be this the secluded guy. I don't think I think that was a complete Rian Johnson decision.
But then going back to your point about he's a flawed character and he struggled, Luke never gave up. Even though he tried to kill his father when he was fighting him, he never gave up. He never gave up the fact that he's a Jedi. He never gave in to the Emperor. He never gave up to the fact that he tried to turn his father to the light because he saw good in him. But then he gives up now. Why? He
Well,
gives
because it was during a war, and like he kind of like it's one of those things like there's a lot of stake going, at the same time he's trying to save his friend too. Whereas like in this time, okay, he's treating his nephew. There's peace in the galaxy, I guess. And then Darkseid comes back and like, oh, history repeats itself. Okay.
I think Rob made a good point right there, though, because let's say okay, Luke obviously failed Kylo. We already know that. Mm-hmm. Let's say I could see Luke leaving for a time, just like Yoda, Yoda banished himself. But again, Luke is a very optimistic character. I could see him going off to regroup and come up with some other plan. I feel like
maybe that's what that was JJ's idea.
Yeah, I think that's more.
He pulled a Yoda. He went
again. But this is like a JJ problem. Like then again, JJ would just be repeating things that we've seen before. It's like this is a Star Wars issue. Like it's like
but this is the problem.
You want to do the same things, but but you don't want to feel redundant. You're gonna change other things. I'm like, the risk. It's like,
but there's the whole thing with the expanded universe. Even if it's not canon, they still have great stories in there that they can lay the groundwork with Luke. How the fact that he was a true Jedi and he was a legend, but he also had kids. He also, married this, Mara Jade, who was actually an enemy of him. There's some great dynamic stories there, but here we just got a guy who just gives up, goes on the island to die, and just doesn't do anything. It's to me.
But he does do something at the end, though.
Well, but hold on a second.
So to say,
just to go into
just
to go into another point here.
From a certain point of view,
I feel like this is probably the strongest point that we even talked about with this, because again, Alex, I actually
fuck the casino stuff. Let's just talk about Luke, okay?
You actually, fuck you. That's going to be very.
There's nothing to debate about that.
But that was you did. I mean, like that is true. Like I was at first kind of like Luke would never have that, even that small thought. But you know what? You brought up the Return of the Jedi thing, and I think that's true. I think okay, he could for a split second think that, but then he did realize that.
I know. I agree with that, but. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
And because Ben saw Luke with the lightsaber on, thinking, "Oh, my uncle wants to kill me," and he's already has some dark side in him. It's too late. It's fucked up.
I'm gonna come back to that, but I want to go to this point that I think is.
Well, like how you mentioned, like you see the three different flashbacks. You see Kylo's point of view, and you saw which Luke looked evil, which was very fucking weird to see. Luke's point of view, where like, oh, Kylo Ben betrayed me and killed, and then you see the truth, the real, what really happened.
Why would Luke lie to Rey anyway? Why would he tell her a fable?
Well, because he was ashamed.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the biggest point, though, and I think this is the biggest. I think this is the strongest point on Luke being portrayed incorrectly is when he finally does turn himself back onto the Force, and he sees what's happening and seeing the suffering Leia does, and he still doesn't go. I think that was the biggest. I cannot see a good explanation on why Luke would not leave at that point.
And again, that goes back to Empire Strikes Back, where he'd rather go stay.
Yeah, but that does get addressed though.
It does.
When Luke says, like, "What do you expect me to go over there with the lightsaber?" He says laser sword, right? Doesn't he?
He does. But that's at the beginning of the movie before he turns himself.
But he says, like, "Oh, what can against the army? Like, I'm not that powerful, even if I tried." So it's like,
but it doesn't matter.
Still at that point, I was like,
he turned himself into Vader, for crying out loud. He went on the Death Star by himself to face the Emperor and Vader. Come on. But, he
was younger and more optimistic at the end point.
Really
so my point is when he turned himself back onto the Force and he saw his sister suffering and like he would still leave and come up with a plan on the way. Like he would not still be like, I'm not, because he at that point.
Yeah, but he still has that moment like, oh, Leia, like.
No, but he does. He's like, oh, Leia. But still at that point, he's like, yeah,
it's a slow process, though, throughout the movie. But like, the more and more time passes, and throughout in the right time, the more the closer he gets to actually doing something.
But my thing is I don't think at that point he would have still been like, I'm not gonna step up. That was a big point right there. Like think about it, it would have been like Han being tortured or something.
It's his twin
like,
sister.
It wouldn't. If it would have been like even Han Solo like injured, like I don't think he would have been like, like I can't do anything. Like I don't think at that point. I think that's a strong point to say Luke would not have just sat back idly at that point. At that particular point, I agree.
But then again, it's a thing like, well, in the past films, Luke, like I said, Luke was a more younger, optimistic person, and he's like an old bitter man now.
No, he should be wiser now.
Let's be honest. Like when we're all older, we're gonna be fucking bitter about things.
Well, I've been bitter for 10 years, so that's true.
Okay, well, yeah. But I understand where you guys are coming from. Like it's a direction. Like if I was like a writer alongside Ryan Johnson coming up with the script for episode 8, and he told me this, like I would oppose to it too. Like at first, I was like, "Whoa, wait, what?" No, it would take me a long time to actually agree to that direction of the character.
If Luke would have left the island in the middle,
yeah.
If he would have left and came back, good. We're all good. We're all good to go. And he goes back to maybe going to his sisters for the rescue or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I think
and fight Kylo.
That would have been awesome.
That's
just me.
And it would have been better.
But that goes with, and this is actually an issue I have with the Ryan Johnson's approach to this movie is where he knows the expectations, he sees it, and then he does like, okay, you expect this, but I'm going to do the exact opposite, And it's throughout the whole movie.
When we summarize this movie, I'm gonna talk about
like, oh, you think it's gonna go like this? Actually, no, it's gonna go this way. I mean, sometimes like that's not a good idea to do it all the time. Like it's just you're doing it just for the sake of it,
Yeah, I would say for me personally,
some of it works, some of it doesn't.
Yeah, up until the point where he turns himself back on the Force and sees Leia suffering, I feel like that was all a valid. I could see that being a valid Luke thing to do up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I will agree with people being like Luke would never sit by at that point. I don't feel, even no matter how bitter he is. And the thing is because he was turned off to the Force, he wasn't getting all that information. So I could see that's even more reason for him to be like, oh, I don't really care what's going on. But once he turns the Force back on, like he should know. It would be just. I feel like in his character he would.
I mean, even that message that R2 showed him kind of changed his mind a little bit, or he was.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I did, but then it didn't. So it was like he's just like, yeah.
Well, that's why I kind of put the blame on Ryan Johnson with the Luke Skywalker character. I mean, like with him, like standing by at that particular moment, him being bitter and all that stuff. I kind of put that on Ryan Johnson. Because I kind of felt like Kathleen Kennedy, let Ryan Johnson do whatever he wanted. And I just feel like someone had to step in and say, Ryan, no, like that's not who Luke is. Like you're pretty much contradicting what he was like in The Empire Strikes Back. You brought up a good point about The Empire Strikes Back. And it kind of, that's why this movie kind of like makes me not like the movie even more because, when you made the Empire Strikes Back reference, it was like one of the main reasons why The Empire Strikes Back is my favorite Star Wars film, just because of the way Luke is in that. He didn't like stand by and all that stuff. Like when he got turned back onto the Force and things like that. Like when it got to that point, because I'm a big fan of the Empire Strikes Back movie, and it's just like this is not the way that the Luke Skywalker character is written. It's just like it's written very, very poorly. It's poorly executed. And Hamill has stated that in various interviews
from a certain point of view.
But it was just like one of those things where like I can see where Hamill's coming from. Like I know Hamill didn't like the way the character was written.
At first,
he still thinks that he like it's a whole lot of hoopla when he's like saying on Twitter.
Well, we gotta become friends with him, good friends, and we'll get him drunk and admit that he hated it.
But I just feel like though when he first made those comments saying that, like, you know, I don't like this and things like that, blah blah blah. I don't know the exact wording of it.
He said that he disagreed with everything
And then Disney and Kathleen Kennedy probably got on his ass, and then he said, like, "Oh, I backtrack and all that stuff." Like, I don't believe that bullshit. Like,
again,
still think
what was set up in Force Awakens is thrown away in this movie. That's why you don't do that. You don't build something up and then completely. I'm fine with new stories. I love new stories. But
nothing wrong with the new story. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Force Awakens is pretty much a new story with New Hope elements added in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still
make the mistake. This movie is very Empire Strikes Back. Like, it has a lot of similarities.
Like, Rob, I think you mentioned this, Rob. You know how you said, like, you don't really necessarily think that Force Awakens is completely a remake of New Hope, right?
I don't think it is.
I agree with that. I do agree that it's like newer elements mixed in with a few pieces of elements of A New Hope, and I think that's the perfect way to sum it up. I think there's nothing wrong with that, and like you said, I'm all in for new stories. But if you execute new stories very well, and I just don't think, I feel like Rian Johnson. I feel like maybe J.J. Abrams probably should have had some say into this. You know, probably like whispered in Rian Johnson's ear, like, "Hey,
actually, you know what though? It's funny you bring that up. I think J.J. Abrams should have directed the whole trilogy.
I agree.
Let's move on from this. I think we've covered this pretty much, but we need to talk about.
Well, you want to get to the ending of with Luke though?
Well, let me bring.
No. I don't. That's Act 3. I want to wait till then.
Let me bring something.
Okay.
Really quick. I want to bring this up. If you look at New Hope, Empire, and Return of the Jedi, there's a consistent flow with those three movies. The story is kind of different in each movie, but they still line up with what happened before. In this, it's like it's fucked. It's like they do the stuff is just thrown in the garbage from what Force Awakens built up. They can have a new story or direction, but it's just not a good flow. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Well, the thing is, that's the thing.
The original trilogy had a 3-movie plan.
I tell you what.
Well,
honestly, I gotta be honest with you guys. I really do. I think the prequel trilogy had a far better flow than the sequel trilogy.
Listen. We're getting off topic.
I just wanted to mention that
the prequel trilogy. They had a laid out plan for 3 movies. The original trilogy had a plan. It has been confirmed. There was no plan. They had no idea. That's why this is so jarring. Is this
right? Yeah. I
feel like
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that actually.
Okay. Let's talk. Okay, we have a couple. Let's just quickly talk about the Canto Bight stuff. Okay, so does anyone like it?
No,
not really.
I hate that.
Not really. That's the one that I'd never warmed up to that.
Benicio del Toro.
It was not. I mean, what the hell? They didn't really go anywhere. It was just not interesting. The whole storyline was kind of preachy in a way. Like, the rich guy are gonna the animal rights.
They had to plug the fucking politics.
Animal rights stuff. Yeah.
And
slave children and
that's like the thing with a lot of movies nowadays. Like, I don't really like movies like nowadays, like putting all this political bullshit and all that stuff. Like, this is why I miss older movies from back in the day. They didn't put all that political shit in there and things like that.
They did. They're just more subtle with it.
But that's the thing. I just feel like, if you're gonna put political stuff in movies, do it subtly. Like, don't just try to make all this political view.
And by the way, the whole sequence when they free those animals.
Hey, this is our political viewpoint. Do you get it? 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 They're like pushing it.
Oh, look at it. There's slave children. Oh my God. Look, they're being whipped.
Like they're showing all this bullshit down your fucking throat.
I'm trying to say the sequence where they free the animals, that CGI was really bad.
Yeah, CGI was pretty fucking awful.
That was all as bad as anything.
I'll tell you what, that probably
bad in the prequels.
Fucking bad as the CGI and fucking Venom.
Right.
It doesn't help that Rose is an uninteresting character.
Right.
You know, we have a side plot where we're not only following an uninteresting character, but we've hooked up a character that we liked in The Force Awakens and gave him nothing to do but just tag along.
Yeah.
That's so like Finn.
Yeah. Why didn't you go more in depth about like how being a stormtrooper affected his mind? Like, is he going to PTSD? Something like that. Right?
That's why
there's nothing for him, and it made that character. I liked that character in this movie. I was like, this is character like Finn. I'm just like, you're.
He's nothing to do.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's why we're getting back to the point where this sequel trilogy doesn't flow really well because they kind of backtrack on what they set up.
A lot of course correction going on.
I feel like they kind of backtrack everything that they did in Force Awakens. Like they set up all this stuff, you know, with.
So
Finn.
it's like the DCU over again.
All right. Well, okay. So let's. I don't mean to cut people off, but like I think we need to.
Shut up.
We got to talk. Okay, Rey and Kylo Ren. Let's talk about how we have this new force power where they can like connect. You know,
they can have sex from across the planet.
They can
They can touch hands.
And
but okay, I really like that stuff though.
Okay. Okay.
To me, that's the thing that the sequel trilogy does stay consistent on is the emotional character depth with those characters.
Yeah,
like the adventure stuff is hit and miss.
I have no problem with the Force connectivity.
Yeah.
It was a new power. Okay, that's whatever.
And Adam Driver and Daisy really do a good job acting wise.
Yeah, they did do a good job. I want to summarize something at the end about what I thought of Rey in this movie. But yeah, like their scenes together were good. They work well with each other, and they're good actors and actors.
Oh, we didn't talk about the blue titty milk.
We don't need to. We don't need to talk about any of that.
It's literally a elephant in the room kind of thing.
It's kind of like why was it there?
It didn't need to be there. Point? Just to show that he's been surviving off fucking boob milk.
Yeah,
I mean
the only thing that bothered me though,
he fucking pole vaults across the goddamn canyon and stabs this giant fish.
Why did he need to have a 300-foot stabbing wand to get the fish? Why didn't he go?
Well, because he didn't want to go all the way down to the ocean.
No, but why did he have to be on the side of a cliff like dangerous to get it?
Maybe that's the devil's cauldron.
I got green boo milk. Anybody want some green titty milk?
Oh no!
All right, wait.
The only part that bothered me was that it was dripping from his beard. You know.
Well, he just doesn't give a fuck no more. Remember? He don't care. He hasn't showered probably.
It's probably soy milk for all we know.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. So, all right, Rey gets to Snoke's ship and they're in the throne room. Doesn't Snoke say?
Oh, Hugh Hefner.
that scene is really good. Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, he kind of does.
He just got done laying them guards.
The royal guards.
He says,
doesn't Snoke say in that scene he was the one that did that?
Connected them, yeah.
Yes.
Bridged their minds.
So they would they have been able to do that?
They fucking had no
idea. Or was
because it happens every time it would happen. They would say like, "Why is the Force connecting us?" Like it's happening automatically. They're not even doing it themselves.
But is it because Snoke's doing it?
Yes, he says he was the one who did it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this. This is just a real question. Would they have been able, if they knew they could do that, could they have done that on their own? And is that an ability that any Force user can do, or is it just those two?
Well, we get to Rise of Skywalker.
Well, I'm sorry.
Try to justify, don't they?
At this time, that was not.
I know.
It's just that dyad thing.
There's no explanation.
So what I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to say.
Snoke says that he's the one that did it.
Okay,
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's it. Yeah.
So, all right. So let's talk about this scene. So yeah, like we see that Snoke is super powerful. I mean, he's just like wiping the floor with Rey, like trying to.
Again, Rey is not that powerful. She gets her ass kicked by Snoke.
Well, ass kick. What does he do that kicks her ass?
He's the only one that kicks her ass.
She can't do anything against him. Like he's always
right. But she didn't get beat up. He just holds her off. He's just showing.
Well, that's what I mean. Like she can't. I don't think she can't do shit against him.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, but at least
it takes a man to save her.
Listen. It's to me. This is the coolest part of the movie, but it's also a downfall for something that should have been, which is when Kylo kills Snoke.
Right.
And there's the fight in his chambers. Like now, honestly, like to me, this is my favorite part of the movie. I love that happened because it was out of nowhere that Snoke died, but also that's a huge suckiness. Like it was good for the movie, but it ruined that.
But then again, this is something that's been done before because he wants to take over. He kills Snoke, so he's like, "Join me," right? It's like we've seen that.
Right,
we've seen that already.
But I'm just saying, like I liked the scene, like because I did not expect that to happen.
Yeah, but
team up. I think that I like that part.
It was
the way it plays out. The way it plays out. Okay, him killing Snoke. He tells Rey to join him. She doesn't. This is the final chapter. You're doing the ending of the trilogy here. You're wrapping these things up, but it's supposed to be the second chapter of your trilogy.
Yeah,
it feels like the ending.
Snoke shouldn't have died.
Yeah, like actually, that's a good point. Like,
no, I don't mind that. I just think it's like if you're gonna go there, go all the way. Like have Rey join Kylo. That would have been something more interesting to me.
Well, so that scene you didn't like, or you just are like, man,
it was underwhelming. I didn't think the saber battle was that great. And the saber battles to me is what really makes a Star Wars movie, well, entertaining, but Star Wars. And I felt like that was just kind of like
no, not
really,
for me. For me, it's the characters.
It was the weakest saber
and
battle.
the emotional depth.
Very underwhelming. I definitely agree with that, Robert.
Yeah. I'm with Dan. I that was a cool fight scene.
Okay.
It was a little underwhelming for me. I can kind of.
No, again, they kill off Snoke, and we have no explanation.
Yeah, I mean, Alex made a good point. Like, if that scene would have been in the third movie,
that's fine.
That would have worked out for sure. Because
I agree with that.
Because
it would only work as the second chapter if Rey joined Kylo, and they both went off together.
That would have been interesting, but
that way, then you have then there you have a hook. You have a more consistent story going on.
Going with your theory, Rey joins Kylo, then have Luke come back and try to turn her back to the good side or something.
Right.
They could have done a lot with that,
And like how it feels like it's like you got First Awakens, that's the first one. You got The Last Jedi, feels like a second and third, and you got Rise of Skywalker, which is a double third. It's like doesn't really flow as well as it should.
Well, I'm almost certain, like when we left the theater, many things went through our mind, but we were definitely like, well, what the fuck was Snoke's backstory? We're like, what? Like
everyone thought that.
We're just like, they just
away.
Like we gotta get some kind of feedback.
No, but when it was just the 3 original films, what the hell was Palpatine's backstory? The Emperor, they didn't really go into that.
Well, no, but the Emperor was talked about in every movie. You knew there was a higher up. You knew,
right?
There was,
but you didn't know anything about him, though.
Plus, we have the prequel now. But...
Yeah, but I'm talking about before the prequels.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, it's still.
But I mean, okay, let's forget the Emperor, Darth Vader. I mean, his arc was completely explained.
But like,
well, so was Ben Solo. Ben Solo was Darth Vader of this.
I don't think it's fair to compare Snoke to the Emperor because the Emperor we just knew was like, It's like the First Order. Where did it come from? Like, where did Snoke? It's like the original trilogy.
Well, again,
like
Rise of Skywalker answers that question, but very sloppily.
Well, Snoke even admits that he's been around since the Galactic, or the Republic, and then the Empire, and now First Order. So it's like he's been through all that era. So it's like I wanted to know like who he is, who's he been trained by.
Yeah, because if he's
again, Rise of Skywalker answered that sloppily.
But listen. The Sith is the rule of two. We already know that. So it's like they were both killed in Return of the Jedi. So anyway, okay. Let's go to the Act 3, the end of the movie, where
Rose is being stupid.
Okay, well, Admiral Holdo, let's just say she does what did you guys think of when she did the light speed attack with the ship and cut the ship?
That was a cool
it was a cool little thing, I think.
Cool thing, yeah.
It was cool. No, I agree, it was cool, but like I didn't care about the Admiral, so it was like if that would have been like, how about put Akbar there?
Yeah,
have Akbar do that.
See, there you go.
Okay.
That would have been great.
Lando, right?
Didn't matter. She just didn't matter.
Okay.
She was
that's a minor thing, but of course they escaped to this other planet. The whole Cantabite thing was for naught.
Yeah, they go to the period planet where the
you want to Phasma in that bullshit?
Oh, yeah, like wait a minute, here's what's even funny about that scene. Yeah, the fact that she shows up at, you know how all the stormtroopers were around and they're all about to execute them? Remember, that's when the explosion happens on the ship? Then all of a sudden, there's debris laying everywhere and everyone's like, what the fuck's going on? The next time we see Phasma, she's over there lined up with a bunch of other stormtroopers. It's like, what? How did she even get there? But then, yeah, that's like, again, like they get rid of her stupidly.
I know, yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, that's
because her fight with Finn has no build up and nothing really comes.
Yeah,
it was lame. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'd rather watch the saber battle in the throne room than watch that last fucking part. Like that whole part was just stupid as fuck. Like that part and then the casino, all that wrapped in one is like a big pile of present, like a present you open on Christmas full of shit. Like it's just that's what it is.
Yeah, I would think in the entire saga, like that, the whole Rose Finn adventure is like almost unbearable to. It's almost like I hate it. I don't know.
You're not the only one.
Anyway, okay, so let's get to the planet. So we're on the planet. I don't know if the only thing I want to talk about besides the Luke thing, really, unless you guys want to talk about anything else more, is when Rose saves Finn, and then it's like we fight who we love, and then kisses him. Like it just was out of nowhere.
She should have died.
Well, yeah, either that or let Finn sacrifice himself. That would have given it.
No, I wouldn't like that. That would have been stupid. Like, just have her die or some shit. I don't know. Like, save his life by dying. Like, okay, fine. Save the ones you love by sacrificing yourself. Okay, go away, Rose.
Well, you know what, too? Like,
you're so stupid, Rose.
Yeah, like
I was just thinking that scene Titanic the whole time I was watching. Like, oh, you're so stupid, Rose. You do that, huh?
When they
jump, you jump.
That's an ongoing thing.
Yeah, but this version is you fly, I fly.
Cool. That's what she did.
Yeah. But like that should have been the end of it right there. Like when later on when Finn drags her in, he's like, "Oh, she's injured." I was like, "What?" I was like, "She should have just died right there."
I know.
AT-AT should have just shot.
So like,
down.
That everything they did with that storyline, the kiss especially was like, "What the fuck? Where'd that come from?"
Yeah,
like,
come on, nowhere.
They like had any romantic.
Well, again, in Force Awakens, they kind of built it up like Finn and Rey kind of had a little thing going.
Well, even still in this movie, at the very
Rise of Skywalker, that's like frustrating.
No, but even in Force Awakens, I mean, like they kind of hint that at a little bit.
I get like you want to set up, don't rush a love story. I understand that, but like
there's
no payoff.
They should have concluded it here in this movie.
Hey, you know what though? Hey, I appreciate Anakin and Padme's love story more.
Yeah. Well,
discussion and all.
All right, let's talk about. Okay, let's just talk about. Okay, so Luke projects himself. He's not really there. We all know the scene. Like, okay, how did everyone feel about it? Like, how did everyone feel about it?
Look,
it fooled me.
I thought it was a cool effect. I thought it would have been better if he would have showed up on his own, real time, and showed us what he could do since he just turned the Force back on. What is he capable of? We have not seen what he's capable of at full power and what he can do. Yes,
Yeah, but
we can project himself. He's able to do that. We understand that. That's really powerful. But that's just one power. What else can he do? What else can we see him do? Can he take an AT-AT and crush it just by going like this? I mean, he's got the Skywalker blood. He's powerful. I understand that people are like, yeah, he did his force projection. That makes him powerful. Look what he was able to do. Well, he fucking died from it. So good riddance, I guess.
Okay, well, he has a scene with Leia right before that part.
And that's another thing.
Which, coming into this movie, I was like, okay, if there's going to be a scene with Leia and Luke, I'm going to fucking start tearing up. And even at the time when I first saw this movie, I was underwhelmed by it. Once I got to that scene, I was like, yep, the feels. It got me in the feels again. God damn it.
Well, considering I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this the last film that Carrie Fisher finished?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. It gives you the feels, definitely.
Yeah.
Also, I want to throw this in. Mark Hamill is the one that added the short dialogue between C-3PO and him. Rian Johnson didn't even have that. Like, Mark Hamill was the one that was like, hey, I should have some interaction with C-3PO since...
Well, he didn't say anything. He just winks at him, right?
Well, no, but that wasn't even in the script. Like, Mark
Hamill... Yeah,
it does feel ad-libbed.
It was like an improvised...
I'm glad they did, because then it's...
Yeah.
I got a question. No one's answered this.
Okay.
How, if Luke was able to project, you're able to project yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How did he project himself with a saber? Because he'd have to be holding the saber to project it.
Well, the saber itself is also a projection.
How? He has to.
Well, if he can project clothes and different hair, he can project the
so he can just think of stuff and just project it. What
sure.
the fuck?
Why not? It's the Force.
How did he kiss Leia on the forehead if he wasn't really there?
Yeah, because Kylo stabbed through him. He wasn't there.
Right.
No, but remember when he's like, he kisses Leia on the forehead? Shouldn't Leia?
And he gives her the dice. He gives her the dice.
Wait, is Leia? Are we supposed to believe now that Leia knew that he wasn't really there?
Maybe. They don't really answer that question.
How did he give her the dice?
Wait, didn't they leave the dice behind though?
No.
Doesn't Kylo find them? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, he does.
He finds them. They disappear.
But they disappear. Like, why did they disappear when he disappeared?
No, but how did Leia hold on to those dice?
Well,
they should be holograms.
No, but like, remember again. In Rise of Skywalker, they have the same power where they're throwing objects from place to place using Skyforce.
Okay, I get that.
But, I think that's what that's the deal with this.
But no, but they definitely disappear. So I mean, it is true. Like,
but how does
it should have? You remember when Kylo put his saber through?
I don't know. Fuck the dice.
Orb?
I don't know.
It would have been like through her hand.
It would have been easier if he would have just showed up in person, give her the fucking dice, give her a kiss, give her a smooch, and then use his saber and really kind of fight Kylo or something.
You know what's funny? There was three things that give away that scene, and I didn't catch any of them.
The haircut.
One is he looked young.
Yes.
He had a young look. Two, he had the blue lightsaber, which Rey had.
Blue titty milk.
Three, when he moved on the salt. What?
Thomas said the titty milk.
Oh. And then three, when he walked on the salt didn't move away.
Maybe it was the titty milk that killed him. That could have been.
It went bad after a week.
You know what? I thought that scene was cool, but even though I thought it was cool, in my mind, I was also in the theater. I was like, "Oh, this sucks," because I'm like,
"No,
they shouldn't have killed him." Okay,
especially since Carrie Fisher was really dead at that point. I think that really made the third movie. I think they were in a position that the movie wasn't released yet. She died before that.
A year before.
Yeah, they could have cut that last scene of him disappearing.
If they would have killed him in Rise of Skywalker and had this like glorious scene, then I would have probably been okay with it. But the fact that they did it here, I felt like it was just a cop out. Like,
well, okay, well, to defend the scene,
you feel like they should have saved that for Rise of Skywalker.
Well, to defend the scene a little bit, I like that. Okay. He went on his way to still protect the First Order. The people he helped them escape. He was the diversion.
Yeah, I know the plan.
Yeah, that's what I like. Yeah, he sacrificed himself to save the last beacon of hope, so they can escape from the First Order because they were fucked. They were in the corner there, and they were gonna get killed.
But then again, they really didn't.
So he stepped up at the end. He did step up and became a hero, just not exactly the way we wanted to see. We wanted to see lightsaber fight.
They really didn't need him if you think about it.
No,
They could have just because they blocked the door.
Right?
They could have just left.
No,
they could have just left.
They couldn't. Well, also Rey helped out too when she looked at the rocks.
But where the fuck was Rey? She's fucking flying around like
she comes up like she comes with
the movie dropped the ball with Rey in the third act. They had nothing to do with her.
Rey she's trying to find him, but she's like just flying around. It's like she's in tune with the Force. She should be able to know where they are.
I think what Alex is trying to say is though when they were trying to escape, Kyle was so focused on Luke they weren't trying to.
That's what
I get that, but
I like the part where after he shoots him like a billion times, he comes out of the smoke and does this. That part. That was great.
The thing is, they were in that bunker. They could have just left. They could have just went that way and left.
But they went that way, but there was like rocks, like
right. But I'm saying
the exit.
I'm saying Rey could have. They could have wrote her to be there. That's what I'm saying. She was just flying around like an idiot, and that was just an excuse for Luke to just be there and have his scene.
Well, I don't think they didn't know they could get out that way.
No, yeah. They followed those ice foxes, whatever.
Ice wolf, like
ice wolves, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's blame the scene on the ice wolf. It's like, yeah.
And then Rey and Chewie and the Porgs comes for the rescue.
I don't know. I don't think it was that much of a diversion. I think they could have just escaped. It didn't seem like. I don't know. I think.
Well, I want to bring something up. So, this movie ends with. Remember how they talk about we need the hope, and now remember when the movie ends, it's like it shows like people talking about what Luke did on that planet.
Yeah.
Remember, like so it did lead.
I mean, you're talking about the boys.
Yeah, the slave kids.
Yeah, so it was like so that movie ends in that what Luke did is supposed to give hope to the galaxy.
Yeah, hope again.
Word of mouth, people know about that, but I'm gonna talk about that when we get to Rise of Skywalker. But
But the difference is like the word of mouth in real life was not good because fans did not like this movie.
I do want to talk about this too. What Bob we were just talking about, like Rey. I feel like was very, like she had since excuse me.
I had a question for everybody, but I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just think we should I think it's a sum up at this point, but I feel like Rey, here's another thing is, like, when she was able to move those 90 rocks and, like, with ease, like, if you watch that scene, she has no struggle at all. I feel like
she got some training from Luke.
But why was she at this point? We don't know that there's no like she
didn't get lifting rock training though.
But what I'm saying is should not be that powerful because we don't know that she's a
lifting rocks is.
Well, wait a minute. We didn't even discuss the training. She didn't get no training.
She got some training.
What, just to be in tune with the Force, but she didn't get no training.
To understand the Force, because she really doesn't know. She doesn't know really what it is. She's just like, oh, it's to move stuff, and he's like, no, that's wrong.
Right,
but it's more than that. It's more than just moving stuff.
You look at all the past movies. When there is a big amount of Force power being used, it is you have to be concentrating, and it takes some out of you. Look at when Yoda lifted the X-wing. Like, yeah, I know he was 900 years old, but like that was like a struggle.
Well,
and
he struggled in Attack of the Clones.
That's what I'm saying. But Rey,
he was going off against a powerful Sith. That's why.
But I'm saying Rey is just standing there like this, not struggling, and she's just like 100 rocks are just lifted. When she like had no, it
when
was
that
so
thing
easy.
in Attack of the Clones, when that thing falls, he's like going like he's struggling.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like
I'm saying like Rey, that was too easy.
Well, because he's old.
But I'm saying that was
Attack of the Clones. He was actually younger.
I'm talking about Rey.
He's still oldish. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
But like, don't you like Rey? It shouldn't be that easy for her. to do that. Like, she had no struggle.
Which, again, I think they got it right in Rise of Skywalker with her training. It's that simple. It's that simple. That's what they should have done.
Now, you can explain it away, like, oh, she is a Palpatine, but they didn't know.
Spoiler alert.
You didn't know that at this point.
No, I didn't.
At this
point.
No,
it was just theory. Well, because in this movie, we didn't even talk about this. Like, Kylo tells her, your parents were nobodies. They sold you out for drinking money, and you're nothing to the story. But you mattered to me, and you could be somebody if you joined me.
So,
which that was.
I thought that was thrown out the door because there's no reason to build it up and then throw it.
Well, yeah, okay. That's the question I was going to ask you guys. Like, now that you've seen Rise of Skywalker, does anything really change for you how you felt before and after you saw it for Last Jedi?
A little bit for me.
I will say.
Is it worse now for you or better?
No, better. I want an explanation because you build it up that way.
I will say that for me, that question in The Last Jedi, like her parents were nobodies, I know a lot of people had problems with it. That was one thing I was totally fine with. I think
I didn't like it at first, but and then I warmed up to it, and now it's like in Rise of Skywalker they have their cake and they want the cake and eat it too. Like, oh, he didn't technically lie to her. It's just like there's more to it.
I don't feel like for me, I don't feel like it. I don't think like she had to be connected to like a Skywalker, like or like what people were wanting. Like I was just like, we already know that there's other Force users out there that don't have to be. Now Skywalkers are very strong with the Force.
Well, she's uniquely powerful, though. I think it would have made sense to explain who she's from.
But wait, why is she uniquely powerful?
Well, you just said she lifts 90 rocks with ease, and she's able to do all that stuff in Force Awakens. The thing is, she's got to be powerful from somebody. So I think it would make sense to.
I think
to me, it's more.
But
it's one of those things like
if you don't explain who her parents are, and she's this powerful, she's underdeveloped. She's nobody.
What this is the part of this series of this trilogy. This part of this trilogy it's jarring.
Why would you care about her though? Because she's a nobody. You don't know where she's from. You don't know what's going on with her. She's powerful. She has no story. There's no story. So why would you?
Well, the story would be like, oh, you don't have to be related to something big. You can make yourself.
Okay, but we don't know nothing about her.
But this is the second film. Because if they would have actually followed this movie for the third one, who knows?
Yeah, like honestly, I had no problem. I had no problem with her parents being no one, but because of the questions like that Bob just said, like, yeah, why is she like so powerful? That is true. Like, yeah, okay, that is true then, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, why is she? Because
if you look at all the other Jedi, who is the most powerful as far as like on the council, let's say? You had Yoda, Mace Windu, I guess.
I think all the Jedi Council were powerful.
In ways, but I'm talking about like uniquely powerful or like more powerful than the others.
Most powerful.
Mace Windu lost to Emperor, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying like Rey, she just seems like she's able to do all these abilities like the other Jedi wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, we don't know, but I'm just saying.
But look what happened when she went out against Snoke. She couldn't do shit.
Right. But that's the thing. I would like to know where Snoke was from. Why is Snoke so powerful?
Well,
who is he?
Well, this is a good time. Well, okay, before we get into Rise of Skywalker. Well, this movie.
Hey, look, to me, it's about underdeveloped characters. I think these characters should have been developed a lot better for me to care about them.
And I want to add. I'm gonna wait till we talk about Rise of Skywalker, but unfortunately, like honestly, I feel like at this point, I feel like part of the reason that Rey is so powerful is like they wanted a strong female character but they didn't have an explanation. They just wanted a strong female character.
Well, maybe JJ had an explanation and Ryan didn't.
Then that could be.
Yeah. Ryan wanted to do his own thing. I mean, it's already known. He wanted to do his own
thing. I feel like that was a mistake. I feel like they should have just had someone, whisper in his ear, like,
JJ should have.
an outline. As soon as George Lucas was done with episode 1, or even production, he started writing episode 2. And then there was an outline. They needed to have an outline.
Because he was the guy writing the show. Like in the original trilogy, they had different directors, but George Lucas was the guy who was saying like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do.
Yeah. And I swear to God, Ryan Johnson, I swear it was so deliberate. I feel like he totally was like, I'm gonna make my own movie. I could give a shit what happened before. I really feel like he didn't care, because why would he have these? We have unopened questions, and again, this is Disney's fault too. They weren't like, okay, like here are plot points that you need to keep in mind when you're making the next movie. That wasn't there, Ryan. I feel like Ryan was like, I'm doing this and this because it's completely out of the order.
What Ryan did would have been okay if this was the first movie. He would have had his own story laid out. That's why what JJ did, he built it up, and this one went another way.
He went whatever way you wanted.
It's like this. It went this way. That's why I think Ryan Johnson's story would have worked if we would have started it this way.
Yeah, but if you do risks like that in the first movie, then that's actually put yourself in a worse position.
And I mean, a first movie with these ideas, and then bank it off from there. Have new stories, new ideas. But that's JJ started it, so you know. What do? You gotta.
Okay. Well, this movie ended up making $620 million domestically and $1.3 billion worldwide, which is still pretty good.
Still not as much as The Force Awakens.
And the reaction was very divisive,
especially for audience.
Yeah. But now leading up to Rise of Skywalker. Okay, well, I want. Okay, we'll go to the end when we come to rankings and shit like that. But okay,
are we gonna give our general? Or wait, what? Sorry, Alex. Are we moving on or what?
Okay,
I'm done.
I just wanted to say overall thoughts on the movie. Like it, didn't like it, okay, what?
I liked it, but it's got problems, and I understand where you guys are coming from.
I'm gonna say, since you were bringing up other stuff, I want to say that I guess I don't hate the movie as much as I did. I just don't like it. Mm-hmm. I think there are more flaws than there are good things, but I did name some good things. I did name some things I did like. I wanted this discussion to be open to everyone's thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as
there's no reason.
It wasn't as angry as I thought it was gonna be.
There's no reason to get angry.
No, it's just a movie.
Well, that's what I mean. We're having logical discussions, and
yeah, I mean,
we have a valid point and still think something.
It's not a stupid debate like, oh, you're not a real fan, but crap like that.
That's stupid.
Well, you're not.
I'm wearing the shirt, motherfucker.
You know what? I mean, like, there's definitely things I don't like about this movie for sure. And
so, like, overall, Dan, would you say you like it, you didn't like it, or would you kind of say you're mad?
You're mixed?
I feel like this movie is okay. I'm not gonna say I liked it and it has its problems. I don't feel that way. But I don't hate it either, but I'm definitely more negative than positive for sure. Here's the thing. All the Mark Hamill stuff I really like just because of the performance. Really?
Oh yeah, I mean the performance is great, but
I disagree with some of the decisions with his character. Because I agree with people on some of it.
Even Mark pointed it out himself.
I was okay. I mean, I still enjoy. I guess enjoyed is the word I would say. And then Kylo Ren was still good, but I would say, I mean, if you're gonna make me choose a good or bad, I would say I'm leaning more towards the negative than positive, but
okay, so it's mixed, more accurate.
Yeah, I would say okay.
Okay. Thomas,
for me, I'm with Rob on this one. Like, I know I didn't. I watched it the first time. I did not care for it. I did not. I actually kind of hated it the first time I did it. But watching it for the second viewing after getting ready for the show. I wouldn't say I dislike it as much as I did before. But I still can't give it. I can't really say to myself that I like the movie. I think there's way too many problems for me to. But like, I wouldn't say I despise the movie. I think I'm kind of like the mixture of like it's okay but kind of negative, like going towards like a more negative standpoint, because I just the whole problem with the Luke Skywalker thing, and I just didn't like the performance is great, don't get me wrong, but like I just feel like some of the choices that Rian Johnson made to the character of Luke, and it wasn't like what the character of Luke Skywalker was. You know, it's not the kind of characteristics that Luke Skywalker is, and you know, in a way, like, and I just feel like overall, I feel like they backtracked on a lot of stuff with The Force Awakens. Like, they built up like this really great start to the sequel trilogy with The Force Awakens. They set up everything very, very nicely with, you know, Luke and, you know, having Han Solo in there and Leia, and then having all these new characters come in like Finn. Like, I feel like Finn was a far better character in The Force Awakens than in here, because I kind of feel like, though, that's just more about Rian Johnson's choices. Because if you think about it, Rian Johnson was the one that was running the show in this movie. Like, he is the director. And I just kind of feel like this is why Kathleen Kennedy should go, because I feel like Kathleen Kennedy kind of gave Rian Johnson a free range to do whatever he wanted, you know. But
she doesn't really have a lot of ideas. Like, she's not like a person with a plan. It doesn't seem like Kevin Feige.
He doesn't really have a grasp.
Yeah, you need like somebody like Kevin Feige.
Kevin Feige, he's got a layout of like two
like,
to three.
Not him specifically. Somebody like him.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know,
they had no plan, a story plan.
They had 12% of a plan. They had 12% of a plan.
Well, you figure George Lucas wrote Kathleen Kennedy a three sequel trilogy.
Yeah, but he sold the rights, so whatever.
And, you know, like, but I'll get into the other news article that I mentioned, or news story about Kathleen Kennedy that I mentioned.
Well, you're going to get into that when we get to Rise of Skywalker.
Well, that's what I said. Like, earlier in the show, I mentioned like when we were talking about, like, right before we talked about Force Awakens, I was saying that, like, there was an article about Kathleen Kennedy when Rise of Skywalker was about ready to come out in theaters, and I'll get into that though when we get to Rise of Skywalker.
Okay.
But
I just wanted to say that this is the Iron Man 3 of Star Wars movies.
Yeah, kind of.
And we have those exact same reactions. Like, Rob and Thomas don't like it. Dan is kind of like about it, mixed, and then I'm the one to defend it.
But overall, I can't really say I like the movie overall. It's probably the weakest. It's the weakest one out of the sequel.
Spoiler alert. Okay,
I'm saying it's the weaker of the sequel trilogy for me.
Okay, well, okay, moving on to Rise of Skywalker, which still playing theaters.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, episode 9. We have to wait another.
Has Rise of Skywalker crossed $1 billion yet?
No,
not yet.
I'm about to say, yeah. I don't think it has.
It will.
Yeah.
But yeah, the opening crawl to this one is, the dead speak. The galaxy has heard a mysterious broadcast, a threat of revenge in the sinister voice of the late Emperor Palpatine. General Leia Organa dispatches secret agents to gather intelligence, while Rey, the last hope of the Jedi, trains for the battle against the diabolical First Order. Meanwhile, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren rages in search of the Phantom Emperor, determined to destroy any threat to his power. ... Motherfucking ... So, how we
listen?
This is gonna be an interesting one.
I think I want to just let you guys know this. My wife, my 2 daughters, and my parents, so 5 people, they've all seen this movie. They all loved it. My kids and my wife, it's their favorite of the sequel trilogy.
My dad loved it too.
With that being said, in my opinion, this is the worst written Star Wars movie in all 9 movies.
Fuck! Wow. Okay.
So I have a lot of points I want to bring up.
Can I mention one thing to Dan?
I dressed up for this one. You guys seen the pics?
Can I mention one thing to Dan about that comment that he said about the weakest?
Yeah.
Okay, you agree?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you don't think it's the worst of the sequel trilogy?
Yeah, just because I just feel like that for me, because I feel like with Last Jedi they did get some things right in the Last Jedi, like but not like other than like the Luke Skywalker thing. I think they did a couple of things right. Like I didn't like some of the comedic elements in the Force Awakens or in Last Jedi. Yeah, but I feel like they gotten some things written wise. Like granted, like the Mark Hamill thing, the ad-lib thing wasn't in the original script, but I thought that was a good thing to add into the script. But because I feel like there are some good things in the script in Last Jedi, but when it comes to like Rise of the Skywalker, it's way too messy of a script, and I just feel like it's the weakest written of the trilogy, of the sequel trilogy. But I wouldn't say it's my least favorite of the sequel trilogy because Last Jedi for me is the weakest one, just because of the way they handled like the Luke Skywalker thing and a lot of the way they handled Finn and some of the comedy didn't work, and I just feel like there was like a lot of stuff in that just that Rian Johnson made poor choices in. I just still feel like that's my least favorite Star Wars sequel.
Here's how I'd explain it. It's like it's poorly written, but it's entertaining, and it to me it where Force Awakens left off. It's like now they're starting to connect things.
Yeah, and I mean it's one of these things for me where it's like I feel like they did the best they could.
Yeah,
I think J.J. Abrams did the best he could with making them the mess up.
Alex is there. No.
Okay, it's funny you mentioned like the people you saw it with and loved it. Like I have the kind of the same situation. Like okay, I saw it first night with my sister and her boyfriend. They really liked it. I didn't feel the same way. Saw it again with my two nephews. They loved it. Still didn't feel the same way, but I still liked it. But it is honestly though. Look, I'm not sure. Maybe I agree with it's the worst written one, but I will say it's the sloppiest one.
Wait, it is or is not?
It's the slop. I'm gonna say okay. I don't feel okay. For me, it's too early to say it's the worst written one, but I'm sure it's safe to say it's the sloppiest one.
It is sloppy with the scenes.
It is
and
sloppy.
I was shocked how just some scenes are just okay. Like just like the first 10 minutes, it's like it's way too quick. It's way too rush. I'm like,
it gives you
calm the fuck down, JJ.
I guess you would say it gives you whiplash.
Yes. It's like, oh, Kylo finds this, meets the Emperor. Poe and Finn are doing this. I'm like, whoa.
Again, that's why some of this should have been explained in the second movie. And
you don't have this problem. You don't have this problem with the third chapter in the prequel trilogy and the third chapter in the original trilogy. There's one thing going on. It's coherent. This is not it.
Exactly. Like you. Well, we'll talk about it at the end. But you want to do it? We just go over the acts like we were before. Is that good with everybody? Or
yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay. So of course, the movie starts off where Kyle's finding the Wayfinder to find the Sith planet, which he does find. You find Palpatine is still alive. Snoke was a puppet. He wants Kylo Ren to find Rey, and then does he want Rey? Does he want him to kill Rey, or does he want him to bring Rey to him? Do you remember?
Wasn't it that he wanted to bring Rey to him?
He wanted to bring her back to him, but then when she resists or whatever, then he's like, well, kill her then.
Yeah, he tells her to kill her.
Yeah.
He says, oh, that's what he says. He says, bring her to me, but if she doesn't come, kill her. Okay, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
So then you have, Rey's continuing her Jedi training. Poe and Finn are getting intel on how to find Palpatine, and then they find out they need to go to this planet to find Ochi. This was his Jedi hunter. So that's kind of
to find the dagger.
Let's just talk about that stuff at first.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you want me to go first or not. Okay.
No.
Immediately, that opening crawl was ridiculous. Like,
the dead speak.
The Emperor sends out a message to the world that he's returned. Like, what the fuck? Like, he would never fucking do that. The Emperor is behind the scenes. He's always being careful, and he's got chess pieces. He's making chess pieces. He would never alert everyone, "Hey, I'm back." And that's exactly what happened.
Especially since he's in a weak state.
Right. Like, I can't believe he sends out a fucking message to everyone that he returned. Like, what the fuck? Like, that pissed me off. I'm like, that is so unlike that character that he would do that. Sorry.
Okay, here's a question for you, Dan. You said, well, before we saw Rise of Skywalker, when we were talking about the Return of the Jedi, you said if they need to explain his return well, do you feel it was justified to bring him back?
Okay.
They explained this in the beginning, like right away.
From a story perspective, I was okay with it because in episode 3, he explains he learned to cheat death. Okay.
Right.
I think that was cool that they called back to that. How it was handled in the movie, though, I'm not in agreement on because, for one, the Death Star fucking exploded and we saw it on screen. There shouldn't be half of a Death Star floating in some water on.
Well, oh yeah, you're right with that. I was gonna say.
Thing
I was about to say like, well, we've seen ships in the sequel trilogy, like in other planets, like, well, yeah, because they break in half, they won't actually all explode.
I think I would have been more okay with. Okay, listen, that's a nitpick. Okay, like I'm not gonna say like it's definitive that there could be a piece that fell off. Okay, that's fine, but like how even him surviving, we don't know how he could cheat death. So maybe his essence floated to some.
Well,
okay. So
I'm okay unlimited power.
Right, but the execution of it, like the fact that he was like back on the Sith homeworld, it's like, how did he get back there? Okay, again, these are things that can be explained. Okay, we just don't have an explanation for it. So I was okay. I'm okay, but again, it's behind the scenes. They brought the Emperor back because they had no bad guy. And they're like, okay, what the fuck? What are we going to do?
Well, Kylo Ren is your bad guy.
Right. But they wanted something. They knew they were going to turn Kylo, they wanted to turn him good again. So they needed another powerful character to come back. That's why I don't like the reasonings why he came back. Also, I got to point this out. You saw in the prequel trilogy, in all 3 movies, that even in the episode 1, like Palpatine from behind the scenes was turning the cogs. He was working behind the scenes. You saw that throughout the whole prequel trilogy. In the original trilogy, you know that the Emperor is around. He's mentioned in all movies. Sequel trilogy, it's like Snoke. Oh, all of a sudden it's the Emperor, and like, oh, guess what? Like, I was a puppeteer. It's like you know it wasn't planned because if he would have been the puppeteer behind the scenes, there would have been hints of it. Like the fact. So that's
the only hint we got was the fact that when Snoke was like, I was around during the Republic and the Empire, he was around that long, just like the Emperor. That was the only hint we got.
That and Snoke being that powerful. That's it.
Well, yeah, I guess.
But like you can see in like Force Awakens and Last Jedi that Snoke was essentially supposed to be the big bad.
Yeah.
Rian Johnson was like, nope, I'm gonna kill him off. So then it's like, what the fuck are we left with?
I thought Snoke should have been Plagueis. I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah, I mean that could have done some stuff. But anyway, I do like that the fact that the Emperor. I'm glad they used that from Episode 3 because that's a cool thing.
Oh, the line he says like the dark side of the Force is an ability considered to be unnatural. Yeah.
So I think I like that, but the way it was executed, I don't like because again, it was, I guess it's hard for me to differentiate the two. Like,
did you like how he was kind of like hanging with like a machine off a machine or something? The whole time I was thinking like, what the hell does that remind me of? And I couldn't put my finger on it. I was like,
it was almost like a
Dr. Satan. That's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of like Dr. Satan from.
It was like a horror movie, like.
Yeah, he reminds me of Dr. Satan from House of Thousand Corpses. With the,
he did look like him.
Yeah, kind of like that.
But like in that whole scene, they try to explain away. See, it's like they're forced. Again, JJ's forced. Guess what? I was I controlled Snoke. It's like, okay, so I made Snoke, and then you see all the Snoke clones. So it's like, okay, so they're explaining that away. They're also explaining the fact of
why
Snoke and Darth Vader. Like, so when like Kylo was always in front of the mask, it was like, because I was always, people would be questioning like, why is Anakin not talking to Ben? Like, hey,
yeah, I also like why doesn't Ben know that like Darth Vader turned good at the end of his life?
Yeah, so they explain that by doing.
Okay, he always heard Vader's voice, and
Palpatine was in that. So like they're trying to get explanations. They're trying to quickly explain, wrap things up so that you can just be like, oh, okay, and some of it just didn't work for me.
Someone brought up something. I think in the movie in the beginning, Palpatine is actually dead. He's just possessing the body, because if you look at his eyes, they're white. And it's like his body, it's just his lifeless body, and Palpatine is possessing the body.
No, that's his body, though.
Why?
Because his fingers are all like fucked up, and like he's
right. No, but why would he be in the mind of his body but not in his body?
Because I think he
looked like he looked like a zombie practically.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's just because.
But I mean, I don't think. But I mean, if you look at his eyes, it's like he's dead.
Right.
They had
undead.
Listen, if they didn't do that, then it'd be like, well, Anakin's sacrifice was for nothing.
Yeah.
They had to, because if the Emperor was there,
that's another question I wanted to ask you. Everybody here, do you feel Anakin's turn at the end of Return of the Jedi is
tarnished? Yeah.
You really? I don't feel that way.
I definitely do.
Because I always thought the point of it, not really, he kills the Emperor, but it was more about saving the son, which he did. That's still accomplished. That still doesn't.
Well, the goal was to bring balance to the Force.
Well, that's prequel stuff, though.
Huh?
Well, you can cloud over this too, because when they talk about a prophecy misread, it might not have been about Anakin. It could have been about Rey.
Maybe.
But then again,
because the prophecy wasn't like, oh.
Then here's a major question: why the fuck did Shmi have a Jesus baby from nothing?
And I want to say
midichlorians, huh?
It's canon now. It's canon that this is canon. Palpatine.
Yeah, I read the comic. Yeah.
He manipulated the midichlorians to make. Anakin.
Technically, Palpatine is the father.
So he did make a Jesus baby. So if he did do that,
which was hinted at in episode 3.
Huh?
That was hinted at in episode 3 when he talks about like, you can even like be so powerful you can manipulate the midichlorians to create life.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So we know he did that. So to me, like the Jedi text, it's like probably says something about like probably a Jesus thing. Well, Rey was born naturally, so that they couldn't be talking about her. I don't think.
Prophecy misread.
That's what I'm saying. The prophecy was probably about
But the things like the prophecy stuff is not.
Show me the fucking prophecy, mate.
No, the things like the prophecy was never mentioned in the original trilogy. That's something that doesn't get brought up till episode 1.
They don't even know how to read. They're stupid.
Yeah, but it's still canon. The prequels are canon, so you have to take it. You have to take that basically.
Oh, whatever.
Okay, and going back to this scene. Seriously, okay, explain this.
Okay.
So Palpatine has been building a Star Destroyer army for years. Okay, that's how he's got all these Star Destroyers, right?
Right.
Am everyone agreeing on this? Okay.
Yeah, it says that in the movie.
So we see that they're like buried under the ice. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Who's manning these things when they're being busted up through the ice? It's not the First Order, because no one knew about it. No one knew about it.
Yeah, that's bad writing.
Very bad writing. Yeah.
How many ships were in that shot? Like 1,000?
A lot. Yeah.
And they're all like being busted through the ice. So who's running it?
The only explanation to that is like he made those like before the events of the original movie. like in between 3 and 4 or something like that long ago.
Pre-planning
Why,
it.
but it's like, why wouldn't you use those then? You should.
Because he knew he was gonna die.
How about this? If he was controlling Snoke the whole time, why did he even build the First Order? Why did he have a First Order and then a hidden Star Destroyer army?
He called it the Final Order, right?
Right,
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is he built the First Order. If he's in control of Snoke, he created the First Order.
And you know what? He's a fucking idiot because then he created another Death Star in Force Awakens. He should know better than that. What a
For
fucking
nothing.
idiot.
Right. Who was behind all that stuff? He says it in the movie. I was behind all that stuff. So he created the First Order army, but then also a secret star.
Yeah, it's one of those things like
where that was. It's just like
that wasn't planned, so they just make stuff up.
Yeah, so we're not off to a good start for me at this point. I don't know. I don't know if you guys think I'm being too picky.
No, but I mean,
no. Those are legit criticisms.
Then again, what can you do?
No, those are legit criticisms.
Yeah.
I just don't agree with the Anakin story being retcon or whatever. I don't think that affects it.
Even though, like I said, the story's or the writing is lousy, I just think it's entertaining.
Well, I don't want to jump to the end of the movie, but one of the voices you hear is Anakin, and he tells
yes,
Rey,
I fucking love that.
Listen, he says, "Bring balance to the Force, like I did once." So he did.
Yeah.
It wasn't like
no, he still did.
So the prophecy. So then, but like, oh well,
it's almost like Palpatine manipulated it. It's like he.
Well, it's like the balancing the Force. It was never really about killing every single.
How many times can you balance it?
Yeah, but like it wasn't like but killing every. It was just like dethroning them out of power, and they're not powerful enough. They're useless.
But wait a minute, but balance wasn't brought then because if he was in control of Snoke in the First Order,
well, there wasn't, and though the Empire was.
Well, you got to think the First Order this was years and years after though.
The Empire was no longer in power. That was the balance of the Force. That was the balance of the Force.
So that time period between Jedi and Force Awakens,
the Emperor and the Sith were not ruling no more.
There could have been balance between that time.
Yeah,
I guess
I can concede that.
No, they should have asked advice from Thanos. Like he knows how to balance things, just like they should.
I used the stones to destroy the stones.
Well, they pretty much copied the end of Avengers Endgame, like with some of the things that they.
Yeah.
Kind of. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. No. You're right about one part. One part exact. Endgame. Yeah. One part. Fuck! I gotta write the shit down. Hold on. So I won't forget. But okay, go. Move on.
Let's move on to. So Rey is training now with Leia.
Yeah.
And,
right.
Okay, so again, I want to point this out. So. At this point, things can be explained on why she's so powerful because remember how she's floating rocks? She's not only floating rocks, but she's floating herself. We've never seen a Jedi float their own body.
No.
So it's like, and then she even like slowly does like a flip to the ground. It's like, Jesus, like, okay, you're powerful, but we know why now.
Well, because Leia's been training her and she read the books. Right.
So I'll say this, I'm trying to follow the storyline here. I thought JJ did an excellent job of implementing Leia's footage for the movie.
Yes.
I thought it was pretty darn seamless. Like I didn't feel like there was too much awkwardness. I got to give them credit for that, for sure. You guys.
They were stuck in the corner. They're stuck in the corner. They had no choice. Like, okay, they meant to make the best of it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can agree with that with J.J. Abrams. The way he did that.
So they had no other choice.
All right, so the mole tells them they got to go to this planet where Hasana and find Ochi's ship. So first off, Hasana, that's when they find Lando. Kylo realizes that she's there. He sends troopers there. They kind of get into like an action sequence, and then they sit down where the snake is.
Okay.
All right.
But this is one part I'm gonna agree with you.
Lando was. I'm glad he came in. Okay, I like Lando.
How you doing, you pirate?
How'd you guys feel about that?
He's cool. For what they did with him.
I like that he came back, but
Yeah,
but
I like that he came back too.
but
What?
I felt they mishandled his character a little bit, and that he didn't mention Han dying. Where the fuck was he this whole time?
They should have had it in the last movie.
Well, they don't have time for that.
Maybe he was having sex with a droid.
He has sex with everything. I do like the one part where he says, "I'll give my love to Leia," and then Rey says, "You should do that yourself." Which, okay, it's like, oh, cool, they're gonna have a scene together. Nope.
He's a savage.
Nope. They're not. They don't even have a scene together.
Well, they can't though. She was dead.
Well, not even like a quick little like you know.
Goes back to my point. They could have had all of them together.
Oh, you mean like they could have filmed him with like her deleted scene or something?
They could have done this.
Is that what you mean?
Like before. Spoiler alert.
Like,
before she dies, have a scene with her, like one last little. Like,
wait a minute, but all her footage was deleted scenes, right? In this.
Yeah, I know, but they still had a stand-in, filming with the characters. But most of her dialogue is just Rey, though.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I like Lando fine. I guess.
Hey,
how about,
did your audience share when he showed up?
I think there were some people.
Yeah, there were some people
It was
because
quiet, but
no, because me and my sister were the only ones that shared. That fucking theater was dead silent when he showed up. I was like, "Fuck!" It goes to my point, like, wow, look at the audience I had when I watched Force Awakens. They're all fucking cheering. They're into it. Once we get to the last one, it's not as enthusiastic.
That's because the Force Awakens set up so nicely, and then the last two films were kind of just ass backwards and sloppily put together.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't get the same reaction out of the audience.
I'm going to bring this up now. This movie had no suspense of characters as far as like where they needed to go and like what they needed to do and what danger they're in. They had like all these points to do, and it was like they got to them so quickly. Like, okay, when they got to this desert planet, let me just explain this. They needed to find Ochi's ship, right?
Yeah.
That was their goal. So they're in that town. They get into this speeder chase. Okay, if you remember the speeder chase, their ship gets blown up, right? And so they land. They just happen to land on that quicksand area, which takes them underground, right to where Ochi's body is, where the Sith dagger is. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what are the odds that would have happened? It wasn't like they got there smartly. It was that their ship got knocked out, and they just went on this whole big planet. They just happened to be right where they needed to be.
I can kind of accept that, because like if you look at adventure films like Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, when they're in the castle or the castle, and he goes behind the wall, and then when he's sent there to look for the Shankara stones, and he ends up just at the place where the Shankara stones are, and like so then he steals them. So, like those kind of things.
I just want to put this out there. I feel like this movie's gonna get lower in my list. Just saying. Not really talking about these flaws.
Like they said that they were.
They found the.
They were led to the area where they.
It was they went to the castle, but
what's
they
the
didn't
character's
know
name? They're looking like the character ship they're looking for. The character's name.
Ochi.
Yeah, they find the ship, and it's like in a hill. So that ship's been there for decades. Nobody's touched it.
Yeah, it was just sitting in the wide open, just sitting up on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Not or anything.
Yeah.
So then they're underground, and then there's a giant snake and
wait, before that, a family.
I mean, if Ochi landed, would he have to hide it?
No, but the point is,
he didn't hide it. He just like
Lando were looking for that for years.
Yeah,
that's what Lando says. He's like, we were looking for it for years and we couldn't find it.
Well, I mean, it's possible they didn't look there, but
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. So they got there on day one and found it accidentally.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
If you go back to like action movies and adventure movies, they find things accidentally. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but like to go back to the point, like, well, in like a movie that's not that entertaining, stuff like that you notice and bothers you.
I think if this wasn't like I said, like being a diehard Star Wars fan, it bothered me that they so easily. When you watch the other movies, it's like they don't get that stuff. It's like that stuff doesn't happen so easily. It's like look at Episode 2, like when they like the whole puzzle of like finding about where the clones are from, and like we have this hidden planet. It's been removed from the archives. It was like that. That is how it should have been, like something like that. But it was like in this movie, they had to get there because there's so much plot stuff going on. It was just like we're just gonna find it like right away. I think that's what bothers.
It feels rushed because this is the last movie. They're doing so much. They're doing so much in the final thing.
And you know,
I mean, I was okay with the whole adventure thing. Like it just felt like an adventure. Like, you know.
Yeah, but I feel the adventure stuff after Force Awakens just lacks fun.
I thought this movie had like the most action and fun out of probably all of them.
Yeah, it's just opinion.
Okay. But like when they're sinking, Finn is about to tell Rey, I never told you this, and then they sink and he don't say it.
Right.
I know JG's confirmed like, because he was gonna tell her that he's Force sensitive. But why keep that a secret from Poe?
So
but why keep that? But why keep that a secret from Poe? It's like,
what are you talking about?
Ben.
That doesn't happen yet, though, does it?
Yeah, when they're sinking the sand, he's like, I didn't tell you.
Yeah, before they find the snake.
Why wouldn't you? Why is that?
And then Rey's like, what are you gonna tell me? I'll tell you later. And then like Poe says like, you can't say it in front of me. Like, why?
It was weird. Like, it made no sense. I don't know why he couldn't say it.
That's why I thought what? Okay, and that's the thing. I like the actors, the three main in here, but it's like the relationship is very kind of schizophrenic. It's like, okay, are they sometimes they act like friends, and sometimes they act like all like married couples. Like, are they in a three-way relationship? Honestly, it feels like they're playing.
This is all comes from the writing.
It feels like they're playing like that.
I actually liked all three of them together. Like for The Last Jedi, when none of them had screen time together, it was just a big.
See, but it doesn't feel organic though.
What?
It doesn't feel organic though.
Organic.
Yeah, like
they're bickering all the time. I think, right?
Well, they weren't bickering in the beginning. They kind of bickered, but I thought they got along pretty good.
Yeah, because like Poe didn't know Rey till like the very end of Last Jedi, and now they're in the
Jedi's writings. That's the writing. That's their fault for doing that. They could have had scenes together.
I didn't have any problem with their scenes together, or like how.
Well, it's not the acting; it's just the writing.
I thought I didn't like. I'm just talking specifically about like now Finn has this secret that he doesn't want to tell anybody. It's just like, why?
Your dirty little secret. No, I'm just kidding. That's the It Chapter 2 reference. God damn it.
Well, this all leads to they find the dagger underground, and then there's a giant snake, and Rey is just like, that I can heal.
That scene was fucking stupid.
That was like off like Harry Potter or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
that's just like Chamber of Secrets.
Force heal is a Force ability, but she don't.
No, probably honestly, the Force healing did not bother me that much. Honestly.
Oh wait, what bothered you then about that scene?
Nothing really. It's just like it kind of like a giant snake seemed like very like Harry Potter-ish. That's all.
It just came out of nowhere. Like,
well, it's probably in the textbooks.
Like, I wish they would have brought that up, like shown us a little clip in the beginning. Like, remember when Rey was training? Like, let's say like he stepped on a creature and like ever do it right there. That way, it's not a big fucking surprise.
She did read this text, so it could have said it.
Well, has everybody caught up to Mandalorian yet?
Yeah.
I
know
okay.
That show.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, no complaints from nobody I've heard from. But when Rey does it, it's a fucking bullshit.
Wait a minute. What? I didn't see that until after Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, well, I saw it before Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, so
I think that was. I think that you're supposed.
Oh,
to.
yeah.
I don't know. So that's why it didn't throw me off. I was like, oh, cool, just like in Mandalorian.
The fact that you did it to a snake, I thought was dumb. If it had been like a hurt, just
But it was a hurt snake.
not a fucking snake,
I
like
think
this
we
big
should-
giant
yeah.
snake. Like
I think we should have just seen it earlier on in the movie, like, and then if that happened, then we'd be like, okay,
Okay, you wanted more setup to it.
yeah, that's all. That's all.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. Anyone else?
I feel like hold on, sorry. I feel like Thomas is getting like side swap or whatever. He hasn't really said much about the snake and the
Sorry.
much of
I think you guys really pretty much like summed up everything.
Do you like the snake?
This movie is like just so all over the place.
Do you like the snake?
I like my snake. I like my snake.
You like your trouser snake? Okay, fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that I like my trouser snake. I'll give you that. But should I mention this article that about the Kathleen Kennedy thing, about when Rise of Skywalker was coming out and things like that? What?
He wants to talk about the Kathleen Kennedy thing in this Rise of Skywalker behind the scenes shit.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Well, maybe we should wait till the
end.
I think we should just get through the story.
Daisy, go over there and lay down.
No,
Lay down.
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
I think I've read.
It's very brief. I mean, it's not like it's like a big detail thing.
Okay,
Okay.
what did Kathleen Kennedy do?
Well, she did an interview with Rolling Stone.
Right.
And
What?
She raped.
Okay.
Star Wars is full of rape.
Okay.
she did a interview with
Get your
Rolling
head out of the gutter.
Stone magazine, and she pretty much said that Star Wars there's no source material for Star Wars.
That's bullshit.
No, I agree with that.
And
You agree? There's no source material?
No,
That's. I wasn't even.
There's no source material out there at all?
the story.
wasn't
No,
even
I'm saying the story. The first movie didn't come out of source material. It came out of. It was the original
No, but
story.
when you said there's no source material available. That's bullshit.
yeah, I mean, like there's like thousands.
Well,
There's
maybe
like
it's maybe it's a misquote.
Well, listen. I wasn't even gonna bring this up, and I'm gonna bring it up as quickly as possible. Have you guys heard of the Lucasfilm Story Group? Have you heard of it?
No, well, you explain it to me.
No.
When Disney bought Lucasfilm,
You're right.
Yeah.
Disney created the Lucasfilm Story Group. It consists of 7 or 8 people, okay? And their names are known. They were tasked with going through all of Star Wars lore, being the movies and the book canon. And
Does that include Lawrence Kasdan?
Huh?
Does that include Lawrence Kasdan?
I'm not sure. I don't
Okay.
know the name. But anyway, like a year later, that's when Disney decided the extended universe is not canon. We're just gonna have the movies be canon and like Clone Wars and Rebels. Okay, so they had the story group be like, okay, like we still want you to memorize the EU canon, and the whole point of this group is so that when they make the movies, they don't do anything that's incorrect from what is canon, and also have the EU stuff to use if they needed something that they wanted to bring into that wouldn't go against the canon that is the movies. They used the story group for The Force Awakens, and they used the story group for The Last Jedi. They did not use the story group for Rise of Skywalker.
Okay. I got no response to that.
It's just weird. It's just like why would they not use that for
Rise of Skywalker.
That's like because they wanted. I think it had to do with, well, at this point, if something is not going to be correct, what can we do?
Well, to me, and I guess this is maybe not my summary of how I feel with the movie, but this is like how the movie just turned out. Is that Rise of Skywalker is a perfect example of people, the people behind making the movie, trying so hard to satisfy everyone.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It's
Like-
like you're not gonna do that. So
Like they tried to like fix the mistakes in Last Jedi and
also have so much fan service and so much of this and so much of that. And
yeah, they're trying to please like everybody. Like, oh well, people didn't like this in Last Jedi. Like, we got to change this and satisfy those. But like, wait a minute, we got to satisfy this crowd over here and this crowd over here. And you can't really balance all that. And I feel like that the way it came out was like so sloppily put together. In a way,
Ryan Johnson gave a shit about fan service, and then I think JJ, he put a little too much fan service in this movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think like.
But, again, he was trying to correct a wrong. I think.
I mean, I get it. I want to serve some like fan service in there. I completely get that, but sometimes you don't want to go overboard.
It still doesn't excuse the sloppy stuff in the script.
Right. I mean, the script is really sloppy, and I think.
Whoa. It's funny I mentioned the script because not only did JJ write this, but the co-writer was Chris Terrio, and he brought us the classics, Batman vs Superman and Justice League.
hey, guess what? He said that when Rise of Skywalker dies down, he's going to address the Snyder Cut. So let's see.
Hey, fine, address it, motherfucker. Okay,
anyway,
sorry.
Release it, bitch.
Let's move on. Okay, so all of a sudden Kylo's there. Chewie gets
Force Skype again.
what?
Force Skype again.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. So Chewie gets taken to a transport. Rey tries to get the transport. Kylo's pulling it. She uses Force and kills Chewie.
No.
Yeah.
I knew it was bullshit because we saw the trailer. He was flying the Millennium Falcon with Lando, and that part didn't happen. Yet, so I was like, boy,
yeah, they gave that.
That was a fake cop out.
Yeah.
They go to this. They go somewhere else and they find Kerry Russell's character. What's her name?
Useless character.
Hold on. Zori Bliss.
Zori Bliss, yeah.
And then they find out they have to wipe C-3PO's memory.
Wait, Zori Bliss?
Zori Bliss.
Yeah.
More like Snorri Bliss. Am I right, guys?
C-3PO's memory is wiped so they can find out where Exegol is. They find out Chewie's alive. They have to go rescue him. They get captured. General Hux is the mole, and they all escape on the Millennium Falcon.
Okay, I didn't mind Zori Bliss. I thought they should have done more with her. I didn't mind her, but fucking Hux, fuck him. Fuck him.
Wait, let's backtrack. So, how did you guys feel about Rey using Force lightning?
That was I actually was shocked. I was like, holy, it actually surprised me. I was like, holy shit. But by that point, like when that reveal happened, I was like, oh fuck, she's probably Palpatine. Why else would Palpatine even return? Why would Palpatine even return in the story if and that shit happens? Like, okay, that's the reason why.
She didn't really use it that like it's almost like
she accidentally used it.
It's like did it and then she was like done. Like oh my god.
She accidentally came.
I think I would have hated it if she would have.
Yeah, she accidentally ejaculated her bowels.
Her Force lightning.
I'm fine with her being related to Palpatine, but I don't understand is storyline wise, how does Force lightning work? Because it's okay.
Unlimited power.
No, but wait a minute. Do you have to be using the dark side to use it?
That's never really been explained though.
Well, she says
I feel like that's why this film's sloppily written because they don't really explain a lot of stuff.
Okay, listen. Who's used Force lightning? The Emperor, who we know uses the Dark Force, and Count Dooku, who uses the Dark Force. Because even when Count Dooku used it, Yoda's like, the dark side I sense in you. So you don't have to be a Palpatine to use Force lightning. Rey was not using she wasn't part of the dark side, so how was she able to use Force lightning?
Maybe she was using it in anger.
But you can't. You're either in the dark side or you're not. Remember, you can't. You can go into the dark side, and then that's it. You're in the dark side. There's no like you can use it and then come out of it.
Right. I mean,
so how do you explain that she was able to use it?
Well,
maybe I don't know. Maybe it's
where Vader did.
But what I don't mean like
Palpatine genes.
I mean, like, simply, like
Palpatine genes.
But again, Palpatine's not in control of Force lightning.
Who did Palpatine fuck?
That bald bitch from episode 3.
Yes.
It had to be Levis. It had to be.
Yeah. Wait, why did your voice change?
Oh no, I guess it don't matter.
Answer that nonchalantly. Who did Palpatine just fuck?
Well, it's just it's just like in the original trilogy when like they revealed Darth Vader is truly like Luke's father. It's like, well, they never mentioned the mom, so it's like one of those things. Like, oh, well, it's not true.
Well, I just want, again, it's just another thing where it's like, okay, how does this work? Like, it kind of contradicts what we've seen.
It was a test tube baby, okay?
Well, okay, wait. So then, you got the Chewie fake out, which I don't like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was already. If you had not have seen the trailer, that part in the trailer, or read the leaks, then
I guess here's my question: if they wouldn't have done the fake out, would it have changed the movie? Why was it needed?
Oh, if they didn't have the fake out.
Right, because think about it. Like within
no, because they think Chewie's dead, so she's probably thinking, "Oh my god, I was unable to control my
ship, though." Too right.
That's what I'm saying. It was like 5 minutes later. They're like, "Oh, he's not dead. Let's go rescue him." Why couldn't they have had the scene where it's like, "Oh, he got taken. We gotta rescue him"? Why did they need the fake out death?
Yeah,
they didn't have the balls to kill Chewie off.
I just feel like that's cheap.
But then again, if they did really kill him off, I will give this movie 0 stars.
I don't think they would. Well,
listen, honestly, at this point, who cares if he dies? Because
I care.
Everyone's fucking dead now.
He's useless.
No, not in this movie.
I mean, they already killed off Han Solo.
And if they would have given him a Lando adventure, then I would probably agree with you. But since
maybe they will.
We barely saw him with Lando, it's like, okay, thanks, Chewie, or nothing. I mean, okay, how about this? So now they find out that Chewie's alive, right?
Yeah.
So here's another MacGuffin. Like, oh, you need to get on the ship? Here, I have a captain coin. I've been saving it. Here you go, Poe. It's like, oh, see how easy it is? Like, they're just like giving everything in this movie. It's like, oh, it's so easy for the heroes to like get from here to there.
Well, at first she had that for herself, and that didn't happen until the last minute, and she just offered it to him. I don't think. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like,
General Hux is fucking useless.
That's just stupid.
Oh my god, that's the worst.
That's the worst idea I've. That's stupid.
In Star Wars history,
character.
But when he said he's the mole, you've killed millions of people by blowing planets up. You're not gonna, and your reason is ridiculous. Like,
that's why he's a baby.
I don't care about you guys. I just don't want Kylo Ren to win. Well, what do you think is gonna happen if Kylo Ren doesn't win? He's the supreme guy. No one's gonna like take his place. It's stupid.
What a ginger.
Does he have a soul?
The actor, no.
Yeah, right.
The actor.
That was my big problem.
The actor got.
That was my big problem.
I'm the spy.
That character got screwed over, and Finn gets screwed over in this movie. Because again, Finn kind of useless again.
Actually, I think Finn better than
Last Jedi.
No, but again, also it's always like there's a lot of scenes where like they're all together, and then Rey says something, she walks away, and Finn's like, "Where's Rey? Where's Rey? I gotta go look for Rey." That happens like 3 times in the fucking movie, man.
Yeah, but Finn has a lot of good action scenes though.
What part? Like the ending?
What?
What the ending?
No, what? Throughout the whole movie, he's shooting a blaster and everything.
That's not that special.
What? Oh, so
yeah, but nothing. There's no progression with this character still.
No, I agree.
This
character still. I'm saying he did more in this movie than he did Last Jedi.
Okay, cool, but that's not enough.
Well, how about the fact that when they get to even before he's the spy, so when they get to the ship, look how easily they preach. Like there's that whole hallway scene where they're just gunning down stormtroopers and they're not even concerned with like being. It's just like it's so easy for them.
Well,
like,
Poe gets shot in the shoulder one time.
Oh, big fucking whoop.
Well, it was easy for Han and Chewie when they stormed on Force Awakens, so I can't really argue there.
Sure. That is true.
Wait, when did they?
When they stormed the place when I think it was Chewie who got. Oh wait, no, that was before when he got.
No. When they go to the Star Killer base.
Yeah, well, that and Maz Kanata's when her castle or whatever falls down.
Yeah.
And they're shooting all those stormtroopers and stuff.
Yeah, but
like,
then they got captured.
They got captured. Yeah.
And then, but immediately the Resistance comes in and saves them.
Yeah,
right, but it was somebody else saving them. It wasn't they. They didn't get out of it on their own.
But at the end, the ending where
but even on the circular base, they had an easy time though.
Yeah, where the rescue.
They were being all stealthy. Remember, they were like, oh.
Well, that's true.
Here and there, here. Like in this one, they're gunning down the hallway, like.
Yeah. But hey, same director, so.
Okay. It's not that big a deal. Like I agree. But what about So C-3PO we kind of glossed over. Like, of course, his memory gets wiped. Listen, I think C-3PO had a great storyline in this movie. I stuff.
But the whole he's got to wipe his memory. It's like, oh shit! But then R2 brings it back like that.
But at least when they say they're going to wipe his memory, right away they're like, R2 has a backup. Now, listen, if they would have wiped his memory and we would have not known there was a backup, and then at the very end of the movie, R2's like, oh, I have a backup, I would have been like,
yeah, they mentioned it.
But since like immediately they're like, oh, doesn't R2 have a backup? And he's like, well, it's unreliable. I was okay with the handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, why even have the whole thing like, oh, you might wipe his memory forever if you're just gonna bring it back anyway? It's a fake and another fake out. Honestly.
Yeah, it is. It's not necessarily.
Stop with the fucking. Okay, this movie should be called Star Wars Episode 9: Rise of Fake Outs.
Yeah, but the argument point they said it was unreliable, so we don't know if he would be able to bring it back or not.
But yeah, J.J. Abrams, I think at this point he was like afraid to like do anything like drastic.
Risky, yeah.
Because he's like he thought fans would go fucking nuts, which they probably
what they would have. Anyway, they still did.
People still did with this movie.
Yeah.
Well, that leads us to the reveal that Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter. Now, I want to say, when I saw it the second time, which was with my kids and my wife, when they're like, "You're a Palpatine," there were gasps in my theater, and it was a full theater again. And people were like, "Yeah," like I was like, "Oh," like I was kind of like happy in a way that like people were
shocked. Yeah.
Luke, I am your father. Oh my God, it's the second version.
I was like, oh, okay. I was like, okay.
What did you guys? I mean, did you expect that at that point, pretty much, or?
I feel like okay, I'll accept it, but it's pandering, honestly.
Right.
It connects the dots more.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a reason to explain how Rey was so powerful.
Let's just say this. Let's just say this. They could have done it better. But I think for what we have, I think it.
I'm glad they did that, and it wasn't like, oh, you're a Skywalker. Like, okay.
Well, we'll get to the ending.
It wouldn't make sense if it was a Skywalker anyway.
Yeah.
Luke would.
It would have been incest, right?
Daughter, right? What?
It would have been incest again.
True.
It would have been what?
Incest again.
Oh, yeah, that runs. Yeah, it runs in the family.
So
Skywalkers are a fucked up family.
So anyway, Huck was executed like right off the bat.
Good.
But,
get him the fuck out of here.
General Pride was actually pretty cool.
Whatever. No, I like the part where Kylo Ren like force chokes a guy and then fucking throws him in the roof or whatever.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
That was cool.
I mean, just like Zori Bliss, I was fine.
She was useless. Oh, look, okay, not useless, but underdeveloped. Underdeveloped.
Yeah, underdeveloped. Yeah,
that's the word right there is underdeveloped.
It's like oh, she knew Poe.
Characters are in this fucking sequel trilogy.
Oh, she knew Poe. Oh, they sold spices in the past. Okay, that's it. That's all you're gonna get.
Fucking Spice Runner.
Oh my God.
Hey, what about Boo Boo Frick?
That was fine. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay. No, what about Dio?
What's the point of that?
Fucking
droid?
Stupid droid. That's the stupidest droid I've ever seen.
The only point with him was that he was able to lead them to.
That droid had no purpose. Yeah, but how can they even relate to that droid? It doesn't. It can't even talk. Hardly.
And no, it did talk. It was JJ's Abrams.
I said hardly. Like, it doesn't provide any information.
It was made to be a toy. Like,
pretty much.
Hi,
But you know what though?
Hi.
We should have had an R2 BB-8 team up, do something cool with them together. Missed opportunity.
Yep.
All right, let's move on. So then the group is going to go to the Death Star moon planet, the water planet, Kef Beer.
It sounds like we all hate this movie, but like I still like the stuff with Kylo and Rey.
Well,
like how they
change your mind by the end. I'm kidding. Listen, I didn't hate the movie either.
Yes, you did.
I didn't. I didn't hate. I think Last Jedi is worse.
So they go to the second Death Star. They find that the stormtroopers that were they also disbanded. That chick, I don't remember what her name is. She finds the Wayfinder. She has a Force ghost fuck dream.
Lando's daughter.
Yeah, but it's not in the movie because it was cut.
Yeah, that's
whatever.
Who are you? Oh, let's find out. You're my daughter.
They have he breaks the Wayfinder. They have a lightsaber battle.
Good scene. I like that part.
Rey stabs Kylo Ren. She heals him and then takes off in his ship. Let's discuss this stuff.
Disgusting.
Here's my first thing I want to say. The stormtrooper girl. I didn't have a problem with her. I think she did fine, even though there wasn't much.
Underdeveloped.
There was quite a development of characters in this.
Why did Rey? Okay, remember when she had the dagger had the location of the thing?
Yeah.
When was that dagger made? Because the Death Star is in shambles. It's like she had to stand in a specific. If she would have stood anywhere else, that wouldn't have lined up. So how did she know to stand?
She must have been using the Force because that was weird.
With the Force.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We can't explain it. We can't.
Huh?
A wizard did it.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, if Rey's able to.
But what'd you say, Dan?
Rey's Jesus. She's a god.
Wait, Rey can float her body, right? Why didn't she just float her fucking ass to the Death Star? Why did she need this skimmer? You don't know because it's a shitty writing. Like
a wizard did it.
There's a lot of explanation
from Perfect Storm.
I think she tell Leia early in the movie. She doesn't feel focused. She feels tired.
Yeah, she's clouded as fuck.
Well, hey, I got this out. Remember when she did the? Remember when she?
She was tired.
Remember when she healed the snake?
Yeah.
Remember? She's like this. Oh, like this was all that it did to her. Oh,
she was doing the character.
That was cool, dude. That was
really. It would have looked like a fucking X-wing. Oh, that took a lot out of me. Here's Rey. Like, oh, I just fucking healed someone with the Force. Oh, my wrist hurts.
Yeah, but it's healing a fucking wound. It's not picking up a heavy ship. It's different.
Okay. I would say healing someone would be a lot harder Force using than just lifting a rock.
No, just put a band-aid on it.
It does happen. So you're right.
Just
Rey.
All right, wait. So on the Death Star, what did you think about her fighting herself? Like, I mean, I know they were trying. I mean, it was in Empire Strikes Back 2, so kind of.
Darth Vader. Why does she have sharp teeth?
What about the whole? What did you think about the scene, the Death Star scene with the lightsaber battle and stabbing and healing?
I thought it was cool.
I liked it.
I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. Again, it was a cool looking shot.
Again, the one thing they do is consistent in the sequel trilogy is the emotional depth character stuff with Kylo Ren and Rey, and that's still present in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's present in all three movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I did really enjoy this.
And by the way, she lost that fight. She lost that fight.
If it wasn't for Leia.
That's true. Yeah. So what do you think? It kind of here. This is just a little nitpick. Like, Rey or Leia was sensing that they were fighting, and so she walked off and like Maz Kanata was like, "Oh, she's going to die." Like she didn't say no.
Yeah.
Like
You
it
know,
was like
but,
really like
yeah,
you don't need to fucking explain that. Like
sloppy.
Very
it was just-
yeah.
But then like Leia went to Leia. Like I don't know.
She did the same thing as Luke. She went out like Luke.
Yeah,
Yeah, but she didn't project herself.
like
She didn't project herself, but
listen,
she projected
like
her
it-
mind in
like
the
the
dialogue.
She projected
sequel
Han.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the sequel trilogy created the element of you can die by using the Force. We've never seen that before, right?
Well, died by projecting.
No, because well,
If you're using the Force across planets, I mean, Leia used the. It's almost like projecting her voice into Kylo's mind, planets away.
Yeah, that kills you.
Gotta be
Especially if you're an old fuck. So, yeah.
You got to be and smoke. You got to be pretty powerful to do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up. I'm just gonna jump. I want to jump ahead on this one moment because this is a big fuck up for this movie.
Okay.
So Rey heals Kylo, right? Steals his ship and flies to F2 with his ship, right? Millennium Falcon picks up Finn and them and they take off. How did Kylo Ren get off that planet?
The Force.
There was a spaceship in the forest.
He teleported.
Well, at the end, he comes to the rescue with his own ship, right?
He teleported.
Well, at the end, he comes to the rescue on his own ship.
Right, which is a continuity error.
He comes in a TIE fighter.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't really give a fuck.
How did he get off the planet?
He teleported.
He projected himself.
He teleported like fucking. He teleported like fucking Jason Voorhees and
You have her X-wing, and then you have the TIE fighter.
Yeah, he took a boat ride.
No, you know
when he's on the Death Star planet, he went there on his own. So how did he get that? I guess he could have called it in.
he teleported like Jason Voorhees.
What?
He teleported like Jason Voorhees.
He teleported like fucking Jason Voorhees.
He took a boat ride.
Planet, he was the good one. So you see what I'm saying? Like when he turned good, we see that scene of the Emperor that's like, oh, Kylo Ren betrayed. You know, he says Kylo Ren betrayed me. He says that in the movie.
Yeah.
So why would the First Order give him a TIE fighter to go
He
back?
probably stole it.
How would he get it?
He knows his way to get in the fucking
Still
thing.
supreme leader.
Hey, he had access.
He had a coin.
They're all
He had a
black.
coin.
He had a coin.
He passed the level 5 to get an extra coin.
All right. Well, this comes to my favorite part of the movie when Mark Hamill apologizes to everybody in his scenes.
Wait a minute. We didn't talk about the Harrison Ford.
Okay, yeah. Talk about the Harrison Ford camera.
Yeah, I don't know when that.
That was really good. No, I really liked that because
Before he turns good.
right.
it
That's
was
true.
it was a callback to the first one.
liked it.
Originally, that was supposed to be Leia,
Yeah,
but they couldn't. It was a very good.
But
scene.
just to make this clear, he wasn't a Force ghost.
right.
no, it was a memory.
Yeah, I mean,
Some people say this, and I don't see how it works. I like this idea, but it doesn't work time wise. Some people said that Leia projected that image.
No. Or maybe.
Well, wait.
she unlocked.
Wait a minute. I thought Leia died.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Maybe she unlocked a good memory in his head before she died.
She unlocked like a video game.
Yeah, unlocked. cheat code.
It is a very good.
She used the game card.
No, but I really like that scene. Like, okay, it's a callback to the Force Awakens scene, but except him killing him, he goes to the light.
Yeah. That was very cool.
And Adam Driver really, that's his best scene in the whole movie.
I'm sorry. I love it when he turns good, though. Like, I wish we had more of that.
When he says "Dad," and he's supposed to say "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Or whatever, yeah.
No, he was gonna say "I love you," and he says "I know."
Oh no, I thought he was gonna say "I'm sorry."
No, it's a callback to Empire Strikes Back. They already said he was gonna say "I love you," and the guy's
No,
like,
no. Then Harrison Ford should have said, "I don't."
It's a good scene.
It's a good thing. He throws away the red lightsaber and then becomes Ben Solo again.
Yeah. Moving on. So
The Act 2 scene, to me, it's the saddest part of the whole movie because every scene with Luke in this movie, I just felt so sorry for Mark Hamill. He just has to he retcons everything from the last movie. His second line, he's like, "You don't throw away this weapon." Wink.
Yeah.
And that's like a fuck you to Ryan.
And then Ray says, "I came to this island to die just like you want to," and he's like, "Well, I was wrong."
I know his second line is "I was wrong." See, it's like you're making Luke look even more pathetic. Like, oh, you're an idiot. It's just like
that's totally retconning.
I felt so bad for Mark Hamill in those scenes. Like,
okay, let's talk about this, which we didn't talk about.
Chewie's reaction to Leia's death.
Huh?
Chewie's reaction to Leia's death.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was probably the saddest moment of the whole.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about Yoda using the Force like Last Jedi, but in this movie, Luke as a Force ghost is able to pull the X-wing out of the water.
Yeah,
so
his X-wing.
This is canon. Force ghosts can do fucking anything. Anything.
Yeah. Only when they want to.
That pissed me off. I hated that Yoda.
Really?
We didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
You hated it, really? I was fine with it.
Well, it's like, if you can fucking do that, then fucking fight the Emperor with it.
No.
Why?
No. All he did was burn down a tree.
It don't matter. He was able to conjure lightning.
Luke was gonna burn it down, and then he says,
"No." He with the Force, he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
You know what? You know why Luke's an idiot? Because when he goes up to the tree, he's gonna burn it, and then all of a sudden Yoda decides to do it, and then all of a sudden when it's burning, he's like, "No, the texts."
He changes his mind.
You were just gonna burn it, you stupid fuck.
And Yoda doesn't even tell Luke to put the text. What an asshole!
All right, yeah. You know what?
What an asshole!
Anyway, I feel like Mark Hamill got fucked over the most in the sequel trilogy.
I know, and God, like, think about it. He
actually had a character. Like, what are you talking about? The one that got fucked over the most was John Boyega. He didn't even get a goddamn character arc. No, Finn didn't get a character arc.
Well, especially in Last Jedi.
All he did throughout the trilogy, all he did was get fucking friend zoned.
Yeah, but would you rather have a character arc, or would you rather have your character kicked in the dirt?
Whoa, I don't think he got kicked in the dirt.
Luke got fucked over and kicked in the dirt.
I don't think Luke got kicked in the dirt.
I mean, Admiral Akbar got fucked over, bitch.
Alex, you gotta admit that they were trying to retcon Luke in all those scenes with him in this movie.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that. They are trying to retcon.
So what did you guys think of, like, the fact that Luke had a hidden Leia lightsaber in, like, the backstory? Also, listen, I'm okay with the fact that Leia did Jedi training.
But he didn't say that in Last Jedi.
But how about the fact that Luke was like, Leia knew you were a Palpatine? Like, what? Why would you keep that from? Like, how did Luke know that Leia knew she was a Palpatine? How did he know that?
Then that means
how does Luke know that?
How did Luke? Because Luke's like, Leia knew you were a Palpatine.
Well, then that means that.
So that means he knew.
Wait a minute. Then that means they would have known Palpatine still existed before he made that announcement. You know, the dead speaker. But that means
no. It doesn't mean that. It just means that he knew. They knew that Palpatine fucked somebody and give birth.
Okay, but talking about time period, when did she know that?
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't really explain that. What?
When they were on the period planet in Last Jedi. It's the period planet because it turns red.
You know what's fucked up?
When you touch it, it turns red. It's period blood.
Well, I'm guessing. Okay, maybe the Force Ghost, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Yoda told Luke, and Luke told Leia.
I don't think so. They're all fucking dumb.
You see what I'm saying, though? The fact that we have to maybe this happened. Like, that's bullshit writing. Like, we shouldn't have to fill in the fucking.
Oh, that's okay. The comic will be out soon.
That's true. hey, here's something else that should have happened when Luke was like, "Here's Leia's lightsaber. Oh, by the way, here's my green one. Take this as an extra."
Oh, and by the way, look at this.
It wasn't green one. They were both blue.
I'm saying where was Luke's green saber this whole time? We
I don't
remember
know. You fucking threw it away, like you said.
I feel like I feel like you made a good point, Dan. It's like we're not supposed to like think for this for ourselves. We should have this stuff explained to us.
Yeah,
because I feel like it gets back to the point where when you look at Rise of Skywalker, when you look at this particular film in the sequel trilogy, you can see how it's the most sloppily written because there's a lot of stuff in the script that aren't really, explained, and it's kind of like, well, we didn't explain it just for the sake of just not having to explain it. Like you got to figure it out yourself. Like fuck that shit. Like I want the fucking movie to explain to me what's going on here. I don't have to fucking think for that for myself. That's
a lot of people don't like a lot of exposition though.
I think no, you're right. I don't. And here's the thing: this movie has a lot of exposition.
It does,
but it doesn't explain important things.
Yeah,
I think.
It's like they kind of make you like try to think like, oh, well, think about it for yourself for the important shit. Like, fuck that.
All right, let's just get to the end of this movie, shall we?
God damn, everyone hates it.
All right. So the Wayfinder was on Kylo's ship, obviously, the whole time. So of course the X-wing gets lifted. She gets to Exegol. The fleet gets to Exegol.
Ow!
That name sounds like something you would use for diarrhea.
Yeah,
like
Pepto-Bismol?
Like Exegol. I gotta take some.
Okay,
Exegol.
so we get to Exegol, and then Palpatine's like, "Oh, Rey, you have to strike me down."
Empress Palpatine. Right,
yeah, he's like, two things are going to happen. You're going to either kill me, let my essence in you, and you're going to take over, or you're going to kill me, and if you're not willing to do it, I'm going to take over your body. Those are the choices he's giving her. Okay, pretty much.
Yeah, and your friends are going to die. They're
right. So then you get the space battle, which didn't care for any of it.
Yeah, again,
here Rose comes in. They're like, "Oh,
it should have been epic."
You're right, and it was just like,
you know what? Missed opportunity. When Lando said, "I'm gonna rally up the cavalry and come back for you guys later and help," have characters or creatures from the past films.
Right. Well, they did.
Have fucking Gungans. Have I don't know what, dude.
They did. But see, it's so quick. They had Republic gunships. They had some from Rebels. Because if you don't watch Rebels, then you're not going to know. But that's the problem.
They had ships, but
that's the problem.
There was too many. Like, they should have had the fucking Gungans or something. Like, I don't know.
I'm sorry, like that whole space
battle. What was that?
That's not my Jar Jar.
I'm losing my voice.
Okay, so here, let's see. Are they
the final showdown? Ben Solo comes to the rescue.
Wait, I just gotta say this real quick. Does Lando and all those ships show up before or after Palpatine shoots the electricity?
After,
because he shoots.
Okay. Are getting all right, so I'm not gonna go to that yet. So yeah, okay, so they're losing the firefight. Who gives a shit what Finn and all them are doing?
Yeah.
Kylo gets there, and all of a sudden, finally, we get to see the Knights of Ren, and they're fucking wasted, just like Phasma. Like,
they had the Knights of Ren in the other movies.
Yeah, Knights of Ren were. And here's the funny thing: if they're the Knights of Ren, that means they're Kylo Ren's people. Why? So, but apparently they were the Emperor's people because they were fighting.
Yeah.
Kylo.
Yeah.
So the Knights of Palpatine. I did think it was cool though when Rey passed the lightsaber
behind the back
to Kylo and
behind the back.
Lieutenant.
Oh, I like how Ben was like, "Come at me, bros!" Like he literally did that gesture.
I like the whole. I like the whole Sith arena. Like I thought that was kind of.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Were those? I still don't know. Like were those?
They're ghosts. They're ghosts.
They were like, yeah. Well, he says all the Sith are in him. Remember what Palpatine says? He says all the Sith are in him.
You see, I didn't like
possession.
No, I don't like the fact now that like spirits can inhabit bodies, because that's what happens with Rey too. It's like, but that was
I'm okay with that. I mean, it makes sense with.
But that means like Obi-Wan and all of them, they're in her body now.
Yeah, but since they're one with the Force, like a part of the Force, they always say the Force surrounds us and binds us and penetrates us. So it kind of makes sense. They're part of the living Force.
It's just like ghosts.
What I mean though is like, why didn't that happen? Like
with Luke?
Yeah, or like why didn't that happen before?
Because
like,
Luke ain't the chosen one.
What?
Because Luke ain't the chosen one.
He had no one around to do it for. Mm-hmm. No one was on the island with him.
No, I mean like in Return of the Jedi when the Emperor was shooting with lightning, like why didn't like Yoda and Obi-Wan go like we're with you, Luke?
No, he said I cannot. You're on your own, kid.
Oh yeah, that's true. Obi-Wan was like I can't interfere, but now they can. That's a kind of
yeah.
Well, Jedi always
I can't interfere. Oh well, now we're gonna.
Jedi always contradict themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
it actually goes with that. You know, like sometimes Qui-Gon would use the Jedi mind trick, and sometimes he says, "Oh, we cannot use our powers to help Queen Amidala."
Okay, so all right, so so when Kylo gets into the room, all of a sudden Palpatine is like, it seems like he doesn't realize they were a dyad. It seems like when he attacks them, all of a sudden he starts feeling and he's like, this is a new thing. Right. Did you guys get that too, or?
Oh, that Palpatine realized something new?
What I'm saying is like, was his plan out? Did he know they were a dyad, or didn't he?
Well, if he knows Grey's his granddaughter and Kylo's obviously Skywalker, that's why he's powerful, then he should know, right?
I would think he would have known, right?
Because
like he acts. I'm not saying this is a problem.
Kylo says that like, "Oh, I'm a Skywalker, you're a Palpatine, Rey. Together, we can be the most powerful." Duo.
He must have known something because when they're both standing there, all of a sudden he sucks a little bit of life out of him.
And then his fingers grow back.
Right, but why would he have? How would he have known to do that?
I don't know. He just knows.
But then he was acting all like surprised about it.
Maybe he was surprised that it was healing him.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
unlimited power.
So this part is. I mean, it's kind of cool. It shows how powerful he is when he sucks a bunch of life energy out of him. But then, he takes the whole fucking fleet out with his lightning, okay? Like, the whole fucking fleet. He's
unlimited power.
So are we let's just say this. Are we assuming now, is this the strongest he's ever been now, would you say?
Probably.
Because we've never seen him be able to do like, okay,
well, so look at it this way. He has all the Sith in him, and he absorbed what they have. Mm-hmm. So
unlimited power.
All right, so we're all in agreement that he is like the strongest ever, right?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely say so. Yeah.
Okay, so then he tosses Ben aside like nothing. Okay, but then when Rey is able to block that lightning with the lightsaber, I don't see how that's possible with how extra strong he is. It's not like he's able to take out fucking an armada, but one blade can hold back.
Well, it was two blades. She used two blades.
No. My argument with that is the fact that she's using their sabers
to block
the Luke's and Leia's for one thing, but she's using the Force as well, and she's got the Force Ghost with her too. She's using the Force at the same time. Mm-hmm. That's what I think's going on there.
Yeah,
she's using the Force to deflect the light,
and the light side is more powerful than the dark side.
Because if you see when she gets close enough, she goes like this, and there's a Force bubble that just goes like that and deflects back. Yeah,
which
I think the explanation of what she's doing makes sense, but I don't think it jives with how powerful he is.
It does
for to be able to stop him. Because you got to remember this too. He has all the Sith in him too.
Look, and she has all the Jedi. with her.
It's almost like good and evil. It's almost like they were perfectly balanced, but she
As all things should be.
was able to deflect it back on him.
I just think it didn't. If it would have been him from Return of the Jedi doing that, I think I would have been okay with it. But when he wiped out a fucking armada, but he can't get past a lightsaber, I just don't.
Well, he didn't wipe them out. He just like shut down their power.
Well, he didn't wipe them off. I mean, he wiped some ships out, yeah. But
No, you saw all the ships start falling because
because the
power.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's we've never seen power like that before.
Well,
I feel like he was defeated too easily, like based
which
on
is something you were worried about, right? Going in,
that he was the most powerful there, but he was still defeated.
and that was something you were worried about, like how bring him back so late, and then like they gotta defeat him, it'll be
right. And that kind of wraps around to my point of like my concern.
when I was seeing it for the first time, and then he gets killed, I was like, oh, fuck, Dan's gonna hate this fucking movie, isn't he?
see, this is what was cut though. There was supposed to be more after that, which I think sounds cool. Is that when he disappears, his body disappears, his soul, his Force Ghost appears, and it's kind of like a reddish tint. Then all of a sudden, Anakin appears, and Palpatine's gonna inhabit Rey, and Anakin and Luke both grab Palpatine as a Force Ghost and drag him to the nether realm, the netherworld. I thought that would have been cool. Now, see, that was all cut. That was all cut. A story.
Because I said I told you guys the one thing I wanted to see in this movie were the first Force Ghosts of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
We don't see them, but we heard the voices, and that was good enough for me. Okay, we heard the voices.
I want to talk about something.
So that was cool.
When she heard all the Jedi voices, they broke canon in that scene, and it's already been proven that to be a Force voice / spirit, whatever you want to call it, that is a trained trait. Like Qui-Gon Jinn, its canon was the first to do it, and not every Jedi can do it. Only people that are trained can do it. So it didn't make sense that like Mace Windu and people that died prior to Yoda being conjured by Qui-Gon were able to be Force ghosts. The movie retconned that canon.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't care. It was a cool moment, man. Come on, you gotta admit that.
To me, it takes away how Obi-Wan and Yoda are like really strong with Force, and like the Skywalkers are really strong with Force. Now you just have
you see their spirit, or at least Luke sees their spirit.
But now any Jedi can do it, and it was like a special thing that only like the most powerful could do. I didn't like. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's just kind of like now it lessens Force ghosts. I feel.
And okay, you mentioned that this movie had 2 endgame moments. One of them was the final showdown where Palpatine says, "I have all the Sith in me," and then Rey's response to, "I have all the Jedi." Like that's the same thing. Like I am Iron Man. Yeah, that was that moment.
The other thing is when Poe is like, "It's over, we're defeated," and then Lando's like, he says something like,
"On your left."
On your left.
See, that's what I mean. Like, they had other
a huge armada of shit.
And then they should have had other characters from the previous movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of this is very. Listen, some of it is nitpicky. Again, I didn't hate the movie. I'm just pointing out things that I feel were issues. But yeah, so Palpatine's defeated. Then so Ben isn't dead, and then he transfers what's left of his life force to Rey.
Ow.
How?
No, I said ow.
Oh.
I keep saying that because that's his only line in the 3rd act.
Yeah. Yep.
Which, when I realized that, I was like, "What the what?"
Okay, so what were you guys' thoughts on 2 things? One is, what were your thoughts on Ben sacrificing himself to save Rey, and also the kiss? I'm just curious. I really don't care either way.
I went reversed. I think Rey should have died, and Kylo should have lived.
I agree.
See, the thing is, like, well, how does Ben Solo have a life now? It's like, well, not everyone's gonna forgive him.
No,
You know?
but he kind of redeems himself.
By
He
saying,
could go out there hiding.
yeah,
You
he
know?
redeems himself. That's one of those things. Like, I knew he was gonna end up dead.
Yeah, but 90% of the time he wore a mask, so it's not like people.
That's true.
You know, I
Well, they
still,
saw him at the water battle.
You know, I think
Rise of Skywalker makes more sense since he's a Skywalker blood. I think.
Right. But the point of the movie is like
he's rising because he was dead to the dark side.
But the point of the movie is like your family heritage does not define you, and that's like the Rey thing. Like, oh, just because she's a Palpatine in blood doesn't mean that's defining her.
Oh, by the way, that's another thing they retconned. I was going to go back to this in Last Jedi. At the end, remember how everyone was telling stories about how Luke saved the day, and it was bringing hope. And then all of a sudden, in this movie, posed like, we have no one wants to join us now. It wasn't until Lando got.
See, but how's that a good retcon?
Huh? Because there's already been at the start of Rise of Skywalker, they should have already had more people going to their cause because of what Luke did.
Well, that's on JJ, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or Chris Terrio, I don't know.
No, yeah, it's on.
But I mean, how many people do we know that know that story though? It's just a bunch of boys sitting around. Like,
that story went somewhere. It's like, how did they know the story? Did they use the Force?
Well, if I made it to that stupid planet, obviously it's.
Okay.
Well, I didn't mind the kiss. I don't know. It's people like Diana was like.
I mean,
what's that thing they call it? Shipping.
Yeah, my wife was all for that, and I'm like, really? I'm like, they didn't really have. I'm okay with that. I don't have any problem with it, but like, it's not like what they have sexual tension throughout the other movies. I guess I don't know.
I never says that at all, man.
I always thought Finn, like, yeah, I don't know.
No, I know. I like Finn too.
I always thought Finn and her would get together, but it's like
we're not even.
Oh, by the way, dude. Also, another fuck you to Rian Johnson is having Rose in the background.
I felt so sorry for her, like as far as an actress. Like
I heard they did film a lot of scenes with her, just cut it out.
Yeah.
Well, I just think he thought maybe
she said she had more screen time in the actual whatever cut they used.
He was probably worried about the reception.
Dude, it's like, why? Oh my god! It's like sometimes
that's a character that Rian Johnson.
I know, but sometimes studios need to not. Don't listen to everything. Don't listen to everything. Every criticism in the internet, man.
Listen though. Would you guys have? I wouldn't know. Like if they gave her more screen time, we already don't like the character.
But they do something better with the character though.
Right.
I thought she did.
She did brought out something more in that character than
and then introduce new
as a character.
But then the slap in the face, they're introducing new characters that are not even developed well. So it's like
It's like I feel like my problem with the character. It's just like maybe J.J. Abrams could have brought out something better there because I feel like I kind of put that more on Rian Johnson.
They filmed more.
That's the characters in the third movie. Yeah,
I feel like the way that the character was written in Last Jedi, the Rose character. I kind of put more on that on Rian Johnson and not the actress. I mean, she was just acting, and things like that. Maybe with all the stuff they filmed with Rise of Skywalker, all the stuff that was cut from the final project, maybe it could have developed more character. Maybe she could have been written better with J.J. Abrams now at the helm directing and not Rian Johnson. Maybe J.J. Abrams could have given some levity to the character. Maybe there's something that Rian Johnson could not have done. Maybe because I think J.J. Abrams can write good characters, but Rian Johnson, on the other hand, I don't think he can do good characters, and I just don't think.
Have you seen his other movies?
Well, the Knives Out and all that, that's really good and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong.
I was like, watch your mouth, Thomas.
I don't think Star Wars is really Rian Johnson's strength. I mean, he made Finn a joke.
I agree.
I think J.J. Abrams. I agree.
Last Jedi is Rian Johnson's weakest movie.
Back.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I agree with what Alex said a little bit ago. It's like I feel like maybe JJ.
Fuck your midichlorians bullshit.
I think JJ Abrams really should have directed this whole trilogy.
Yeah.
He set it up very nicely in The Force Awakens. And
maybe you should have gotten Jon Favreau to direct the whole trilogy.
That would have been interesting. I would have been curious.
After seeing the sequel trilogy, I know how much I appreciate the prequels. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm. That's all. Yep.
Well, okay. Not Attack of the Clones.
Let's close out the
It sounded like we made this movie, didn't we?
We have the Tatooine ending still to do. So she buries the lightsabers and becomes a Skywalker. Thoughts?
Who
Dumb.
are you?
That's dumb.
I'm Rey.
There's no
Rey
reason.
what?
There's no reason for her to bury Leia's saber in the desert.
Well, maybe it's gonna come back in later.
Leia has no. She has no reason to even be there anyway.
Luke hates Tatooine.
Created her own lightsaber, right?
Why was Luke happy about that?
I don't know, dude.
They just tear that fucking down.
I kind of see it symbolic. Like, okay, she made her own lightsaber. She is her own person or something.
Where's Klieg's grave, man? Where the fuck are these people?
Klieg's alive.
Yeah, he's Dark Plagueis. Shmi was my wife. Yeah. Overall, you know what? It sounds like
Skywalker.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
And we see the two, Leia and Luke, as the Force Ghosts.
I was okay with her having a yellow saber. Like,
Yeah,
I was okay with that.
Supposedly, if you put blue and red together, as far as prisms go, it does create yellow. So a theory is that she went back and got like Kylo's lightsaber,
and she
combined.
made it out of her staff.
So she mixed in blue
Balancing the Force, right?
So let me get this straight. You say like the blue and red prisms, they made a yellow one, right?
Yeah, kyber crystals.
Basically, what you're trying to say is that they mixed blue titty milk with red period blood and made a piss lifesaver.
Yep.
From a certain point of view.
That's it.
That's a
that means they went to that planet where they had Forrest Whitaker, and she went down there and got the prism.
What are you doing?
And he's like, and she took them and made her own.
Kill me?
He wasn't dead. He's not dead.
He's Dark
All right.
Plagueis.
Here's a question for you guys, and again, I'm not. What was Rey's struggle in this trilogy? Her struggle.
Finding her who she is.
What was
That's
her
dumb.
arc?
That's
What was
dumb.
no? What
That's
was her?
not a good arc.
What was her arc?
That's a terrible arc.
Honestly, don't think she has
That's
one.
No.
That's why Kylo Ren is way more interesting. Look at the
Well, he is more interesting. I agree with that.
Anakin had an awesome arc, like good, bad. He was fighting the whole time. How about Luke's arc? He had to like train hard. He got his ass kicked, but he redeemed something. Like Rey had. What was Rey's struggle? Like they didn't give her struggle. Everything went easier. All her storyline was, I don't know where I'm from. That's all she had.
I don't know where I'm from. I need help.
I don't know who she didn't know who she was.
I'm waiting for my parents.
That's why she's not. She was not. I mean, even though Daisy Ridley did do a good job, and I'm fine with Rey, her character is pretty bland.
Yeah.
She has no character struggle.
There's no arc either.
Yeah.
She's good at bypassing computers.
It's an arc, but it's a basic. It's the most like basic hero arc you can come up with. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to say is like a good character is not flawless. What was her flaws?
She was Palpatine.
That's a birth thing. That's not like a flaw that she can't overcome that.
Right.
I'd say one of her flaws is she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She don't know who she is.
Yeah.
So,
But it's like that's not like a character flaw. It's just like I don't know.
She's stupid. Maybe she has a brain problem. She's in special ed.
All right. Well, that's this movie.
This movie special ed.
What?
This movie special ed.
What?
What do they call it? It's called hooked on phonics.
Mhm.
Hux was the mole. Remember that.
Fuck that. God damn it. All right. I don't got anything else. You guys?
No.
No.
I mean, I like the movie, but it's very sloppy and flawed.
God, I'm drained talking about this shit.
I know that's what Star Wars does to you.
Yeah. I mean,
You
I
gotta wreck this stupid shit.
don't know. Like, you know what? It's like
You want rank
I
the sequel trilogy.
okay. Yeah, let's just do the ranking.
Ranking
Right?
sequel trilogy.
Wait, sequel trilogy?
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Okay.
I thought we were ranking the entire.
No, and then we can do the overall thing.
Oh, okay. So, who wants to go first with the
I'll
ranking?
go first. Number 3 is Rise of Skywalker.
Okay.
Wow.
Mhm. I already know what everyone else's number 3 is.
Jedi.
So 3 is the worst, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's Last Jedi.
I'll say this for me. The only reason I'm putting Last Jedi third is because it's kind of the reason why The Rise of Skywalker, for me, has so many issues. Because if I look at the movies separately, I think they're equally bad in the bad stuff that they have. Honestly, I'll be completely honest. But The Last Jedi is what caused the problem. So
yeah, it caused everything to get fucked up in The Rise of Skywalker.
yeah. So Last Jedi last.
Okay. All right. Number 2, Last Jedi.
Rise of Skywalker.
Last
Rise.
Jedi. Okay, yeah.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise.
And
To
number
me,
1.
Last Jedi is a more interesting film.
It's written better
Yeah.
for sure. I say.
I know. Yeah.
As far as
Kind of a tricky situation. How
Yeah, I even after seeing Rise of Skywalker a second time, I was like, Last Jedi is a more interesting film.
I did like The Rise of Skywalker more.
And-
I think they both have equal writing issues. You have the whole Casino Planet writing with characters.
well, the
I
Last
made
Jedi,
that joke.
thing is, the Last Jedi had
I know you guys don't care about.
well, the thing of the Last Jedi had a lot of things that weren't written so good, and then
Like that's a big.
I know you guys don't care about like reviews, professional reviews, especially from that website. But I made that joke of like, oh man, you know what? Ryan Johnson woke up the morning those reviews came out, probably sipping his coffee. He's like, yep. It's a good thing I made original film this year.
You know what? I looked on IMDb before coming over here. Rise of Skywalker is a point 0.1 lower than Last Jedi right now. Like, I
Really?
surprised.
That's crazy.
that's nuts.
All right, number 1. It's gonna be all in unison.
Force
Force Awakens.
Which is-
Awakens,
What is that about this trilogy that the first movie is the best one?
Well, I felt the same way with the original trilogy. But you know what, though? I did say all 3 of them were on the same level. That's not the case for this movie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this trilogy. Okay, so yeah. For me, it's Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker.
Force Awakens, Rise of Skywalker, and then Last Jedi.
Yeah, us three, I agree. We are all the same.
So I guess we'll go to.
I will say I'm surprised. Like, did you change your rating after talking about this, or was that ranked last before? I'm just curious.
What?
Did you have Rise last prior?
Oh, no, yeah, prior. Yeah.
Okay, so you already made that.
I said it gets lower on the whole saga list. For me, probably.
So I guess we'll go to now the ranking of all 9 films.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do 11.
You're the odd one out on this one, Alex.
So Alex needs to do 2 before we do anything, or it's going to be all thrown off.
Yep.
Yep.
So Alex, you get to do your top 2 worst.
Top 2 worst. Okay, last placed.
Number 9.
No,
Number
number 11.
Oh, you're doing the.
He isn't it?
Okay.
Number 11 for me, and this didn't change because I think I kind of released it early on. Attack of the Clones. It's the weakest to this day. Number 11. Number 10, Rise of Skywalker.
Okay.
I originally had it a little bit higher before we started the show. Yeah, it went lower. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex, why don't you go ahead and, since you've been going, go ahead and do your number 9.
You know what? Chris Terrio is a one-trick pony with Argo. Then, or maybe he needs to just not do these like franchise films. I don't know, but whatever. Okay.
They had a losing battle here with what they needed to do. There was nothing they were going to do that was going to make everyone happy with this movie.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Yeah. That is true. That is true. All right. Number 9, Solo. Oh, Star Wars story.
I'm surprised that's so low.
Because
I can see why it's low. It's pretty forgettable.
you're surprised why I put it so low?
Well, there was a lot of problems
I'm
behind.
surprised you put it so low.
Okay.
I got it now.
But to me, it's like it has less flaws for me than Rise of Skywalker, even like Last Jedi. But I think the strong points are not that strong. They're not that. It's just like it's
No, but
like
you like Phantom Menace more than you like Solo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. There wasn't like a action scene like the lightsaber fight in Solo.
I just feel like Solo was just so forgettable. That's just really the main word I can think of. Is
blow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I've only seen it.
It's underrated, man. I don't know why you guys hate it so much.
Anything you want, Alex. Sorry.
All right, but that's number 9. Solo.
So now are you gonna continue?
No. You guys are going next when you're number 9s.
So this is like number 9's like the worst, and then number 1's like the highest.
Yes.
Favorite. Okay. Number 9 for me. Last Jedi.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck you, Ryan Johnson. You fucked up Luke.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that shit.
You want,
Right.
Rob,
Rob, you know next?
You already know mine. Number 9, Last Jedi.
Number 9, Last Jedi.
Fucking right, dude. Yeah, fuck you, Ryan Johnson. Fuck you.
Wow.
It's like you saying fuck you to you too, Alex. It's like fuck you, Alex.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
No, Alex didn't fuck up Luke Skywalker. Ryan Johnson.
Oh man.
So, hey, Rob, your promo is accurate. Thomas is the angry one.
That's true. No, I thought you said you were the angriest person, Alex.
In real life, not in shows.
You're hiding it.
Yeah, on my dark side. All
Excuse me.
right. So yeah, you guys, number 9 is Last Jedi.
Okay. Yep. Number 8. You, Alex.
Okay, my number 8, Phantom Menace.
Okay. Number 8 for me. Rise of Skywalker.
That's mine is the same.
Number 8, Rise of Skywalker.
Wow, really?
Yeah, fucking right. Let's go.
Okay. I thought you guys were picking like Attack of the Clones or something.
Well, I just said this sequel trilogy makes me appreciate prequels.
At least
Yeah.
the prequels have a continuity, cohesive storyline.
Now I would have thought differently when before Force Awakens. I
Okay.
went to the bottom.
All right. So Number 8 for me was Phantom Menace.
Number 7.
Number 7 now, yeah.
Okay, number 7, Last Jedi.
Number 7, Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Number 7 for me, Phantom Menace.
Number 7 for me is Force Awakens.
Whoa.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that.
Number 7 for me, Phantom Menace.
Okay.
So far, me and Dan are 3 for 3. Number 6, Alex.
Number 6, Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith is your number 6. Number 6 for me, Attack of the Clones.
Finally, some fucking.
I have the same
one. Same thing?
Attack of the Clones, yep.
Okay.
I'll be different. My number 6 is The Force Awakens.
Okay.
Right.
Alex?
Top 5 now.
Top 5.
Yep.
And this has been going back and forth for years for me now. But I'm gonna go with Rogue One.
You're gonna go Rogue One?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love fucking Rogue One, man.
Yeah, Rogue One's great.
Number 5 for me.
Why is he in your list, goddammit?
Number 5 for me.
Yeah.
Force Awakens.
Okay.
5 for me is Phantom Menace.
You don't think so?
5 for me is Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Alex?
All right, number 4, Force Awakens.
That's your number 4?
Yeah.
For me, number 4, Revenge of the Sith.
Same for me.
Same for me, Revenge of the Sith, number 4.
Number 3, Alex?
Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi is number 3. Okay. For me, New Hope.
Same.
New Hope, agreed.
2?
2, Empire Strikes Back.
Return of the Jedi.
For me, it's Empire Strikes Back.
Number 2 is Return of the Jedi for me.
Okay.
So now we're getting on to our number 1.
Star Wars, aka New Hope.
Empire Strikes Back.
Return of the Jedi.
Empire Strikes Back, number 1 for me.
You know, like, since we're doing the list, like the overall, like I feel like we shouldn't have ranked them like individually like that. I don't know.
You mean like how so?
Trilogy like that, like what we're doing.
Oh, I was bringing that up before we started to do it. We could still do that. Let's rank 1 through 3. What the trilogy?
No, man, we shouldn't have like ranked the trilogies like in each trilogy show. So maybe we would have been more surprised. I don't know what you're saying. Doesn't really matter that much, but it's fine.
I mean, do you want to rank?
Do you want to rank trilogies now? Like you want to?
Yeah, if you had to rank the 3 trilogies, what would your order be?
From worst to best?
Yeah.
Dude.
Sequel trilogy
for me.
No, I'm gonna do from best to worst.
It's too late.
Sorry.
That's an easier one.
Fuck.
Worst to best trilogies. That's pretty easy for me.
God damn it! I gotta really think about this.
Sequel trilogy, then prequel trilogy, then original.
Same for me.
That's for me too. Yep. Sequel trilogy, prequels, and then the originals.
Hard time because
it's all mixed.
Because of
Right. You know what? As of now, I'm gonna say worst to best. I would have to go with the guys: sequel trilogy, prequel trilogy, and original trilogy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The problem with the sequel trilogy, it went downhill.
It kept going down.
It kept going down.
I mean,
for me, the prequel trilogy was like, it was like, and then when it went on a high note. Same thing with the original trilogy, not with the sequel trilogy.
No.
Thomas, I think you and I think our order was exactly the same except for 2 of them.
Yeah.
We had 2.
You had Last Jedi number 9, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I had a lot of Force ones too.
You guys.
Then you had Rise of Skywalker at 8,
Right.
Phantom Menace at 7.
Yep. This is where we.
What was your 6? I had Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, my 6 was Force Awakens. I put I had Attack of the Clones higher than Force Awakens.
I had the same as you, Tom.
So I think me and you, Dan, I think Attack of the Clones and Force Awakens were switched.
Curious.
Attack of the Clones was 6 for me, and Force Awakens was 5, while yours was Force Awakens 5th or 6th, and Attack of the Clones was 5th.
Right, and then the rest of ours were the same. But I think, unlike you guys, I think you guys all preferred Phantom Menace over Attack of the Clones, and I like Attack.
I love Phantom Menace.
I think Attack of the Clones is a little bit better than Phantom Menace, just because.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Because Phantom Menace was 7, and Attack of the Clones was 6.
Curious.
Maybe just because I think the Ewan McGregor character was given more to do than Phantom Menace. That's probably why I put Attack of the Clones a little bit above it.
Oh, yes.
The only sequel movie I put ahead of a prequel was Phantom Menace. And the Phantom Menace, I recently watched it. It's like I like the lightsaber fights and I like the pod race, but that's it. Like there's not anything else really in the movie I like.
Qui-Gon.
Well, I love Qui-Gon, but like just like all the talking scenes, I just
Negotiations will be short. For you, bitch.
I hope he's.
I'm curious. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys, since you guys didn't have the spin-offs in your list, what would you put them in? Yes.
Rogue One. I don't know. See, I feel like Rogue One is a good film. It really is, but I don't care about the character.
Honestly, Rogue One would probably be number 5.
So you
put same as mine.
What?
Number 5.
I think Rogue One is
number 5 for me is Phantom Menace. I would probably put Rogue One in place of that.
So what? Phantom Menace up or down?
So Phantom Menace would go. It would go down.
So you would put Phantom Menace in 6
then
ways.
I would probably put Attack of the Clones. So maybe for me, I put Rogue One at probably number 6, and then move Attack of the Clones down to 7.
Solo.
Solo, yeah.
Solo would be.
Solo would probably be behind Rise of Skywalker.
Solo would be. It would go Last Jedi and then Solo for me.
For me, it'd be Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, and then Solo.
I just don't know. I mean,
because I feel the
thing is, I just those movies aren't connected to this series.
They are.
But I mean, it's not part of the Skywalker saga.
And it's not, but it's still connected,
So I mean, I guess I would probably just put them. I'd put them both last, just because.
Because, like I said,
I'd rather sit and watch any of these 9 movies over watching either of those. So.
Wow.
Interesting.
The fuck?
I mean, Rogue One. But Rogue One it's a good movie.
The Force is one with me. I am one with the Force.
Yeah, man. I cared about the characters.
Why?
I like them.
You like Forrest Whitaker?
Yeah.
What have you become?
Well, is this our longest stream?
Jesus.
No. Our longest stream to this day is like phase 2 of the Marvel movies or something.
I don't see how that was.
Well, phase 2 and phase 3.
I think our longest stream though might have been
one, dude. The phase 2 and phase 3.
I think it had to have been the one where. Let me go back through all the streams real quick.
That's at 8:30.
Well, the first couple was just me, Rob, and Alex. This is before Dan got into the picture, but the first.
This is our longest one. I don't fucking know.
The first one was 2 hours and 58 minutes.
This is our longest one.
Our shortest one was the M. Night Shyamalan trilogy. That was like an hour and 32.
We're approaching 5 hours here.
Yeah.
Arnold and Sly was about 2 hours.
Hey, Thomas, we need a recap of everything.
Phase 1 of Marvel was 2 hours.
Thomas, we need a recap of everything. Shut up.
Yeah, phase 3 was definitely the one.
I'm gonna end the show on just one question. Do you guys look forward to anything in the future of Star Wars?
Nope.
Not Mandalorian season 2?
If they continue, if they do like an episode 10,
they're already working on
I would be interested. I mean, but here's the thing. Yeah,
I mean, no, but like don't do anything more with Skywalker stuff.
But I mean, like, no. What I mean is like, if we saw characters that we've already gotten,
Move on for the Skywalker saga.
They're working on They're working on a new trilogy, but they're trying to get Keanu Reeves to main in it.
Like about like the Jedi in the past, what? The Jedi Order.
Yeah, it's going to be about the Old Republic, from what I understand.
Yeah, do that.
But wait, what I'm trying to say though is, what do you mean? Like, it depends on what they're doing, I guess.
Well, the only thing that it's for sure it's gonna happen. Mandalorian season 2, Obi-Wan series.
I'm super excited. I just watched the Mandalorian series. I thought it was fine. People are like going gaga over it. I don't see
Baby
why.
Yoda.
I know, but it's like, I mean, I was like, oh, it was fine, but I didn't. Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, I didn't like it, but I don't know why it's so.
I really liked it. I liked it a lot, but it's.
You know what I think?
I see what you're saying. Like, people overhype every.
No, I think it is because of coming off these movies. You have
people like. Yeah. That's a reason, but also because when people like Star Wars movie or Star Wars, it has to do with Star Wars that people like. They go like, oh my god, the best thing ever.
To me, The Mandalorian feels like Star Wars. I mean, it feels like you're watching Star Wars.
Well, so did Force Awakens and Rogue One.
Yeah, Rogue One. Force Awakens did. Yeah.
And Solo.
A podcast of unanswered questions in the sequel trilogy. It's probably last 6 hours.
No, fuck that. We're done with Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'm throwing all my Star Wars stuff out.
Yeah.
I'm done with it.
I'm gonna throw this in the river.
In a van down by the river.
You need
That's
to throw it.
anything else?
Nope. Good riddance.
Well, Adam Driver said he's not coming back, but how could he? He'd have to get
Well, dude, I don't think none of the actors want to come back.
Yeah, I think
one thing.
Oh,
I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Ryan Johnson.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it on a more positive note. Chewie finally got his fucking medal. Yes.
Oh, that was stupid.
No.
That was stupid.
Shut up.
Fan service.
Okay, we're done. We're done.
That was
We're done. Say goodbye.
You deserve this.
That's a fake medal.
Wink. Oh.
He should have got it in the first place.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They really have to, like, was that needed?
Wookiee,
like,
yes.
They already explained that Wookiees don't care about medals. So
He's
why
like,
do you want
Alex, yes.
Yeah. Chewie has been there for a long time. He fucking deserves a goddamn medal. He's been there since.
I wish he would have just committed suicide after Han died.
Got together finally. Him and Maz should have had it in.
Yeah, they should have had sex. There's a deleted scene of the sex scene in there with them.
They would have had a midget with Harry.
Rated XXX. Episode XXX. Okay.
We never did get Wookiee rip any arms off. That's stupid.
Maz and Chewie, I can't wait.
Well, yeah, actually, there was a deleted scene in Force Awakens when he rips that fat fucker that had the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, Uncle Plot.
Yeah, he comes back in the cantina trying to attack Rey, and then he protects her and he rips his arm off. That's the deleted scene in Force Awakens. So.
Well, if it didn't happen in the movie, it didn't fucking happen.
Okay.
These 5 pieces.
It didn't happen.
Cheap portion.
Just kidding.
It didn't happen.
Overall agreement: Star Wars fucking sucks. Yeah.
Well, I think we're all in agreement that Disney fucked it up royally.
It's a
Not
bunch
really.
of going on around here.
Huh?
They just didn't execute to the potential.
No, they didn't. And it ended on a big, gigantic
And
fart.
Star Wars will live on forever. I don't give a fuck.
At least Disney. I think Disney cares enough to try to. To fix their.
To retcon.
You know, they're not retcon, but I think that's why they put on a hold all this stuff. They're going to try
I would say, if you're gonna do more movies, have a fucking plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay.
How Kathleen Kennedy is still like allowed to be a runner of that is beyond me.
Yeah, that's.
They need to have
see what
someone.
happens.
You need to have someone who knows their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's Sean Favreau. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Might as well
Well,
keep
good-
it going so we can get to the 5-hour mark.
All right, good night, everybody. No. Fuck
No. Got 2 minutes.
What else we gotta say? Oh, Star Wars sucks.
Oh, we can talk more about. I mean, I guess we can talk for. We can talk for.
Hey, this is everything. Let me just tell you, Star Wars Episode 10 needs to be directed by Nick Castle. You need to have Kat Dennings in there, and have someone eat breadsticks. I mean, that's would be good. Okay. You hear
And
that?
there needs to be
Kathleen?
a reference, an Easter egg to. It needs to be an Easter egg to Ang Lee's Hulk.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, that's our. That's the movie we want to see.
That's the arc.
Yeah.
And you got to get people like. Also, on top of that too, you got to get Tommy Wiseau in there too.
That's the Star Wars movie if we made it.
Yeah.
Well, we probably would have done a better job.
The Castle Kettings, Breadsticks, Ang Lee's Hulk, and Tommy Wiseau. And Hooters.
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 And he's talking Hooters.
I'm fucking done.
We're so close to 5 hours though. Keep it up.
There's nothing else to say, dude. They're just padding the shit up.
I mean, we can talk for a minute or so about Blue Titty Milk.
Who's your favorite Star Wars character?
Chewbacca.
Han Solo.
Uncle Plot.
Wait, who did Alex say?
Chewbacca.
Who? Oh, Chewie's your favorite? Oh, I'm sorry I'm sorry I kept saying he should be dead. Sorry.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Mine is Luke Skywalker.
Mine is Obi-Wan.
That explains why you hate Last Jedi so much.
Mine's Obi-Wan from the prequels.
I don't just hate it.
Not
because of that.
old man
Curious.
Alex, who can't comb his hair or sit on rocks properly.
I'm gonna end it before we get to the 5 hour mark. Just say fuck
no.
you.
Oh, come
All
on.
right, everybody who watched Bronco, Jason, Chuck the Dog. Thanks for watching.
That scared the shit out of me.
Jesus. There, 5 hour mark. Boom.
Oh, 5 hours.
Unlimited power. No.
That's what I was doing.
Do it.
My favorite character is that bald-headed bitch next to Thompson.
Mine is Dax.
That's the real
I
mom.
like Dax.
That's
Dex.
I like Dax.
Okay, worst Star Wars character.
worst Star Wars character.
I said it was young Boba Fett.
Jar Jar.
Like, can it be any, even like robots too?
Yeah, right. They're characters too.
Jar Jar.
Right. Yeah.
Do
I'm gonna say Dio.
Thomas, that's a cliche answer.
What do you say?
Jar Jar.
Oh, Jar Jar.
You say Cleo?
I said Dio.
Oh, Dio. I was like Cleo. What the hell?
Yeah. Dio's banned.
Twig Lips McGee from Return of the
Twig Lips McGee.
Jedi.
Who's the sexiest Star Wars character?
Maz.
Definitely. Oh,
You
that's the
talking
best answer.
Wait, you
You said
Wait.
Maz.
hold on. You asked the sexiest Star Wars
Yeah.
Yeah, the sexiest Star Wars character.
Kat Dennings.
But she's not in it. I mean, she would if she was in it.
Come on.
Leia.
Honestly, I'm gonna say Leia from New Hope.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Leia from Last
Yeah,
Jedi.
from
Yep.
Leia.
Leia from Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, it's definitely be Leia from New Hope.
Okay,
You
I
guys
think
Leia from New Hope over Leia from Return of the Jedi?
no, dude, it's easily Leia from Force Awakens. Huh?
She was hot for the Jedi, but
Yeah.
what do you think of Jabba?
Easily.
Ton.
That's all right. Yeah.
I like Bobo Frick.
That's
Lando's going to rape that stormtrooper.
Jesus
I don't know where
Christ.
let's find out.
I don't know. I never thought
There's incest involved.
who would have. I never knew these Star Wars shows we're doing. We're gonna have fucking rape jokes.
Why not? If people get sensitive about it, shut up.
Yeah. I mean, well, well, so many people say,
Padme, God, he forced her. Touching her and shit. Everything's soft. It's like
that's what she should have done.
I shouldn't have done that. What? Kiss me, you tease, fucking tease. We would be living a lie.
All right.
We would be living a lie.
Hayden Christensen is the best actor.
Hayden just wanted to get some poo-tang. You know that.
Yeah.
That's all I saw Amidala for.
Jake Lloyd wanted it.
Spit out his drink. Oh, we wanted it all right.
God damn it.
All he had was Watto.
Hey, you know what Padme was thinking when Anakin gave her the Chapor snippet? This is what Padme was thinking. If he's 9, he's 9.
I don't know what you said.
Oh my god.
All right, I think this is broadcast.
Oh my god.
Reinforcement the alien one.
I gotta kill Thomas.
Jesus Christ.
Good night,
All right.
Woo! Good
May the
night.
force be with everyone, always.
Woo!
Yeah, may the 4th be with you.
Program.
Move along, bag.